Sully was awakened by the shrill sound of his phone alarm at 7:40. Still disoriented from sleep, his head throbbed faintly as he reached for his phone on the bedside table to silence the alarm. A sense of urgency washed over him, prompting him to rise from the bed. Last night, I drank too much again. I really must refrain from such indulgence in the future. His mouth felt parched, and his throat burned as if set ablaze. The previous night had involved entertaining a crucial client in pursuit of securing a lucrative deal. He had engaged in a dinner, followed by karaoke and late-night snacks, drinking excessively throughout. Although he had a decent tolerance for alcohol, he could not withstand the onslaught. He had discreetly retreated to the restroom to induce vomiting, only to return and continue drinking, a vicious cycle of consuming and purging that culminated in a state of inebriation so profound he could scarcely recall how he made it home. Once again, I've blacked out. Sully felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, contemplating the arduous nature of life and the solitude of striving alone in a distant place, a sentiment that weighed heavily on his heart. As he sat up in bed, he slipped on his slippers, only to discover they were damp. Why is the floor so moist? Sully's senses sharpened as he quickly stood up. Could it be that in his drunken stupor he had left the tap running, resulting in a flood? Observing the dampness that enveloped the floor, he hurriedly checked the kitchen and bathroom, confirming that nothing was leaking. Strange, I see no signs of a leak. Why is the floor so wet, as if submerged? Could there be a broken pipe somewhere? But I'm on the top floor, it can't be water leaking down from above. Never mind, he'll deal with it after work. Shaking his head, he felt a sense of foreboding. He was someone who detested complications. This was his rented apartment, situated on the 30-story building's pinnacle. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was nearly 7:50. He was due at work by 8:30, with a 20-minute bus ride to his office. Not daring to delay any further, he hurried to brush his teeth and wash his face. Having slept too late the previous night, his eyes felt swollen while washing his face. He instinctively pressed a towel against his eyes, removing it after 10 seconds, feeling a significant relief as his spirits revived. Removing the towel, he turned to the bathroom window, which was partially concealed by frosted glass, and pushed it open fully. Peering out, Sully's eyelids flickered uncontrollably. What is this? His pupils dilated as he leaned out the window, gasping in astonishment. Beyond the window lay a shimmering expanse of water. Apart from it, no towering buildings, roads, or vehicles were visible. How can this be? Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, his heart racing uncontrollably, and he immediately shut his eyes, trembling slightly. It must be that I covered my eyes for too long with the towel, inducing a hallucination. He mused silently, rubbing his eyes before daring to open them once more. Outside the window, the water remained, and he even spotted a blue plastic slipper floating not far from the surface. With a resounding bang, Sully forcefully shut the window, a chill creeping into his heart as he bolted from the bathroom. In his haste, his toe collided with the door frame, sending a jolt of pain through him, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He paid no heed to the potential injury to his toe, limping onto the balcony, where he drew back the curtains. Standing there, he was rooted to the spot, his body rigid, heart racing, and hands trembling uncontrollably. Through the row of windows on the balcony, the full extent of the calamity was unveiled to him. The city lay engulfed in water, transformed into an endless expanse of liquid. Scattered buildings emerged sporadically above the surface, all towering over 30 stories, while anything below that was completely submerged. The very building he resided in stood at 30 stories, with only his penthouse above the waterline. All floors below the 29th were lost to the flood. This is utterly impossible. I must be dreaming. Despite being 27 and having faced the harsh realities of life for 2 years, dread consumed him, rendering him unable to accept the surreal spectacle before his eyes. Desperately, he pinched his left arm. The force of his grasp left a sizable bruise, and he inhaled sharply at the sudden sting. The sharp pain, coupled with the undeniable reality before him, made it clear that this was no dream, nor an illusion. As his chaotic thoughts began to settle, he glanced down at the damp floor. Could this be the true cause of the moisture? Had the city truly succumbed to a sudden flood while he lay drunkenly asleep? Yet if such a cataclysm had occurred, how could there have been no sound? Or was it that his inebriated slumber had dulled his senses to any commotion? Suddenly a thought struck him. He rushed to the door and stepped into the hallway, knocking urgently on the door of his neighbors in his unit. Apart from himself, there were 2 other households. Though he was not well acquainted with them, he knew that next door lived a fashionable young woman who had moved in only 2 or 3 months prior. They often crossed paths during their commutes, but had never spoken. Most times, she was solitary, though occasionally he had seen her return with different men, 3 in total on 3 separate occasions. "Hello? Is anyone home?" Disregarding decorum, he pounded on the door with fervor, yet received no response. Noticing the silence, he hurried to the next door, that he recalled that this unit housed a young couple with a notoriously noisy chihuahua. As he approached, he realized the door was ajar. "Is anyone home?" After a brief pause with no answer, he pushed the door open. Upon entering, he was met with a disheveled living room, and 2 pairs of shoes lay scattered by the entrance, and a pair of men's leather shoes and a pair of women's high heels lay. Scattered, one shoe had turned over, its sole facing upwards. Nearby, a trash bin had toppled over, spilling its contents across the floor, on the dining table. 2 commonly used round plastic takeaway containers were placed. One held a generous portion of broth, while the other lay overturned, its soup splattered. Across the surface, now congealed, it seemed that a young couple, who once resided here, were seated at the table, savoring their soup noodles when an unforeseen event struck. In a state of utter panic, they rushed outside, causing one of the broth containers to spill. In their frenzy, they knocked over the trash bin, neglecting to change into their usual shoes, instead dashing out in their slippers. As Sully surveyed the living room, a vivid image of the couple's chaotic and terrified escape flickered in his mind. What could have instilled such fear in them that they fled without a second thought? Spilling soup and leaving the door ajar? Could it be? A sudden flood occurred last night. Perhaps the couple discovered it and rushed out in desperation, spilling their soup in their haste, not even taking the time to change their shoes or close the door behind them. Sully clenched his hands, feeling the sweat trickle from his palms. And here I am, having drunk too much and slept soundly, oblivious to everything. Am I truly the only one left in this entire building? Did everyone else manage to escape? As he gazed at the living room, Sully hesitated to enter, sensing an inexplicable eeriness, as if a horrifying creature lurked within, poised to pounce the moment he stepped. Inside, his eyes fell upon the telephone on the coffee table, and a jolt of realization struck him. Cursing under his breath, he recognized that in his panic, amidst this bewildering scene, he had only thought to rush into the corridor to seek help, forgetting the option to call for assistance. Having left his phone behind, Sully hurried back home, retrieving his device from the nightstand to contact his girlfriend, Wang Lan. Wang Lan, 2 years his junior and a local, worked at the same company as him. Although they had known each other for over 6 months, their romantic relationship had only blossomed in the past 2 months. She had yet to inform her parents of their relationship and still returned home each night, not residing with Sully. As he dialed Wang Lan's number, he discovered to his dismay that his phone had no signal, rendering him unable to make the call. This moment, he realized that the flood had reached the 30th floor, and it was conceivable that various base stations and power plants had been submerged, leaving him in dread of losing all signals. Yet, Sully, unwilling to concede, dialed several numbers in succession, including those of his parents and his close friend Li Yongsheng, all to no avail. Is it truly impossible to find any signal? Clinging to a flicker of hope, Sully promptly attempted to call the emergency services, only to be met with the same silence. A cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as the gravity of the situation escalated. Not only was there no signal on his mobile phone, but even the wireless network he was connected to had vanished. Applications such as WeChat and QQ displayed a disconnection status. He tested the light switch, and indeed, the power was out. Suddenly, Sully recalled the landline telephone he had seen in the living room of the young couple's residence. With his mobile phone utterly unresponsive, he pondered whether the landline might fare any better. He had not subscribed to a landline service. Thus, to use it, he would need to enter the couple's home. Returning to the door of their apartment, he found the security door ajar. Ulysses gaze fixated on the landline telephone resting on the coffee table in the living room, fully aware that it might be just as unreachable as his mobile phone. Nonetheless, he stepped inside. Though he harbored little hope, he could not overlook any potential means of contacting the outside world. It was akin to a drowning person grasping at any straw that might offer salvation. Upon entering, Sully was immediately struck by an unpleasant odor, his eyes drawn to the trash bin in the corner. The stench emanating from the overfilled bin was repugnant. As he approached, he discovered remnants of food, now spoiled and moldy, releasing a foul odor. The dining table bore witness to the same fate, with noodles hastily spilled across its surface, now mottled with mold. When he reached out to touch the table, his fingers brushed against a thick layer of dust. If they truly sensed something amiss last night and fled, how could so much dust accumulate in merely half a day? This food shouldn't have rotted like this. Could it be that they've been gone for several days? Everything feels so wrong. This house. A sense of inexplicable dread began to creep over Su Li, an aversion to the eerie silence that enveloped the home. Yet he remained, his gaze fixed on the dusty landline on the coffee table, suppressing his unease as he picked it up. To his dismay, the receiver emitted no sound. His heart sank further, but he clung to the hope of dialing emergency services once more. As expected, there was no response. With the last vestige of hope extinguished, the uncanny atmosphere of the house intensified. Unable to withstand it any longer, Su Li hurled the receiver away and dashed out of the apartment. Once in the corridor, he exhaled sharply, his heart racing. The fear that had gripped him began to wane, yet the overwhelming sense of panic and helplessness only grew stronger. What should I do now? Has everyone truly evacuated? Am I the only one left behind here? But even if the people in the city have departed, why is there not a single signal? What could be the reason for this? How is Wang Lan faring now? Has she managed to leave safely? Su Li felt a tumultuous confusion in his mind, forcing himself to regain composure after a long pause. He lifted his gaze and spotted the elevator at the end of the corridor. The flood had entirely submerged the building below the 30th floor. Even if the elevator were operational, it would be impossible to descend via it. Nevertheless, Su Li pondered for a moment before approaching it, pressing the elevator button only to receive no response clearly. The power had been cut, and it had ceased. Functioning, that he then pushed open two wooden doors along one side of the corridor, revealing a staircase. Upon entering, he saw that the stairs leading to the 29th floor were already inundated, with the water level merely 4 or 5 centimeters from the ground of the 30th floor. The water appeared murky, and Su Li noted various debris floating within it: plastic basins, towels, refuse bags, and even a dead rat drifting among the detritus. He crouched down, hesitating momentarily, before gently touching the water with his hand, only to retract it as droplets cascaded from his fingertips, creating small ripples on the surface. Taking a deep breath, he was reminded that this was not a dream or an illusion. Everything before him was undeniably real. Gazing at the reflection of his blurred visage upon the water's surface, Su Li felt a disorienting haze enveloping him. Alone in this desolate place, devoid of any vitality or hope, a profound sense of despair and isolation washed over him, as if the entire world had forsaken him. Suddenly, a splash erupted from the water before him, accompanied by an indistinct sound. Startled from his reverie, Su Li abruptly stood up. "Who is it?" he exclaimed, sensing something lurking beneath the water's surface, instinctively taking a step back. He scrutinized the water for several seconds, noticing that a plastic basin was gently bobbing atop the surface, yet there were no other movements. After a minute or two, reassured by the stillness, Su Li cautiously approached the edge of the staircase once more, peering intently into the depths below. This time, he discerned a shadowy form submerged at the corner of the stairs, obscured from view by the staircase itself. Su Li's heart began to race from his vantage point. The shadow appeared increasingly reminiscent of a human head. He was certain he had not noticed the shadow before, unsure if he had simply overlooked it or if it had just drifted into view. That resembles a head, those strands floating about. They look like long hair. Could it be a woman's head? The more he contemplated, the more a chill crept up his spine, and he could no longer contain his fear. Stumbling backward in a panic, that he fled back to his abode, slamming the door. With a resounding thud behind him, in this familiar sanctuary, the trepidation and unease within his heart began to ease slightly. His mind regained a semblance of calm as he commenced to reevaluate the unsettling sights he had just witnessed. Indeed, that could very well be the head of a woman, perhaps a victim of drowning, likely a resident of the 29th floor. If this is true, it implies not everyone managed to evacuate. Many must have been caught unawares by the sudden deluge and perished. I am but a survivor in this flood, and perhaps there are others like me trapped within. I am not utterly alone. With this thought, Su Li felt a measure of tranquility return to his spirit. After some contemplation, he resolved to investigate the stairwell once more, yearning to ascertain whether it was indeed a corpse submerged in water. He rummaged through his belongings and unearthed a long-neglected flashlight, testing its functionality before taking it with him, alongside a closed drying pole, as he stepped outside once more. The corridor remained eerily silent as Su Li traversed its length to the far end, pushing open the two doors at the corridor's edge. Upon reaching the staircase leading downward, he activated the flashlight and directed its beam into the murky waters below. Although it was daylight, the staircase was dimly lit due to the significant obstruction of light by the windows. In his previous state of disarray, he had not scrutinized the scene closely. Now, with the flashlight illuminating the water, he examined it intently. At last, Sully was nearly certain that the dark shape revealed at the staircase's bend was indeed a head, a grim testament of a body submerged in the depths. The hair, having been soaked, floated eerily, enhancing the macabre visage that initially struck terror into his heart. With his mind steel for the confrontation, Sully did not succumb to panic this time. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he retracted the flashlight and grasped the clothes pole firmly, extending it into the water in an attempt to retrieve the corpse. Alone in this grim task, beads of perspiration formed on his palms, and a dryness settled in his throat. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the courage to plunge the pole into the water. Soon, he realized the length of the pole was insufficient to reach the head. Frowning, he decided to descend further down the stairs, stepping into the water with one foot, feeling the chill seep through his shoes. Having made up his mind, Sully focused solely on the task of retrieving the body. With the clothes pole in hand, he continued down the submerged stairs, the water quickly rising above his knees until he finally reached the submerged corpse. He cautiously prodded the head with the pole, causing it to sway gently in the water, ripples emanating outward. The body had become ensnared at the bend of the staircase, obstructed by the wall above, preventing it from drifting away. Using the pole, he nudged it a few times. The buoyancy of the water meant he needed little force. After a few gentle prods, the body began to drift towards him. Upon witnessing a corpse floating in the water, Sully inhaled deeply and hastily retreated, ascending the stairs back to the upper level. Though he comprehended that it was merely a lifeless body, an uncontainable chill surged through him, accompanied by a flicker of curiosity about the identity of the deceased. Could it possibly be someone he knew? Undoubtedly, the most plausible scenario was that it belonged to a resident of the 29th floor. After all, the likelihood of a body from other floors drifting to this level was significantly lower, even if they had succumbed to drowning. Handing the clothes pole to his left hand, Sully switched on his flashlight once more, intent on scrutinizing the corpse. The beam of light illuminated the floating figure, prompting Sully to shiver instinctively, fear glinting in his eyes. Perhaps due to prolonged immersion in water, the corpse appeared swollen and grotesque, rendering him incapable of discerning its identity, save for the long hair that indicated it was a woman. What truly horrified Sully was the state of the female corpse. It was far from whole. The swollen surface of the body was a gruesome tableau of blood and flesh, with stark white bones protruding from the thighs and abdomen, evidence of gnawing, a sight that was utterly chilling. Having lived for 27 years, Sully had never encountered such a grotesque and bloody scene that a tremor coursed through him, and he stumbled back 2 steps, the murky water before him taking on an eerie, sinister quality. What could have devoured it? Perhaps fish or some other creature lurking in the depths. Sully dared not contemplate. Further, a wave of intense unease washed over him, compelling him to abandon his inspection of the partially devoured corpse. Gripping the clothes pole tightly, he swiftly retreated to the corridor, resolutely shutting the door to the stairwell behind him, his heart racing violently within his chest. Upon returning home, Sully set down the drying rack, her mind plagued by the grotesque image of the mangled and devoured female corpse. Her thoughts swirled in chaos, and it took a while for her to regain her composure. Should she remain here, awaiting rescue, or should she endeavor to leave and seek an escape? Perhaps there are other survivors in this city, individuals like herself. Sully removed her soaked shoes and socks, having just emerged from the water. She exchanged them for a pair of dry shoes and approached the balcony window, lost in contemplation. Gazing out at the water's surface, she noticed a few scattered high-rise buildings, their tops barely above the waterline. All these structures were 30 stories tall or higher. Staring at these buildings, Sully could not help but wonder if there were survivors within, like herself. If so, finding them would surely be preferable to facing this ordeal alone. Yet, the journey ahead was fraught with unknown dangers. The sight of the devoured corpse had left her with an unsettling dread. Alternatively, she could choose to remain and wait for rescue. Perhaps a rescue team would arrive soon. The only source of comfort for Sully was that, living alone for convenience, she had stocked a few bags of instant noodles and some biscuits and bread for breakfast, all stored in the refrigerator. Being by herself, she could manage with the food for 4 or 5 days. After contemplating for a moment, she resolved to prepare for 2 potential outcomes. First, she would stay put, hoping for a breakthrough or the arrival of rescuers. Second, she would begin crafting a makeshift raft, so that if help did not come in the following days, she could take the risk of leaving and actively seek another route to safety. With her decision made, Sully felt a bit lighter in spirit. She retrieved a bag of biscuits from the refrigerator tearing it open and munching as she busied herself. The only relief she felt was that the water supply had not ceased yet. She filled her water bottle and turned on the stove to boil water. She was using an old canister of liquefied gas, having rarely cooked this month, only once when Wang Lan and a few friends had gathered at her place. During her solitary days, she had hardly used it. Now, she was grateful for the canister, for without it, even a sip of hot water would be a challenge. It was wise to boil extra water. Although the water supply remained uninterrupted, the power had gone out, raising concerns that the water might soon follow suit. While she was uncertain of the exact reasons, perhaps due to differing circuits, though the electricity was off, the water had not yet stopped flowing. In addition to preparing hot water, Suli scoured her home for various tools. She quickly found some iron nails, 2 screwdrivers, pliers, scissors, a lighter, and a hammer. She also collected the kitchen knives and fruit knives, piling them all on the coffee table in the living room, ready for use. After finishing the biscuits and drinking some water to satiate her hunger, Suli began her work. Her plan was to ascend to the rooftop and release smoke to attract the attention of potential rescuers from the outside, assuming there were any. Subsequently, she would proceed to construct the makeshift raft, preparing for any eventuality. He rummaged through his home and gathered some old clothes, including a comforter, a pair of plastic slippers, and several plastic bags, which he bundled together. With a lighter in hand, he prepared to venture out. His intention was to carry these items to the rooftop and set them ablaze, hoping to create a substantial plume of smoke. If a rescue team were to witness such a man-made smoke rising, they would surely deduce that survivors were present, and in that moment, he would be saved. As Suli opened the door and was about to step outside with his belongings, he suddenly hesitated, his gaze falling upon the corridor before him. He noticed damp footprints emerging from the end of the corridor, extending all the way to the entrance of the couple's dwelling. A surge of anxiety coursed through Suli's heart. He realized that these wet footprints were not his own. The marks he had left earlier, dampened by water, had long since dried. The fresh footprints in the corridor were evidently made by someone who had passed through recently, and if too much time had elapsed, they would have dried as well. Could it be that there were others here besides him? Had someone just ascended the stairs and entered the couple's home? Yet, the external staircase was submerged. How could this person have made their way here? Gazing at the ajar door, Suli felt an overwhelming urge to investigate. But a deep-seated fear gripped him, instilling a sense of the uncanny in the situation. Rather than act impulsively, he retreated swiftly into his home, placing down the comforter and clothes he had been carrying. He then seized a kitchen knife and a hammer from the coffee table. Armed with these makeshift weapons, he felt a modicum of reassurance, his courage bolstered. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he ventured outside once more, hoping to uncover the truth. Perhaps there were other survivors, he mused quietly. Facing the unknown alone was not only isolating but also laden with a profound dread that perpetually shadowed his heart, overwhelming him with an oppressive sense of despair. He feared that if this continued, he might soon unravel. He longed to encounter other living beings, companions, or even a dog would suffice. Before long, Suli found himself outside, staring at the partially open security door and the damp footprints leading to it. As he approached, he noticed that beside the footprints, there were considerable water stains. Clearly, the individual who had left these marks was not merely wearing wet shoes, they were thoroughly soaked, leaving not just a trail of damp footprints but also droplets cascading from them, saturating the ground with moisture. However, as time passed, these water stains began to evaporate. A detail Suli only noticed now that he was close. Tightly gripping the hammer and kitchen knife, he hesitated to push the door open. His throat tightened as he swallowed hard, finally mustering the courage to call out, "Is anyone there?" Aside from his own voice, the corridor and the house remained eerily silent. After a brief pause, he repeated his inquiry, straining to listen for any sounds within the dwelling. Suddenly, he heard a noise emanating from within, akin to a chair being moved. In such a silent place, the sound became extraordinarily pronounced, resembling the accidental brush of a person turning against a chair. Was there truly someone inside? Yet, why did they not respond to me? Unable to contain himself any longer, Suli raised his right hand, wielding a hammer, and was about to push open the slightly ajar door. As he nudged it open just a crack, he felt it collide with something obstructing its path. He then lifted his gaze, only to glimpse a bloated and pallid face peering through the narrow opening, half concealed by wet, black hair, revealing only a swollen, lifeless eye resembling that of a dead fish. This eye lacked vitality, barely exhibiting a pupil, leaving only the whites visible. The ghastly, bloated visage resembled a zombie one might encounter only in films. More eerily, a layer of fuzzy white hair sprouted from its surface. Caught off guard, Suli could scarcely fathom the sight of such a bizarre and terrifying face, causing him to scream in sheer horror, instinctively yearning to flee. With a resounding bang, the door was yanked open, and as Suli turned, he felt something damp collide with him. The force was immense, and he stumbled, falling heavily to the ground, his forehead striking the floor, instantly leading to a flurry of stars before his eyes, blood gushing forth. Almost immediately, he sensed a heavy weight pressing down upon him. In this life-and-death moment, fear and terror were cast aside as Suli struggled desperately, exerting force through his limbs and torso, and with a sudden heave, he managed to dislodge the weight that pinned him down. At that moment, he finally discerned the truth. The entity that had just pounced upon him was none other than the female corpse that had previously been submerged in the stairwell water. Her pallid face, swollen from soaking, was grotesque, her body bloated, with substantial flesh gnawed from her chest, abdomen, and legs, exposing white bones within, and even revealing viscous innards. Water continuously streamed from her body and hair. Most horrifying of all was the layer of white, fuzzy hair that had sprouted from her exposed flesh and visage. Resembling the legendary white-haired zombie, though she possessed great strength, her joints appeared stiff and less nimble than that of a living being. After Suli had thrown her aside, she collapsed beside him, extending her fuzzy hands in an attempt to rise and seize him, though her movements were noticeably sluggish. Suli struggled to his feet, swinging the kitchen knife and hammer down upon her. Blood and flesh erupted, splattering across Suli's face. He could not comprehend why this female corpse would exhibit movement, let alone attack him. The only explanation that came to mind was that she had undergone a transformation into a zombie-like creature. Despite her terrifying appearance and considerable strength, her movements were rigid and uncoordinated, affording Suli the advantage to swiftly bring his knife down upon her face. While the iron hammer struck her forehead with a resounding crack, the sound of her skull shattering echoing through the air. In that moment, Suli nearly exhausted all his strength, engulfed in an overwhelming sense of terror and panic. He unleashed an unprecedented force, delivering a blow that crushed the female corpse's skull, causing the brain matter within to splatter out. Like a man possessed, he frantically swung the kitchen knife and hammer. When he finally paused, breathless, the corpse's once recognizable face had been grotesquely mutilated, with 7 or 8 deep cuts etched into the bone, while the hammer was drenched in blood and flesh, half of the skull obliterated. As he gazed at the disfigured corpse collapsing, motionless, Suli exhaled deeply. Strangely, as the body fell, the layer of downy white fur on its surface began to recede rapidly, as if retracting back into the skin. To his astonishment, from the gaping chest, a thumb-sized white orb emerged, its surface fluffy, resembling a cluster of countless white hairs. This orb appeared to possess a will of its own, springing up abruptly. A jolt of realization struck Suli. Could this corpse unexpectedly undergo a transformation, gaining the ability to move and sprout this peculiar white fur? Was this orb the true culprit behind it all? As the orb leaped into the air, Suli swung the knife down flatly, intent on crushing it. By now, he suspected this fluffy white entity might be some unknown insect-like creature, likely a parasite residing within the corpse. The knife made contact with the chest with a resounding slap. But the orb's agility exceeded his expectations. It evaded the blade, and in a flash, lunged towards his face, feeling a sudden itch on his forehead. Panic surged through him, prompting an instinctive reaction to swat at his face. Striking nothing but air, Suli frantically patted his face, only to discover that the orb had vanished without a trace. What had just happened? Why had it disappeared so abruptly? In his bewilderment, a surge of information flooded his mind, as if an alien memory had been implanted within him. Spirit source, 1-5. Unable to contain his shock, Suli clutched his head in disbelief. What did spirit source mean? What was it? Almost immediately, he felt a rush of heat emanating from his forehead. A warm current swiftly radiating throughout his body, reaching even to the tips of his fingers. Soon, he was engulfed in this intense warmth. But just as quickly as it arrived, it dissipated within seconds. With the mysterious heat fading, Suli sensed something was amiss within his body. The pain from the earlier blow to his forehead, which had been excruciating, suddenly vanished, replaced by a cool sensation at the wound. Not only that, he had just frantically hacked at the female corpse with a kitchen knife and a hammer, exerting such force that his arms ached and his body felt weak and fatigued. Yet, at this moment, the soreness in his arms and the weariness throughout his body had vanished, leaving him revitalized and full of vigor. This abrupt transformation left Suli momentarily stunned, but he quickly inhaled deeply to calm himself, sensing the newfound information that had inexplicably appeared in his mind. A flicker of understanding dawning within him. The white, fluffy orb had not mysteriously vanished. Rather, it had fused with his body the instant it struck his forehead. The sudden influx of knowledge in my mind must be the result of this entity merging with me, indicating a source of spiritual energy, 1-5. Could it be that this fluffy orb represents this so-called spiritual energy? This energy seems capable of altering my physical condition, alleviating the pain in my forehead, dispelling fatigue, and even enhancing my strength slightly. Suli grasped the hammer and swung it gently, noticing that the motion felt easier than before. This was no mere illusion, but a genuine increase in his strength. Upon realizing all of this, he was unexpectedly struck by a profound calmness, far greater than he had anticipated. Gazing at the grotesque and swollen female corpse sprawled before him, he felt a sense of revelation. The world had transformed completely. It was not merely a cataclysmic flood capable of submerging an entire city, but also the potential for corpses to undergo transformations and the emergence of this mysterious spiritual energy. Everything had changed. Was this still the world he once knew? It had become impossible to explain the events unfolding before him through the lens of reason. He pondered whether the transformation of this corpse was a mere anomaly or if all corpses would undergo such a metamorphosis. If the latter were true, the city would indeed become exceedingly perilous. The Great Flood might have claimed countless lives, and this city, home to millions, could be in grave danger. The mere thought of such a number sent a shiver down Su Li's spine, awakening a sense of dread within him. He could not fathom how many of the city's millions had managed to escape alive and how many had succumbed to the flood, becoming mere corpses. It was evident that this place was far from safe. He needed to locate a rescue team without delay. With the hammer and kitchen knife in hand, he cast one last glance at the fallen corpse, feeling a sense of relief that, despite its formidable strength, its movements were rather stiff. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Su Li realized that the situation was far more terrifying than he had initially imagined. He swiftly returned home, secured the anti-theft door, and entered the bathroom with the knife and hammer, peering into the mirror at the wound on his forehead. Noticing that the injury was slightly swollen and red, he was relieved to find it was merely a superficial cut, not serious. The wound had a cool sensation, and within a brief period, it had already begun to close. The speed of recovery astonishing. Su Li carefully wiped away the blood that had begun to congeal on his face with a towel, having just cleaned the kitchen knife and hammer. However, he noticed that the water from the faucet was dwindling, ultimately reducing to mere drops. The water supply had indeed ceased. With a sigh, Su Li was not entirely surprised. Fortunately, he had boiled a considerable amount of water in advance, filling several bottles and 2 basins, a large and a small one, so he need not worry about a lack of water for the time being. As for the outside world, although it was awash with water, no one could ascertain its cleanliness or the presence of parasites and germs, and Su Li dared not use it. With the clean knife and hammer in hand, Su Li carried a bundle of bedding and clothing outside. Upon reaching the rooftop, he placed the bedding on the ground and looked around. With no obstructions on the rooftop, Su Li gazed upon the vast expanse of water that stretched endlessly, resembling an ocean with no discernible edge, as if the entire world had transformed into a realm of water. What a terrifying flood it must have been to cause such devastation. Su Li could not help but clench his fists. He then turned his gaze to the nearest building emerging from the water's surface, a 30-story structure, merely 40 to 50 meters away. He wondered if there were other survivors like himself within those submerged floors. Regardless, he resolved to find a way to investigate. After a moment of contemplation, he ignited the bedding, generating a dense fog. Watching the mist ascend, Su Li mused that if there were indeed survivors in that building, they would surely notice the rising fog and perhaps respond. Regrettably, after a half-hour of waiting, he saw no signs of life or any reaction from the building, compelling him to abandon his vigil and return via the staircase. As he descended to the 30th floor, his gaze casually swept the area when suddenly a thought struck him, prompting him to halt. The staircase leading to the 29th floor was entirely submerged, with the water level poised to reach the ground of the 30th floor. He vividly recalled that when he first arrived, the water level was still several centimeters below this floor. How could it have risen so quickly? In such a brief span, the water had ascended several centimeters and was still steadily rising. This realization sent a chill down Su Li's spine. It indicated that the 30th floor was not secure, and the water level could fluctuate at any moment, potentially inundating it. Panic surged within him. He needed to expedite the construction of a raft. No one knew what further changes lay ahead. Feeling the urgency of the situation, Su Li wasted no time, hastening down the corridor to begin crafting the raft. Besides the door to his bedroom, he dismantled the 2 remaining wooden doors in his home, deciding to combine them into a makeshift raft. He estimated that these 2 doors would be able to support his weight without submerging in the water. He recalled his childhood in the countryside, where someone in the village stood upon a wooden door, wielding a bamboo pole, effortlessly floating across the water. He believed that by joining 2 wooden doors together, he could achieve the same. Subsequently, he lifted the mattress and methodically dismantled the wooden boards beneath it, placing them horizontally atop the 2 doors, securing them with iron nails. Thus, a rudimentary wooden raft was completed. Lacking rope at home, he resorted to bed sheets and pillowcases, utilizing scissors to cut them into long strips, which he then wove into makeshift ropes. Before long, the day had passed, and he had fashioned several long ropes, affixing one to the raft while reserving the others for future use. As he finished his task, dusk settled in. Su Li consumed 2 pieces of bread to quell his hunger and approached the balcony window, intent on ensuring all windows were securely closed. The night was about to descend, and the sight of the female corpse that had attacked him during the day lingered ominously in his mind. rendering the space feel unsafe. Upon reaching the balcony's edge, he was startled to see a body floating in the water below. The corpse faced downward, revealing only its back, drifting just 1 or 2 meters from his balcony window. A jolt of fear coursed through Sully, his expression darkening as he recalled that this body had not been present during the day. Where had it come from? Damned be it. Could this corpse have undergone a transformation? Gazing at the floating body so near the window, discomfort surged within him. Unable to contain himself, he grasped a drying pole, opened a window, and extended the pole towards the corpse, intending to push it away. Just as the pole made contact with the body, the head suddenly jerked upward. Sully was taken aback, nearly dropping the pole from his hands. The face of the corpse emerged, swollen and a ghastly shade of blue-purple, covered in a fine layer of white fuzz, with wide-open eyes devoid of pupils, revealing only the whites. Its mouth gaped wide, as if gasping for air. The corpse's arms twitched, seemingly struggling to rise from the water, only to be pulled down again, as if an immense force had suddenly seized it, dragging it beneath the surface with a splash. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds. Sully's eyes widened as he watched the body sink into the water, transforming into a shadow before vanishing entirely, leaving only ripples on the surface. He felt a chill grip his body, instinctively retreating before firmly shutting the window, his face pale with fear. There was something in that water, beyond the corpse, something else. Just moments ago, something had dragged the body down. Sully's lips quivered as he murmured softly, retreating to the coffee table, grasping a kitchen knife and a hammer, finding a modicum of solace in their presence. He recalled the female corpse he had previously seen, with signs of gnawing evident on her chest, abdomen, and legs, a grotesque medley of blood and flesh. At that moment, he began to suspect whether there lurked some carnivorous fish or other aquatic creatures in the water, feasting upon the remains. Coupled with the recent disturbing incident, a dreadful hypothesis took root in Sully's mind. Concealed within the waters outside was an exceedingly terrifying entity, one that could devour corpses. Judging by the speed at which the body had been dragged beneath the surface, this enigmatic aquatic being was formidable, possessing immense strength and an undoubtedly considerable size. Surely, it could not be a crocodile or a shark. Gazing out at the boundless expanse of water, despair began to creep into Sully's heart. As this terrifying conjecture surfaced in his thoughts, a city had already been submerged. If ferocious creatures like sharks or crocodiles were to appear in these waters, he would not be surprised, yet for him, it would be fatal. He had painstakingly crafted a raft with the intention of departing at dawn to seek out other survivors and rescue, but if such a terrifying creature truly inhabited the depths, he would find himself in grave peril. Escaping on the raft would be no different from courting death. Was he to remain here, with limited provisions, capable of enduring no more than 4 days? After contemplating for what felt like an eternity, Sully could devise no better plan. He proceeded to secure all the windows along the balcony, meticulously checking each one to ensure they were tightly locked. Yet, deep down he understood that he was on the 30th floor, with no security bars installed outside. Should another corpse undergo the same transformation as the female cadaver he had seen during the day, it could easily shatter the glass and enter. As for what manner of creature lurked beneath the surface, despite his futile speculations, he had no inkling. His only hope was that this mysterious being was confined to the water and could not ascend to land like the transformed corpses. Having assured himself that all doors and windows were secured, he watched as the darkness deepened. He retrieved the instant noodles, bread, and snacks he had stored in the refrigerator, finding a travel backpack to stow away all the food, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances that might necessitate a hasty departure. As the room grew increasingly dim, Sully clutched a kitchen knife and a hammer, lying down on the sofa, wide awake in the enveloping night, a strong sense of foreboding gnawing at him. He feared that something ominous would transpire that night. Just as if to validate his apprehension, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The sound was faint, but in the silence of the night, it resonated with unsettling clarity. Sully's body tensed instantly, gripping the knife and hammer as he rose from the sofa. He had not seen a single living soul on the 30th floor. How could there be footsteps in the corridor? Could it be? The footsteps came closer, each step resonating towards his direction. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Sully stealthily maneuvered through the shadows, inching toward the security door, eager to peer through the peephole to discern the source of those ominous footsteps. With just a few short steps, Sully's palms were drenched in cold sweat, tightly gripping the kitchen knife and hammer, continually reassuring himself to muster courage. Even if it were a corpse transformation, there was nothing to fear, apart from its frightful appearance. Its movements were sluggish and stiff, rendering it no match for him. He repeated this mantra to himself, as if hypnotizing his own mind. Then, he approached the door and peered through the peephole. At that moment, the footsteps outside ceased, as if the person walking had come to a halt. Looking through the peephole, Sully was met with a shroud of darkness, obscuring any visibility. He then recalled that the corridor outside, much like his own room, was engulfed in shadows. devoid of light, rendering the peephole ineffective. Suddenly, a sharp crack emanated from the balcony, the sound of shattering glass piercing the silence. Startled, Su Li's body jolted, and he swiftly turned to see a window pane had been shattered, two arms reaching in, grasping at the window, while a grotesque, swollen face emerged. This visage, not upon and bloodied, bore the unsettling sight of an eyeball protruding from its socket, tethered by sinew, while the other half of the face, cloaked in fine white fuzz, sported a pupilless eye that fixated on Su Li, reminiscent of a fish out of water, its mouth opening and closing in a disconcerting manner. Despite the gruesome state of the face, Su Li instantly recognized it as the corpse he had glimpsed earlier in the water from the balcony. Its face had once been intact before it was dragged into the depths. Now, it had resurfaced, shattering a window in its attempt to crawl inside. Having faced a female corpse before, Su Li, though still engulfed in terror, resolved to act decisively before the creature could fully enter. He had noted that while this corpse-turned monster was indeed fearsome, it possessed discernible weaknesses, particularly its stiff joints and lack of agility compared to an ordinary human. As he charged forward, the creature had just begun to extend its head inside. Su Li gripped the hammer tightly, swinging it down upon the creature's skull. The creature raised its arms to shield its head, and the blow struck one of its arms instead. Su Li observed that this corpse exhibited slightly greater agility than the female corpse he had encountered earlier, nearing the flexibility of a normal human. If it were to retreat at that moment, he would be unable to strike. However, he soon discerned a second flaw in this transformed being: its lack of cunning. An ordinary person, faced with such a scenario, would instinctively retreat when confronted by Su Li wielding a knife and hammer. Yet, this corpse monster, having endured a blow from Su Li, persisted in its desperate attempt to crawl inside, swiftly maneuvering a portion of its body through the shattered window. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Li wielded the kitchen knife with his left hand, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. Blood and flesh flew in all directions, with 2 blows landing upon the adversary's arm and 3 others cleaving into the grotesque visage. The hammer descended in tandem, and as the corpse finally managed to drag half of its body through the window, it lay there, motionless, its head nearly obliterated by Su Li's hammer. A peculiar sensation stirred within Su Li as he observed the lifeless creature, akin to the bizarre notion of an opponent willingly offering their head. As he gazed at the corpse sprawled across the window, a layer of white fuzz on its skin recoiled and vanished. Soon, from the bloodied mass of its head and face, a fist-sized white fungal sphere emerged, launching itself towards Su Li's face. This time, Su Li did not resist. In fact, he found evasion impossible, as the speed of the projectile was astonishing. Struck once more on the forehead, he reached up to touch it but found nothing. A wave of intense heat surged through him, akin to an electric current, manifesting and dissipating within mere seconds. Yet, within him, a new force began to burgeon. Earlier, when he had shattered the female corpse's skull, he had been left breathless, but now, as the knife and hammer fell in quick succession, he felt a surprising lack of fatigue. A fresh vigor coursed through him, making the wielding of both the hammer and knife feel effortless, even rendering the hammer somewhat lighter in his grasp. He sensed that his strength had increased by several dozen pounds. In his mind, a new piece of information materialized. As though an unexpected memory had been bestowed upon him, spiritual source, 2-5. No longer astonished by this newfound knowledge, Su Li comprehended that this phenomenon was indeed referred to as a spiritual source. Having vanquished 2 reanimated corpses, he had acquired 2 spiritual sources. Yet he pondered the significance of the number 5. Did it imply the necessity of obtaining 5 in total? And what transformations would follow such an achievement? Su Li's thoughts drifted to the transformation he had witnessed, the emergence of white fuzz on the corpse's surface, reminiscent of the legendary white-haired zombies. A creeping dread enveloped him. He feared that upon reaching a spiritual source of 5-5, he too might sprout white hair and become a zombie. Lost in contemplation, he resolved to lift the corpse slumped against the window and hurl it away, when suddenly a loud bang resonated from the security door, followed by a series of forceful knocks. Someone outside was pounding on the door with considerable strength, gripping the knife and hammer tightly. Su Li turned his gaze towards the door. Though the force was formidable, the security door appeared sturdy, providing him with a modicum of reassurance. "Who are you?" Su Li called out, unable to suppress his voice despite suspecting that the knocker might be another transformed corpse. He still harbored a flicker of hope that it could be other survivors. Just as he spoke, the banging ceased, plunging the surroundings back into an eerie silence. At that moment, a sharp cracking sound emanated from his bedroom. Not good. Su Li's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed toward the bedroom. As he burst into the bedroom, amidst the darkness, he faintly discerned a shadow creeping through the shattered window. The glass lay in fragments, glinting in the dim light. The moment the shadow touched the ground, it lunged toward him with alarming speed. With a flicker of illumination from the night, Su Li strained to identify the creature. It was a reanimated corpse, likely a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. The body had swollen from prolonged exposure to water, yet there were no signs of it being gnawed upon. Its mouth gaped slightly, obscured by tufts of hair, and its eyes glimmered faintly amidst the whites. Observing the creature's rapid approach, a chill ran down Su Li's spine. The rigid movements of the female corpse he had encountered earlier stood in stark contrast to the agile motions of the recently vanquished undead. And now this third creature exhibited speed that was almost human. It dawned on him that these reanimated beings seemed to evolve, growing ever more formidable. With no avenue for retreat, he pressed forward, brandishing his weapon, bolstered by the recent acquisition of a second spiritual source that had enhanced his strength. The creature lunged at him, devoid of any semblance of humanity, completely oblivious to fear or pain. It extended its arms, allowing Su Li's cleaver to slice into its flesh as it tackled him, the force of the impact sending him sprawling to the ground. He fell heavily, his back and posterior meeting the floor with a jolt of agony, and before he could recover, the creature's hands clamped around his throat, rendering him breathless. Gasping, his eyes bulging, Su Li summoned all his strength, swinging the cleaver and hammer wildly at the creature that pinned him down. In the blink of an eye, he managed to deliver 5 or 6 blows with the cleaver and 4 or 5 strikes with the hammer, yet the creature remained impervious to pain, its grip on his neck unyielding. As his face turned a shade of blue from the lack of oxygen, he realized the dire predicament he was in. He couldn't strike the creature's head in his current position, and even if he inflicted grievous injuries, it would not cease its relentless assault. With his neck constricted and breath stolen, he felt the encroaching darkness, a faintness threatening to engulf him. In that desperate moment, as his chest felt ready to explode and his mind spun in a chaotic whirl, an unexpected surge of strength coursed through him. He opened his mouth and bellowed, simultaneously exerting force from his abdomen and thighs, hurling the creature off of him. With a resounding crash, he propelled the creature against the wall, where a television hung precariously. The impact was tremendous, shattering the screen into a cascade of fragments, which crashed down upon the reanimated being, creating a cacophony of sound. In that instant, having fused 2 spiritual sources, Su Li's enhanced strength finally erupted forth. As the corpse-like creature was pried open by Su Li, its hands continued to grip his throat with a lingering tenacity, though its strength had diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Su Li forcefully twisted the creature's hands away, finally freeing himself from its grasp. Gasping for breath, he regained his composure, pushing off the ground with his right foot and lunging forward to pin the creature beneath him. With his right hand, he wielded a hammer and brought it down with formidable force, striking the creature's head with a resounding thud. Blood and a viscous white fluid splattered, and the creature's body stiffened as its forehead caved in under the impact. With a force estimated at no less than 300 pounds, Su Li hammered down repeatedly, shattering the creature's skull until half of its face was obliterated. It was only when the creature lay motionless on the ground that Su Li paused, panting heavily. Observing the white fur on the creature's skin retracting into its body, he soon noticed a white fungal orb emerging, hurtling towards his forehead. Drawing upon his previous experiences, Su Li felt not fear but a flicker of anticipation. Each orb absorbed would augment his strength. As the orb made contact with his forehead, it permeated his being, transforming into a warm current that coursed through him, akin to soaking in a hot spring. The warmth concentrated around his neck, where the creature had just clutched him, providing a soothing sensation that felt almost therapeutic. This sensation persisted for 2 to 3 seconds before abruptly vanishing, leaving Su Li aware of a new strength blossoming within him. His power surged once more, and the discomfort of breathlessness dissipated, restoring him to a state of normalcy. Su Li realized that the injury to his neck had healed. New information flashed in his mind. Spirit Source, 3-5. Panting, with the kitchen knife and hammer in hand, Su Li was preparing to rise slowly when suddenly he heard the shattering of glass from the balcony. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he swiftly turned and dashed out. Drawing on past experiences, he felt significantly more composed now. As he burst into the living room, he glanced up at the balcony and gasped. The glass windows had been shattered, and 2 corpse-like monsters were crawling in through the opening. Su Li was taken aback by the appearance of 2 of these creatures. With the faint starlight outside, he could discern that one was a woman in her 50s and the other a man in his 30s, both swollen and pale from being submerged in water, their exposed skin sprouting tufts of white fur. Their movements were swift, and within mere seconds of hearing the noise, they had already managed to partially enter the room. Su Li realized the dire situation. Facing 2 of these creatures simultaneously would prove exceedingly troublesome, and he felt uncertain of his ability to combat them both. He charged forward at full speed, intending to strike before the 2 reanimated corpses fully entered, when their mobility would be compromised. With 3 spiritual cores within him, Su Li experienced a surge in strength exceeding 100 pounds, and his speed had significantly increased as well. In a single, powerful thrust, he reached the balcony and swung his iron hammer down forcefully upon the woman in her 50s. Though swift, his strike was met with surprising agility from the corpse, which suddenly turned its head, causing the hammer to crash heavily onto her shoulder. The impact collapsed her shoulder, momentarily halting her advance. However, the creature felt no pain. She opened her mouth and extended her hand towards Suli. With the other hand, he brought down the kitchen knife, striking her slightly tilted face. The woman's visage, swollen and glistening from prolonged exposure to water, yielded to the blade, sinking deeply into her flesh. Suli observed one of her eyeballs bulging alarmingly from its socket due to the force of the blow. Just as he struck her face, a man in his 30s crawled through the window, moving with remarkable speed. He gripped the window frame and, with a powerful push, propelled himself inside, crashing towards Suli. His movements were fluid and agile, a stark contrast to the earlier clumsiness exhibited by the corpses. There was no time for Suli to evade. He was struck by the man, who sent him staggering sideways with a muffled grunt. At that very moment, a tremendous splash erupted from the water outside the balcony, sending a cascade of droplets into the air. Suli, positioned close to the edge, caught a glimpse of a massive shadow rising from the splashing water. The woman, whose lower body remained outside the balcony, was suddenly yanked into the depths below. In the chaos of the splashing water, Suli barely had time to register her disappearance. The abruptness of the event sent his heart racing, and even the man who had just collided with him paused, seemingly stunned by the scene before him. Seizing the opportunity, Suli pushed off the wall behind him, propelling himself forward and swinging the kitchen knife towards the man in his 30s. Unlike the previously clumsy corpse, this man reacted swiftly. As the blade neared his face, he leaned back slightly. Nevertheless, the knife grazed his chest, cutting deeply into his abdomen. The creature's torso was nearly split open, yet it appeared unaffected by the injury, continuing its assault. With a powerful sweep of his right arm, the man struck Suli's left cheek with a resounding slap. The force behind that strike was immense. Suli felt as though he had been struck by a hammer. His head rang with a deafening roar, and half of his face instantly lost sensation, blood streaming from his nose, while tears were violently expelled from his left eye, rendering his vision blurred. The corpse-like monster before him was terrifying, even more so than the creature he had encountered in his bedroom moments earlier. In the face of life and death, Suli gritted his teeth against the buzzing in his head as the hammer followed swiftly, colliding with the monster's palm just as it struck his cheek. Having absorbed 3 essence sources, his strength had increased by over 100 pounds, and combined with his inherent power, the hammer descended with a resounding crack, shattering bones. The monster's visage contorted grotesquely, its nose collapsing into a gory mess, teeth flying, and even its eyeball exploding. The creature fell heavily backward, crashing to the ground with a thud. Fearing it might still pose a threat, Suli pressed on, enduring the tears streaming from his left eye and the foggy vision that accompanied them, and delivered another blow to the decaying face of the fallen monster. As the hammer struck, brain matter splattered forth, and the monster's entire face disintegrated, the white fuzz on its skin retracting and vanishing into its body. With a long sigh of relief, Suli paused to rub his left eye. The impact had been severe. Not only had half his face gone numb, but his left eye had also been affected. On the now motionless corpse-like monster, a white fuzz ball emerged, shooting into Suli's forehead and merging with his being. Instantly, he was enveloped by a warm current, particularly soothing his left cheek. The numbness faded, and the fiery sting in his left eye dissipated. Suli understood that the essence was healing the injuries he had just sustained. After several seconds, the warmth vanished, and a message appeared in his mind. Essence source, for 5. Just one more to go. If he could slay another monster and absorb one more essence, he would reach 5-5. A sense of anticipation stirred within him, mingled with an inexplicable fear. He looked forward to the potential for transformation and the acquisition of enhanced abilities, yet feared becoming like these corpse-like monsters, sprouting white fuzz across his skin or transforming entirely. His strength had increased further. From the moment he killed the first monster until now, Suli had absorbed 4 essence sources, augmenting his power considerably. By his own estimate, he had gained at least another 100 to 200 pounds of strength. The glass of the balcony window was shattered, and should there be any more monsters outside, they could invade at any moment. Suli firmly grasped both the hammer and the kitchen knife, bracing himself for what lay ahead. Yet, the most daunting and terrifying presence remained, that unknown shadow lurking beneath the water. It resembled a great fish or a massive python, having just surged from the depths to drag another corpse-like monster, a woman in her 50s, into the water with such swiftness that Suli scarcely caught a glimpse. The only sight that met his eyes was the transformation of the middle-aged woman into a grotesque creature, devoid of any strength to resist or struggle, as she was swiftly dragged into the depths of the water, disappearing from view. If I were to be seized and pulled into the water, I fear I would meet the same fate. Suli dared not approach the balcony, terrified that the creature might suddenly breach the surface and drag him down as well. What should he do now? With such a terrifying monster lurking beneath the water, escape appeared impossible. Sully slowly retreated, collapsing onto the sofa in the living room, casting a glance at the rudimentary wooden raft he had fashioned. Initially, he had intended to use the raft to leave this place, to explore other buildings in search of survivors and a possible escape route. However, now that he was aware of the lurking monster, how could he dare to set sail on the raft? Remaining here, though the threat of a corpse transformation monster loomed at any moment, seemed more manageable. If he encountered that creature on the raft and was dragged into the water, it would surely mean his demise. Sully relinquished his escape plan, recognizing that, at least for now, staying put was the safer option. Moreover, he desired to slay another corpse transformation monster, curious to see what changes would occur after absorbing the 5 essence sources. He believed that the information in his mind held profound significance. Initially fearful of the monster's emergence, he now found himself faintly anticipating its return. Yet, to his dismay, the surroundings remained eerily safe, shrouded in darkness, with only a potent scent of blood lingering, devoid of any new corpse transformation monsters. Although Sully's physical strength had been augmented, rendering him not particularly fatigued, the series of unsettling events, the encompassing darkness, and the solitude weighed heavily on his psyche, instilling a sense of mental exhaustion and loneliness. He initially persevered, unwilling to sleep, constantly attuned to the changes and sounds around him. However, as fatigue set in, he could no longer endure. He moved the corpse of the transformation monster from the bedroom, barricading the window with furniture for safety, and propped the bed against the cabinet. With the cabinet and bed as barriers, he surmised that even if the external monster possessed the strength to break through, it would not happen instantaneously, and the resulting noise would surely awaken him. Subsequently, he brought the makeshift wooden raft and bags filled with provisions into the room, securing the door behind him. The floor was somewhat damp, so he placed the raft down and made a makeshift bed atop it. Clutching a kitchen knife in one hand and a hammer in the other, he finally lay down. Exhausted, he fell asleep almost immediately. Sully rarely dreamt. Yet this night was plagued by nightmares. He found himself standing on the raft amidst an endless ocean, surrounded by countless floating corpses. Suddenly, these lifeless bodies came to life. Their dead fish-like eyes staring at him, their mouths gaping with razor-sharp teeth. The bloated, pale faces twisted into grotesque visages of horror, extending their hands towards him like a swarm of locusts. In terror, Sully screamed, attempting to escape this nightmare, only to plunge into another. In this harrowing nightmare, he found himself desperately struggling in the depths of the water, sinking ever deeper, his limbs ensnared. Below him, a dark mass of long black hair loomed, entangling his hands and feet, exerting an immense force that relentlessly pulled him further into the abyss. Sully fought valiantly to ascend, kicking and thrashing his legs. Suddenly, amidst the inky tendrils of hair, a face emerged, his girlfriend Wang Lan's visage. Sully was struck with terror, just as he intended to call her name. Wang Lan's mouth widened grotesquely, the corners stretching towards her ears, revealing razor-sharp fangs reminiscent of a vampire, as a blood-red forked tongue lunged towards him with vicious intent. Sully endured a series of bizarre and terrifying dreams until a violent knocking at the door jolted him awake. Upon awakening, he noticed a dampness along his back and hurriedly rose, only to discover that the floor around him was increasingly soaked, with his blanket nearly drenched. Although he had barricaded the windows with furniture, faint rays of light still seeped through, illuminating the room, indicating that dawn had already arrived outside. The knocking grew more insistent, reverberating through the living room as a violent thumping against the security door echoed ominously. A tight knot formed in Sully's chest as he seized a kitchen knife and a hammer, opening the bedroom door and stepping into the living room. Sunlight streamed in from the balcony, dissipating the shadows that had lingered in his heart, alleviating much of his initial dread. Watching the security door tremble, he could not help but grip the knife and hammer tightly. The force against the door must surely be a transformed corpse creature. He had already acquired 4 spirit sources and needed only 1 more to reach the coveted level of 5/5. What transformations might await him then? A flicker of hope ignited within him, wishing that the entity battering at the door was indeed a corpse creature. Peering through the peephole of the security door, he gasped in horror. Beyond the glass, the long corridor was filled with shadows. At least 7 or 8 figures could be discerned. These figures, a mix of men and women, young and old, were drenched, their faces pale and swollen, with lifeless, unblinking eyes staring vacantly, devoid of any vitality. These were all transformed corpses. Sully was utterly unprepared for the sight of so many of these grotesque beings gathered in the corridor. Amidst them, he spotted a familiar face, a young woman he recognized as his neighbor, always stylishly dressed. Though they had exchanged a few glances, he had never learned her name. Now, witnessing her transformed into one of these abominations, aimlessly wandering the corridor, an indescribable sorrow welled up within him. Despite having encountered several corpse creatures before, Their deaths had not struck him as profoundly. However, seeing someone he once knew now lost to monstrosity felt like a heavy blockage in his heart, an overwhelming sadness. The security door continued to shudder violently under the relentless assault of the transformed beings, their strength formidable and unyielding. Sully felt an icy chill enveloping him. Through the peephole, he observed that the grotesque creatures were not only battering against the security door of his home, but also assaulting the entrance of the adjacent residence. Once inhabited by a fashionable young woman, the door of the young couple's abode stood ajar, allowing glimpses of the grotesque beings as they entered and exited. Drifting like disembodied spirits. What should he do? So many monsters. A wave of dread coursed through Sully as he retreated, casting a glance at the balcony. Although these creatures found it arduous to breach the security door, should they exhibit a modicum of cunning, they could easily plunge into the water and then ascend through the window. With this thought, Sully hastily maneuvered the living room sofa. Leveraging the immense strength of his arms, which now possessed a force exceeding 300 to 400 pounds, he positioned the sofa against the balcony window. Though it could not entirely thwart the grotesque beings, it provided a semblance of security. Subsequently, he shifted the coffee table to the bathroom, erecting it to block the small window there as well. Even if it could not prevent entry, should a creature burst in, he would at least hear the commotion. The greatest fear was being caught unawares by these monsters, which would spell certain doom. After barricading every movable object against the windows, he was drenched in sweat and suddenly realized that the sounds of the creatures pounding against the security door had ceased. Rushing to the corridor, he peered through the peephole once more. The hallway lay empty and damp. The creatures that had just attacked now vanished. Suddenly, a thud reverberated as the sofa he had placed against the balcony quivered. They were coming. A mix of anxiety and anticipation surged within him. A pale, swollen hand emerged from above the sofa. Sully dashed forward, bracing his body against the sofa with all his strength. Soon, a second hand reached in through the window, grasping the sofa. The ensuing impact escalated in ferocity, and Sully found himself unable to withstand it. He watched helplessly as the sofa and himself were shoved aside, allowing a drenched, grotesque creature to crawl in. Behind it, a horde of similar beings clamored to force their way inside. With a knife in hand, Sully swung down at the first creature that breached the threshold. Though he understood the futility of resisting against so many, he had no choice but to fight for his life, clinging to the hope of a slim chance of survival. He was merely one spirit essence away from achieving 5. According to the knowledge that flickered in his mind, absorbing this final essence might induce a transformation, his only glimmer of hope for survival. Of course, if he were mistaken, or if this transformation did not align with his desires, he would meet his end here. After all, in a one-on-one or even two-on-one scenario, he still had a flicker of hope, but facing an entire horde of grotesque beings left him with no path to salvation. The creature reacted with remarkable agility, shifting its body and raising its right arm to deflect the descending knife, shielding its head. The sole fatal weakness of these monstrous corpses lies within their heads. Injuries sustained elsewhere have no impact whatsoever. The kitchen knife plunged deep into the raised right arm of the undead creature, while Sully's iron hammer followed closely, striking the creature's forehead with tremendous force. From yesterday to now, he has battled for such monstrosities, each growing stronger, while he himself also evolved, transitioning from a state of frantic struggle to one of accrued experience. Intentionally, he initiated the assault with the kitchen knife, anticipating that the creature would instinctively dodge or block it, thus revealing his true lethal blow, the hammer that followed. This time, his prediction was accurate. The creature deflected the knife, but was unable to evade or block the hammer. With nearly all his might, Sully brought the hammer down, and the creature's forehead shattered with a resounding crack, flesh and white matter erupting forth in a gruesome display. The creature was sent sprawling forward, and immediately behind it, 2 more undead rushed in with frenzied intent. At that very moment, the sofa was overturned, and Sully glanced out the balcony window to see a horde of these monstrous beings converging, at least 5 or 6 of them, causing him to inhale sharply, his heart constricting, a chill creeping down his spine. Before he could contemplate further, one of the creatures collided with his face, causing blood to gush from his nose. A ringing in his ears. His left hand, clutching the kitchen knife, suddenly throbbed with pain, and the knife slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground, only to be bitten by another creature that latched onto his hand. All this transpired in an instant. Disregarding the agony in his face and hand, Sully lifted his foot and kicked at the creature that had struck him, aiming to push it away. However, as he did so, another creature seized his foot. Realizing the peril he was in, he felt a violent tug as the undead grasped his leg. Unsteady, he was yanked backward, crashing to the ground and colliding with the sofa, which toppled with a resounding thud against the wall. Before he could struggle to his feet, 2 more creatures lunged at him, pinning him down. their faces contorted with malice. One reached out to grasp his throat while the other, mouth agape in a frenzied snarl, lunged for his face. A chill of terror coursed through him, rendering him breathless, as feelings of resentment and despair surged within. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye. From the moment he shattered the skull of the first creature with his hammer to being overwhelmed by 3 others. Scarcely 2 or 3 seconds had elapsed. When he felt the tightening grip around his neck, a sudden warmth enveloped his forehead. As a surge of energy flowed into his body, Sully understood that the initial creature he had struck with the hammer, which he had attacked with all his strength, had finally allowed its internal essence to merge with him. In that instant, he felt engulfed in flames, the pain of his constricted neck fading into oblivion. A torrent of information flooded his mind. Ling Yuan, 5-5 promotion successful level 1 Ling Yuan practitioner Ling Yuan, 0-10 abdomen, lungs. Can choose to enhance one of them. These messages suddenly appeared in Su Li's mind, igniting a fiery sensation throughout his body. As a surge of new power welled up within him, this power was immensely potent, enabling Su Li to roll over with great force, toppling the 2 corpse monsters that had been pinning him down. According to the information in his mind, he was now a level 1 Ling Yuan practitioner. And the transformation associated with this elevation was monumental, significantly amplifying his strength. After flipping off the 2 corpse monsters, Su Li swiftly rose to his feet, letting out a fierce roar as he swung the iron hammer in his right hand, striking another corpse monster that had just lunged at him. Although he did not hit its head, the tremendous force of the hammer crashed into the monster's chest, creating a gaping hole and shattering its ribs. The impact sent the creature staggering back, colliding with another corpse monster that had just crawled in from the balcony. With no time to retrieve the kitchen knife lying on the ground, Su Li turned and sprinted toward the bedroom, despite having become a level 1 Ling Yuan practitioner. With greatly enhanced strength and speed, being surrounded by a horde of corpse monsters remained perilous, and he intended to retreat to the safety of his bedroom. He dashed into the room and firmly shut and locked the door behind him. Only a second or 2 behind him, the corpse monsters surged forward, violently battering against the door. Su Li braced his body against the door, enduring the relentless impacts from the creatures outside, while his mind processed the information he had just acquired. The most striking detail was undoubtedly the option to enhance either the abdomen or the lungs. Following the guidance of this information, he faced a choice between strengthening his abdomen or lungs. The abdomen is essential for digestion, while the lungs are vital for respiration. Su Li immediately recalled the agonizing experience of being choked by a corpse monster, unable to breathe, and without hesitation, chose to enhance his lungs. Instantly, a new message appeared in his mind: lung enhancement commencing understanding, strong lungs I. Soon, Su Li felt a warm current emanating from the area of his lungs, accompanied by a remarkable sensation of transformation and fortification. Then, new information flooded his mind, elucidating the function of strong lungs I. His lung capacity had doubled. A single breath now allowed him to hold his breath for over 3 minutes. The enhancement was strikingly evident, filling Su Li with astonishment and delight. He pondered the implications of the city being submerged in water. An increase in lung capacity meant he could hold his breath for extended periods, augmenting his survival abilities in an aquatic environment. He was relieved to have chosen to enhance his lungs, though he wondered what capabilities might have been gained from enhancing his abdomen. Surely, it wouldn't merely improve digestion by a factor of 2, with food already scarce. Faster digestion would only lead to greater hunger. As Su Li found himself lost in thought, the sound of a violent impact against the door grew increasingly louder. The wooden barrier could barely withstand the assault, gradually succumbing to cracks, while the lock began to bend ominously, on the verge of being kicked open. With all his might, Su Li braced his body against the door, calculating the imminent breach. Just as the lock was about to yield completely, he skillfully sidestepped. With a resounding crash, the lock flew off, and the door swung ajar, allowing a grotesque, reanimated creature to tumble inside. Anticipating this moment, Su Li deftly sidestepped and, wielding a heavy hammer, struck the creature forcefully at the back of its skull. Now a level 1 spirit user, his strength had significantly increased. The blow carried an immense weight of at least 400 to 500 pounds. Upon impact, the creature's head exploded like a watermelon, shards of skull mingling with brain matter and blood, splattering across the room. The decapitated creature fell heavily into the bedroom, and a white spore shot towards Su Li's forehead, flooding his mind with new information. Level 1 spirit user, spirit energy 110. This revelation illuminated the path ahead for Su Li. To ascend from a level 1 spirit user, he required a total of 10 spirit energy sources, necessitating the demise of 9 more reanimated beings. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. What abilities would he acquire with another breakthrough? Having obliterated the creature's head, Su Li firmly positioned himself at the doorway. His elevation to a level 1 spirit user signified not merely an increase in strength, but a comprehensive evolution of his capabilities, enhancing his power, speed, reflexes, vision, hearing, and sensory perception. The doorway was narrow, preventing the horde of reanimated creatures from overwhelming him. By guarding the threshold, he effectively minimized the threat to 2 creatures at most. With his augmented strength and speed, wielding the hammer felt increasingly effortless. As he faced the 2 creatures pushing through the doorway, he delivered a powerful kick, striking one squarely in the abdomen. The force of the blow sent it tumbling backward, colliding with another creature behind it. Meanwhile, Su Li swung his hammer at the second creature that had managed to enter, raising its arm in a futile attempt to defend itself. The creature's limb cracked audibly upon impact, but Su Li was quicker. Following up with another strike, he aimed for its forehead, the hammer connecting with a sickening crunch, splattering gore across his face and body. As the creature collapsed, its white fur receding, another spore shot forth. And Su Li's mind was soon flooded with new information. Level 1 Spirit User, Spirit Energy 210. Having absorbed the new spirit energy, Su Li felt a renewed surge of power within him. Although the increase was less pronounced than the initial boost he had received from his first spirit energy source. In the living room, mutated corpses remained. This time, Su Li boldly charged out of the door, suddenly feeling that these creatures were no longer terrifying. Having just dispatched 2 of them with relative ease, he found himself filled with confidence. With speed, strength, and reflexes that overwhelmed the mutated corpses, he surged forward, delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the creature that had lunged at him was sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground. Su Li swung the iron hammer in his right hand, striking another mutated corpse. This one was caught off guard, its head caving in as it toppled sideways, colliding with the wall, leaving a stark splash of bright crimson on the previously pristine white surface. Another white essence shot forth. Level 1 Essence User, Essence 310. Su Li took a deep breath. With 3 mutated corpses left, they no longer posed a threat. Fearlessly, he charged forward. And as the creature he had just kicked began to rise, he smashed its head, claiming yet another essence. After he crushed the last of the moving mutated corpses, a new message echoed in his mind. Level 1 Essence User, Essence 610. At this moment, Su Li paused, drenched in blood, finally feeling the fatigue in his arms after slaying 7 mutated corpses. Though his physical prowess had significantly increased, he still felt weary. Surveying the scattered bodies around him, he swayed and collapsed onto the floor, breathing heavily. Despite his exhaustion, his spirit remained exhilarated. Just 4 more essences, and he would have 10. He wondered what new transformations awaited him. After resting for a while and regaining his strength, Su Li rose, retrieved the kitchen knife he had discarded by the balcony, and opened the security door to begin moving the corpses outside. Initially, he considered tossing them off the balcony, but fearing that the bodies and the accompanying stench might attract unwanted attention, he decided instead to temporarily pile them in the corridor. Strangely, although the temperature in October was not particularly low, the corpses showed no signs of decay. Otherwise, they would have begun to emit a foul odor by now. Yet, after a day of experiencing so many bizarre and illogical events, the lack of decomposition seemed inconsequential. After moving the bodies outside, Su Li made his way to the bathroom with the knife and hammer to clean himself up. Though he had prepared 2 large basins of water, he hesitated to waste it, merely using a small amount to wash his face and hands before changing out of his bloodstained clothes. He then retrieved a pack of instant noodles. Having eaten nothing since the previous night, he was ravenous. Noticing the floor becoming increasingly damp, he realized that the water level was slowly rising, and it would not be long before this place became uninhabitable. With only enough food to last 3 or 4 days, he knew he could not simply remain here and wait idly for his fate. Once he gathered 10 essences, he expected to grow stronger, and leaving at that point would be safer. Su Li had formulated a plan. The reanimated corpses no longer instilled fear in him. Yet he remained apprehensive of the unknown creatures lurking in the water. Every ounce of strength he possessed translated into a glimmer of hope for survival. Having boiled water, he prepared instant noodles, inhaling their enticing aroma, which nearly made his mouth water. Due to the scarcity of food, Su Li refrained from indulgence, exercising restraint throughout the day. Only when hunger became unbearable would he allow himself to eat a morsel, and earlier, he had merely nibbled on a biscuit to stave off his hunger. However, upon whiffing the fragrant steam of the noodles, he found it impossible to resist, convinced that this was the most delectable meal in existence. After finishing the noodles, he slurped up every drop of broth, feeling an indescribable warmth and comfort envelop him. With his hunger satiated, armed with a kitchen knife and a hammer, Su Li unlocked the security door, peering into the eerily silent corridor outside. Stepping out, he found himself before the door of a once-occupied apartment belonging to a young couple. The security door was ajar, prompting Su Li to push it open, hopeful for a discovery. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. Earlier, While rummaging through his backpack for the noodles and biscuits, the thought struck him that the couple's door had been left open, perhaps suggesting the presence of food or supplies within. The apartment appeared to have been deserted for some time, dust coating every surface. Observing the spilled noodle broth on the table, Sully speculated that the couple must have left in haste, likely in a panic upon realizing the impending flood. Yet, the timeline did not align. Shaking his head in frustration, he decided to dismiss these strange thoughts and instead meticulously searched every nook and cranny, hoping to uncover something of value. He first scoured the kitchen but found nothing. Then, pushing open a bedroom door, he was greeted by a photograph hanging above the bed, a wedding portrait of the young couple. This must have been their sanctuary. In the bedroom, Sully stumbled upon several items: a bank card, an identification card revealing the couple's names, Zhang Wu and Li Wan, and, within a cabinet, a stash of cash amounting to over 1,000 yuan, along with some jewelry, including a diamond ring and a necklace, which appeared to be quite valuable. Despite the allure of these possessions, Sully refrained from taking anything in his current situation. Their combined worth paled in comparison to the practicality of a single packet of instant noodles. Chapter 0014, The Giant Frog Returning to the Living Room. Sully opened the refrigerator and discovered 2 bottles of mineral water and a beverage, all unopened. He placed them into a plastic bag to take with him. Initially, Sully had hoped to find a more formidable weapon, yet he was unable to locate anything superior to the kitchen knife and hammer for the time being. He would have to rely on these tools. Aside from the 2 bottles of mineral water and the beverage, Sully's most significant find was a large plastic storage box, measuring 170 liters, filled with an assortment of clothing. He was quite pleased upon seeing it and eagerly began to remove the garments. As he pondered how to store water, he realized this container could hold a substantial amount. Sully was already formulating plans to depart from this place, and besides food, water was another crucial consideration. Although the outside was abundant with water, its cleanliness and potability remained uncertain. Determined to utilize the remaining time wisely, he decided to boil extra water in his kettle. Given the absence of insulation, transporting large quantities of boiling water was impractical. However, he could carry cool, boiled water, which was at least much cleaner and more hygienic. The most pressing issue was the lack of suitable bottles for holding a considerable amount of cool boiled water. While there were a few cups and water bottles in the house, their capacities were limited. Upon discovering the storage box, Sully was elated. Such a large container could easily accommodate over 100 liters of cool boiled water, sufficient for many days of use. In addition to the storage box and 3 bottles of water, he also gathered oil, salt, seasonings, and a small bag of rice he found in the kitchen. The half bag of rice filled him with joy, as it signified the possibility of cooking meals, a precious commodity in these times of food scarcity. He carefully placed the oil, salt, and rice into his bedroom before continuing to boil water and clean the storage box. Unsure if the storage box could withstand the scalding water, Sully refrained from pouring it in directly. Instead, he allowed the water to cool slightly before transferring it into the container. For a while, he prepared more hot water, intermittently observing the situation outside. He anticipated the appearance of more mutated corpses, hoping to collect 10 spirit sources, yet the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Devoid of any movement or new mutated monsters, the world seemed to have fallen into a hushed stillness. In his boredom, Sully's mind wandered to various thoughts, including the idea of using a rope to ascend to the rooftop, then lowering himself down to open a window and explore the neighboring house for food. After some contemplation, he ultimately deemed it too perilous. Should a mutated creature appear while he was descending, it would spell trouble. Thus, the day came to a close. The storage box was now filled with cool boiled water, and Sully securely fastened the lid before cautiously moving it into his bedroom, where he stacked these vital supplies together. The sun at the horizon has vanished, and Sully gazes from the balcony, witnessing the distant sky ablaze with the hues of sunset, a spectacle reminiscent of a fiery conflagration. He recognizes this as Fire Cloud, a magnificent display. Yet his heart is shrouded in oppressive emotions. As he contemplates the crimson sky, a moment of disorientation envelopes him. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoes from the corridor, jolting Sully from his reverie, igniting a spark of excitement within him. After such a prolonged wait, had the mutated corpses finally reappeared? He had been anticipating their arrival. And now, with only 4 more to encounter, he would have enough to gather 10 spirit sources. Grasping a knife and a hammer, Sully refrains from immediately opening the security door. Instead, he leans against the peephole, peering into the corridor, eager to assess the number of mutated corpses outside. What greets his eyes is a heap of bodies, remnants he had previously disposed of, now accumulating along the corridor's edge. In that moment, as the glass shattered, a colossal creature began to claw its way through the corridor window. Sully inhaled sharply, momentarily paralyzed into silence. What he beheld was not a mutated corpse, but a grotesque creature unlike any he had ever encountered. This creature resembled a gigantic frog with a triangular head, a broad and flat body, and its back adorned with numerous wart-like protrusions. Nearly 2 meters in length and as wide as a round table, it was a vibrant green, crowned with a single enormous eye at its center. Such a being seemed to belong solely to the realms of literature or cinema. Sully had never heard of such a terrifying entity existing in reality. Recalling a documentary he had once watched, he remembered that the largest frog in the world is the African Goliath frog, which can reach lengths of up to 30 centimeters. Even with its legs extended, it would measure nearly a meter. However, this one-eyed monstrosity dwarfed the Goliath frog by several magnitudes. Holding his breath, Sully watched as the giant frog opened its cavernous maw, extending a blood-red tongue to ensnare the thigh of a corpse, dragging it outward. Within the depths of its gaping mouth, rows of razor-sharp teeth glistened ominously. As the tongue gripped the corpse's thigh and yanked, the mouth clamped down, devouring the flesh with a gruesome ferocity, exposing the stark whiteness of bone beneath the mangled remains. This was undoubtedly the creature. Sully's eyes narrowed slightly, his grip on the knife and hammer tightening, the veins on the back of his hands standing out, betraying his anxiety. He had confirmed that this enormous, single-eyed frog was indeed the aquatic creature that had previously instilled in him a sense of unease. The sight of the corpse being consumed left no doubt that it was responsible for the previous mutilations. Just how formidable was this giant frog? Could he contend with it? After such a long wait for it to emerge from the water, should he seize this opportunity to eliminate it? Otherwise, if it were to retreat into the depths once more, the danger would escalate exponentially. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Sully's mind. Yet he found himself lacking absolute certainty. He was unaware of the immense power possessed by the colossal frog before him. Gazing at the fortified door, he could not summon the courage to attempt to open it. To confront the creature now would be far too perilous. The most prudent course of action would be to wait until he acquired 4 more spirit sources, thereby increasing his strength. At that point, he could devise a plan to eliminate it. Since the creature was able to ascend today, it should be possible to lure it again in the future. With this notion in mind, Sully involuntarily exhaled softly, and his previously clenched hands relaxed slightly. Just then, the massive frog, which had been feasting on a corpse, abruptly tilted its head. The enormous eyeball, situated at the center of its flat head, rolled ominously and suddenly fixated on the direction of the fortified door. Chapter 0015. Stubbornness. Sully stood before the peephole of the security door, perceiving the immense single eye as if it were peering through the aperture, fixated upon him. An inexplicable chill coursed through him as the colossal frog abruptly ceased its gnawing on the corpse. With a powerful push of its hind legs, its massive form surged forward like a gust of wind. Sully gripped his hands tightly. The peephole was suddenly obscured by the creature, rendering everything outside invisible. This was immediately followed by a thunderous crash, causing the security door to shudder and dust to cascade from the frame. The enormous frog collided with the door with tremendous force, producing a series of resounding impacts. The vibrations reverberated through the door, sending a jolt through Sully, who instinctively recoiled. Although the frog could not breach the security door, the sheer power of its assault sent dust raining down from the surrounding walls, a testament to the formidable force it wielded. Grateful that he had not recklessly charged outside, Sully recognized the sheer terror of this creature's might. Observing the tremors of the door, he noted the cracks forming in the lime plaster where it joined the wall, with a significant amount of debris cascading downwards. Despite the knowledge that the giant frog could not break through, the intensity of its onslaught kept Sully on edge. He gripped his kitchen knife and hammer tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging like tiny earthworms. Suddenly, the cacophony ceased. Had the creature given up? Sully hurriedly leaned forward to peer through the peephole once more, only to witness the massive frog retreating down the corridor, distancing itself from the door. A deep gash marred its flattened head, from which blood oozed slowly. The giant frog had retreated a good 5 or 6 meters, paused briefly, and then propelled itself forward once more, charging at the security door with astonishing speed. Sully observed, feeling a shiver run down his spine, how doggedly persistent this creature was. Even injured, it showed no signs of relinquishing its assault, embodying a tenacious resolve. With a thunderous roar, this impact produced an even greater noise and violent tremors. More tiny fissures appeared in the plaster walls around the doorframe, with dust scattering in abundance. The giant frog retreated once again, gathering strength for another charge at the security door. This relentless cycle continued, the wound on its head widening with each collision, though the blood flowing from it remained minimal. Sully, watching intently, acknowledged that while the creature could not breach the door, a sense of dread began to take root within him. This frenzied, obstinate beast was indeed terrifying. A direct encounter would be an unyielding struggle. Fortunately, the security door was sufficiently robust, safeguarding him from the creature's wrath. Standing behind the security door, Sully peered through the peephole, silently observing the giant frog as it retreated once more. The wound on its head became increasingly ghastly, yet the flow of blood had entirely ceased. Surprisingly, from within the gash, Tufts of delicate white fur began to emerge, initially subtle, but gradually becoming more pronounced with each retreat. It was a manifestation of spiritual essence. Sully inhaled deeply. As the colossal frog increased the distance once more, I initially anticipated another collision. However, it unexpectedly retreated, not charging forward this time, but rather pivoted and leapt with sudden ferocity, crashing against the window of the adjacent corridor. The frame contorted outward upon impact, and its flattened body squeezed through, with a resounding splash as it vanished into the water outside the corridor window. At last, it had relinquished its pursuit, watching it return to the depths. Sully exhaled softly in relief. Yet, a thought struck him, causing his fingers to tense involuntarily as he turned towards the nearby balcony. His home south balcony was in close proximity to the corridor. Considering the relentless determination of the giant frog as it battered against the security door, even to the point of bloodshed, he found it hard to believe it had truly abandoned its quest. Could it be? A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. And just as he glanced towards the balcony, a sudden splash echoed, and a massive shadow leapt from the water, its forelimbs resting upon the edge of the balcony window. A grotesquely flat head intruding into his space. From the gaping wound atop its head, tufts of white fur emerged, resembling a grotesque mouth mocking Sully's navet. Its enormous single eye widened, the eyeball rolling menacingly within, exuding a terrifying malevolence. A profound sense of danger gripped Sully's heart, bitterness flooding his mouth as he recalled the speed and terrifying force with which the giant frog had struck the security door. The consequences of being struck by such a creature were unimaginable. Yet, Sully charged forward without hesitation, seizing the moment while the beast had not fully entered. This was his sole opportunity. Should it breach the threshold into his living room, all would be lost. Having battled numerous mutated corpses prior, Sully had accrued some combat experience, understanding that this was not the time for fear. He launched himself into action, wielding both a kitchen knife and a hammer simultaneously. The knife aimed for the gaping wound on the frog's head, while the hammer targeted the rolling eyeball on its grotesque face. Should he pierce that eye, his chances of success would increase dramatically. As the giant frog thrust its head through the window, forelimbs resting on the sill, it seemed unprepared for Sully's swift reaction, charging forth without a hint of hesitation. Everything transpired in a fleeting instant. The creature did not retreat, but instead opened its cavernous maw, revealing 2 rows of diminutive teeth, while a blood-red tongue shot forth like an arrow. It possessed not only terrifying speed and strength, but its tongue, formed of powerful muscles, was its primary weapon for capturing prey. Sully felt a blur before his eyes, a foul stench assailing his senses, and instinctively veered left, yet failed to fully evade the attack. Agonizing pain shot through his right shoulder as if lashed by an iron whip, and amidst his scream, the hammer slipped from his grasp, sent flying as his body was forcefully hurled backwards. He had never anticipated the frog's tongue could wield such dreadful power. His shoulder was lacerated, and he was sent crashing away. The colossal frog exerted its strength with its forelimbs, forcing its body through the window, distorting the frames on either side, which proved utterly incapable of restraining it. As soon as it landed, it lunged menacingly towards Sully. Sully stumbled and fell to the ground, rolling to the sofa that lay toppled nearby. As she beheld the immense shadow hurtling towards her, she gritted her teeth against the searing pain in her right shoulder, heaved the sofa with a fierce roar, and unleashed the power within her, wielding the sofa as a weapon to strike down upon the creature. Chapter 0016, The Lavatory. With a resounding crash, the colossal frog lunged onto the sofa, causing Sully to tremble violently as he was forcefully thrown aside once more. The sofa, in its chaotic tumble, collided with the wall, producing a thunderous noise. Regaining his footing, Sully swiftly turned and fled towards the opposite end of the living room. This creature was not only swift and powerful but possessed a tongue that lashed out like a whip. Having confronted it head-on twice and barely surviving, he realized that further direct engagement would lead to his demise. His only recourse was to escape. The giant frog barreled through the sofa, propelling itself towards Sully with great force. In a desperate maneuver, he pivoted and dashed into the lavatory. The monstrous amphibian was but a step behind, reaching the doorway just as Sully entered. Its gaping maw opened wide, and its blood-red tongue shot forth like an arrow. The lavatory was a rectangular space, elongated yet constricted, featuring a sink and mirror near the entrance, a toilet, and a shower at the far end. Sully had calculated that the narrow confines would effectively hinder the frog's movements. Despite the evident danger, the creature, undeterred by the snug space, forced itself inside, its flat body wedged between the walls. It opened its cavernous mouth, preparing to strike with its tongue. Sully had already reached the small window. Seizing the low table that had been propped up against it, summoning all his strength, he lifted the table and hurled it toward the giant frog. Although the creature managed to squeeze in, its soft body prevented it from becoming entirely trapped. However, its mobility was severely compromised. The frog's tongue lashed out, striking the table's glass surface, which shattered into a spider web of cracks before the table came crashing down onto its head. The table splintered into countless pieces, and the giant frog crumpled to the ground in fury, gathering its strength to leap at Sully. Yet, confined by the narrowness of the lavatory, its speed was diminished. In this cramped space, Sully found himself pressed against the rear window, devoid of any escape route. The frog collided with him forcefully, leaving Sully gasping for breath, as if crushed under a heavy weight, nearly coughing up blood but feeling a flicker of relief. The creature's momentum had been stifled by the walls, preventing its full power from being unleashed. Otherwise, its might could have easily shattered his bones. Though struck by the beast, Sully was not idle. Having lost his hammer yet retaining a kitchen knife, he swiftly transferred it from his left hand to his right, gripping it tightly. Seizing this rare opportunity, he aimed a decisive blow downward. A surge of liquid erupted as the massive frog suddenly opened its gaping maw, emitting a harrowing croak, its body trembling violently in a frenzy. Sully, with all his might, struck the gigantic creature's single, enormous eye with the kitchen knife, which nearly embedded itself within, nearly cleaving the vast eyeball in two. After receiving such a devastating blow, the colossal frog lost its sight, becoming frantic and disoriented, thrashing about wildly while attempting to bite Sully with its cavernous mouth. The cramped confines of the restroom restricted both the giant frog and Sully. Internally lamenting his plight, Sully found himself cornered at the restroom's end, devoid of any room to evade. He pressed desperately against the frog's chin with his left hand, forcing it upward, while his right hand wielded the knife, striking furiously at the creature's abdomen. Both combatants fought with fervor, although the frog possessed greater strength. It was confined by the walls on either side, unable to unleash its full power. In contrast, Sully was unhindered, relentlessly hacking at the frog's belly, soon lacerating it open, with blood gushing forth and staining the tiled floor. The giant frog's offensive capabilities were limited, primarily relying on its ability to ram, bite, and use its tongue. Now trapped between the walls, its ramming attacks were futile. Sully maneuvered beneath it, pressing upwards against its chin, preventing it from using its mouth and tongue to retaliate. This allowed him to strike without reservation. Had the massive frog been able to move freely, it would have easily evaded his grasp, but now, blinded and gripped by fear and madness, it had no sense of direction, instinctively lunging forward to bite its adversary, inadvertently constricting its own movement and exposing its vulnerable abdomen to Sully's relentless assault. With each successive blow, Sully sensed the frog's struggles waning, until eventually, its thrashing ceased. Observing the creature's elongated hind legs lying still, he finally halted his strikes, panting heavily, utterly spent, and gradually sank against the wall, collapsing to the floor. Blood pooled around him, the giant frog motionless yet still suspended in midair. As he sat beneath its belly, awakening from a frenzied state, the pungent scent of blood filled his nostrils. He beheld the frog's abdomen, nearly obliterated by his strikes, with its innards spilling out. Suddenly, a white, fluffy orb burst forth from the frog's mangled belly, striking him squarely on the forehead. And a surge of information flooded his mind. Level 1 Spirit Source user. Spirit Source 810. Sully felt a jolt of realization. Slaying a giant frog had granted him 2 spirit sources at once. At that very moment, a wave of intense heat enveloped him, coursing through his entire being. The fiery pain in his right shoulder began to dissipate as the wound healed, and a newfound strength surged within his previously exhausted body. Sully, invigorated, leaned against the wall for support and gradually rose to his feet, attempting to push the massive corpse of the giant frog obstructing the restroom. Suddenly, he noticed the enormous eyes of the creature's head rapidly withering away. Chapter 0017. The gaze of the eye. This enormous eyeball was nearly cleaved in two by his kitchen knife, from which a viscous mixture of black and white fluid flowed forth. To his astonishment, it began to wither and shrink at an observable rate, rapidly reducing to the size of a marble. With a sudden whoosh, it detached from its socket and shot towards Sully. Caught off guard, Sully was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. However, the speed at which the shrinking eyeball raced towards him was too swift for him to evade. He felt a sharp pain at his brow, akin to being pricked by a needle. He hurriedly reached up to touch it, but found nothing amiss. What was happening? Could this eyeball be a source of spiritual energy, albeit in a different form? Just then, a surge of new information flooded his mind. He acquired the incomplete gaze symbol. Ability allows one to gaze upon spirit beasts and obtain basic information about them. The incomplete gaze symbol can evolve, ultimately forming a third eye. The third eye possesses mysterious abilities. As Sully pondered the enigmatic powers of the third eye, the information abruptly faded from his consciousness. He extended his hand to gently touch his brow, digesting the myriad pieces of information he had just received, filled with astonishment, unexpectedness, and above all, delight. He had never anticipated that by vanquishing this formidable giant frog, he would not only acquire 2 sources of spiritual energy but also this elusive gaze symbol. Though it was an incomplete version, According to the information, it could be used to scrutinize the details of spirit beasts, and surely, this creature before him was one. As he contemplated, he focused his thoughts to activate the gaze symbol. Instantly, several red threads appeared between his brows, coalescing into a blurry vertical eye pattern, resembling a faintly etched tattoo of an eye. In the state of activating the gaze symbol, as Sully surveyed the colossal corpse of the giant frog, new information once again materialized in his mind. One-eyed frog, an elite among first-tier spirit beasts, preys on lower-tier corpse beasts, exhibiting extreme ferocity. Once it fixates on its prey, it never relents until either it or its target is vanquished. It can evolve into the more advanced one-eyed frog king. And defeating a one-eyed frog carries a certain probability of acquiring the special skill gaze symbol. As he absorbed the information manifesting in his mind, the vertical eye pattern slowly faded from his brow. Fascinating. So this creature is called the one-eyed frog, truly deserving of its title as an elite among first-tier spirit beasts. It is indeed more powerful than I. Thankfully, its intellect is somewhat lacking. Sully then maneuvered the corpse of the one-eyed frog, which had been lodged in the bathroom, into the living room, discarding it on the floor. Gazing at the disemboweled remains, he felt a lingering trepidation. The strength of this one-eyed frog was undoubtedly superior to his own. Its demise was attributed to a stroke of luck and the advantageous geography of the bathroom. Otherwise, in an open space, even two of himself might have struggled to contend with it. As he mused, Sully picked up the hammer that lay discarded by the balcony and approached the security door. He first peered through the peephole to survey the corridor outside, where the bodies remained piled up in grim heaps. After a moment of contemplation, Sully unlocked the security door and gazed at the corpses before him. Activating the scrying sigil, a slender vertical pattern manifested between his brows once more. Initially, he merely sought to experiment, yet unexpectedly, new information surfaced within his mind, detailing these cadavers. They were known as corpse beasts, the lowest tier of infected spirit source beasts, which could potentially evolve into higher-level corpse beasts through mutual consumption. Moreover, it was evident that all these deceased humans had succumbed to infection, transforming into corpse beasts. Indeed, they were capable of evolution. Sully pondered deeply, recalling how this pile of corpses had attracted the solitary-eyed frog. It was undeniably unsafe to continue leaving them here, as one could never predict what dreadful monstrosity might be drawn to the scene. Should a low-level corpse beast appear, it might serve him well, allowing him to slay a couple more and achieve a breakthrough in spirit source. However, if a creature akin to the solitary-eyed frog were to emerge, it would spell trouble. Although he had successfully vanquished one, luck had played a considerable role. Should another arrive, the outcome was uncertain, and he was unwilling to take such risks. Sully initially intended to discard the bodies into the water outside the corridor, but upon reflection, he feared that such an act might invite even greater peril. After careful deliberation, he resolved to pile the corpses atop the roof. Even if this attracted monsters, it would be preferable to lure them there rather than leaving the bodies in the corridor or casting them into the water. With his newfound strength, boasting at least 500 pounds of force in each arm, he found it effortless to lift the corpses, managing to grasp two at a time. In no time, he had transported all the bodies to the rooftop, where they were amassed. By now, twilight had deepened, and night had fallen. Sully gazed into the distance at another building, an equally tall 30-story structure, submerged save for its roof, which emerged above the water's surface, approximately 40 to 50 meters away. He occasionally cast a glance that way, yet had seen no signs of life. Regardless, he felt compelled to investigate. Even if he found no survivors, he might stumble upon provisions. With darkness fully enveloping the surroundings, the night heralded an increase in danger, and Sully dared not linger. He swiftly descended the stairs, secured his door, and then regarded the corpse of the solitary-eyed frog left in his living room. Initially, he had intended to transport this body to the roof as well, yet hesitated, for the substantial number of corpses up there posed a significant risk of attracting monsters. Although the human remains had transformed into corpse beasts and he dared not consume them, the solitary-eyed frog was a different matter altogether. In Sully's eyes, the solitary-eyed frog represented a substantial source of edible flesh. With food in short supply, the frog appeared to offer ample sustenance. Thus, he decided to leave it here for the time being. After careful consideration, Sully decided to retain the carcass of the one-eyed frog. It was now mid-October, and the temperature was not particularly low, with an average of around 20 degrees during the day and 10 degrees at night. However, it remained uncertain whether this was due to some alteration in the rules of this world or the nature of these corpses as spirit source beasts. Their decomposition was significantly slower than that of ordinary corpses, at least when he went to transport the remains of those beast corpses. He did not detect any foul odor nor any signs of impending decay. Otherwise, had it been the carcass of a common creature, such conditions would have surely produced a stench by now. From this detail, it seemed that the body of the one-eyed frog would not decay for the time being and might be preserved for a while. With no electricity, The living room had descended into complete darkness. Armed with a kitchen knife, he initially intended to dismember the carcass and carve some meat. But the oppressive darkness compelled Sully to abandon that thought. Chapter 0018, the corpse beast recalling that his mobile phone could provide illumination. Sully retrieved it only to discover that the battery was dwindling to a mere 3%, on the verge of shutting down. He pondered the current state of Wang Lan, his girlfriend, and sighed heavily. On the screen was a captivating photograph of her, long hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with a fringe that accentuated her pure and clean demeanor. This image, a cherished wallpaper, brought forth a wave of melancholy. The city had been ravaged by a catastrophic flood, and Sully dared not dwell on what fate had befallen Wang Lan, whether she was alive or dead. Merely contemplating her situation filled him with a profound sorrow, casting a shadow over his spirit. Today was the 16th, a Friday, and tomorrow they had planned to hike Dragon Waterfall Mountain together. Since awakening yesterday morning to find the city submerged, less than 2 days had passed. Yet for Sully, it felt as though a century had unfolded, as he experienced the true essence of days dragging on like years. With a heavy heart, he gently set his phone aside, aware that it could not be charged and would soon power down. Although the flashlight remained as a source of light, he hesitated to use it. In this time of scarcity, such a resource had become invaluable. He carefully stowed it in his backpack alongside the meager remaining supplies, reluctant to waste anything. Let it be for now, he resolved. Everything can wait until dawn. He placed the corpse of the one-eyed frog in the living room, where the ground had grown increasingly damp, revealing patches of water. Sully moved the sofa into the bedroom, intending to rest upon it for the night. In the bedroom, apart from the cabinet propping the window and the upright bed frame, there lay his makeshift wooden raft, 2 basins filled with tap water, a storage box brimming with boiled water, and a travel backpack containing food and essential tools. With the sofa now added, the room felt nearly suffocatingly full. He had contemplated bringing the one-eyed frog's corpse into the bedroom as well, but the pungent stench was too overwhelming. He feared that, with the windows and doors sealed tight, he would be unable to sleep amid such odor, so he left it in the more ventilated living room and returned to the bedroom. Moreover, a flicker of hope lingered within him that the corpse might attract the low-level corpse beast he desperately needed for their spiritual essence. After closing the door, he paused, then reopened it to retrieve a kitchen knife, meticulously carving away at the edge of the door. Soon, he had removed a small section, creating a gap of approximately 1 centimeter. Through this slit, he could observe the living room, allowing him to monitor any happenings outside while remaining concealed within. The door lock was broken, rendering it impossible to secure, so Sully maneuvered the sofa to brace against the door. Collapsing onto the sofa, Sully found himself in a state of heightened excitement. Though his eyes were closed, slumber eluded him. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, drifting from memories of his parents to reflections on Wang Lan, to the realization of his entrapment in this place. Pondering where to go next and how many other survivors like himself remained in this city. How many had evacuated before the flood? This city lay submerged. What of the others? After 2 days of confinement, the initial hope for rescue began to wane, replaced by a creeping dread of the calamity wrought by the deluge, which might be more terrifying than he had ever imagined. The drowned souls had transformed into mindless, predatory corpses, while the emergence of the unprecedented creature known as the single-eyed frog hinted at a world irrevocably altered. The mystical energies he had harnessed, the newfound strength he wielded, and the arcane sigils he had come to master all suggested that the rules and rationalities he once relied upon had disintegrated. The future loomed before him, shrouded in uncertainty. As he spiraled deeper into his tumultuous thoughts, time slipped away, and eventually, Sully succumbed to sleep, yet burdened by an overwhelming tide of concerns. His rest was shallow and fraught with tension. A peculiar sound roused him from his slumber, a faint, gnawing noise that emanated from the living room. Startled, he bolted upright on the sofa, instinctively reaching for the kitchen knife and hammer that lay beside him. Gripping these makeshift weapons, he felt a slight ease wash over him, holding his breath as he intently listened to the sound echoing from the other room. The gnawing persisted, reminiscent of something feasting. His thoughts immediately turned to the corpse of the single-eyed frog that lay in the living room. Cautiously, he crept toward the door, positioning himself to peer through the crack. The weak moonlight filtering in from the balcony illuminated the darkened room, revealing several shadowy figures surrounding the remains of the single-eyed frog, devouring its flesh. By the time Sully beheld the scene, the creature's body had already been partially consumed. With a surge of determination, he activated his arcane sigils, and an eye-like symbol materialized upon his forehead, flooding his mind with information. Corpse Beast, the lowest tier of infected spirit source creatures, capable of evolving into higher forms through mutual consumption. Each shadow he observed triggered a repetitive stream of insights, confirming that these ravenous figures were indeed lowly corpse beasts, born from the infection of drowned humans. For Sully, these creatures posed no real threat. Rather, they embodied the very essence he sought. He required merely 2 more spirit sources to complete his collection of 10, and in his eyes, these corpse beasts represented a bounty of potential. With the assurance of safety, Sully wasted no time in pushing the sofa aside, flinging open the door, and charging forth, knife and hammer in hand. Suddenly, Sully emerged, startling the voracious corpse beasts that were feasting. They all lifted their heads. And soon 2 of the creatures rose to their feet, lunging towards Sully, although night enveloped the scene. The moonlight illuminated their movements sufficiently for Sully to perceive them with clarity. To his eyes, the actions of the approaching corpse beasts appeared languid. He could effortlessly evade or deflect their assault. With a swift kick, he launched himself forward, his speed far surpassing that of the lunging beasts, sending the one on his left hurtling away. In one fluid motion, his right arm swung the hammer, striking with precision against the skull of the beast on his right. Chapter 0019, Muscle Growth in a swift, decisive blow, the head of the corpse beast shattered, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. A spirit source emerged, hurtling towards Sully's forehead. New information flooded his mind. Level 1 Spirit Source User. Spirit Source 910. Excitement surged in Sully's heart. He was merely 1 spirit source away from his goal. With a low shout, he charged forward. The corpse beasts, as if awakened, abandoned their feast on the single-eyed frog's body and converged upon Sully en masse. Aside from the one he had just dispatched, 5 others remained before him. Sully silently calculated, feeling a tinge of regret at the meager number of corpse beasts present. He had developed a fondness for these low-level creatures, which, despite their lack of strength, provided him with spirit sources. The more, the merrier. In a flash, Sully's eyes tracked the trajectories of the low-level corpse beast's attacks, effortlessly evading them, and his hammer struck down once more. With a resounding thud, another corpse beast collapsed. A spirit source emerging and soaring towards Sully. Level 1 Spirit Source User. Spirit Source 1010. It was done. Sully felt a rush of exhilaration. As his spirit source reached 1010, a powerful wave of heat surged through his body, followed by an explosion of formidable strength. In that moment, his power, speed, reflexes, and sensory perception, as well as his overall physical capabilities, were significantly enhanced, causing a deep, joyous stir within him. An array of messages cascaded through his mind. Commencing ascension. Ascension successful. Level 2 Spirit Source User. Spirit Source 020. Basic Enhancement. Strong Lungs Eye. Special Skill. Insightful Rune. Incomplete. Enhancement Options. Strengthen Strong Lungs Eye. Enhance the stomach. For Fortify Muscles, only one may be chosen. Feeling the surge of power within him, Sully estimated that his strength had increased by nearly 100 pounds upon becoming a Level 2 Spirit Source User. If he had previously been able to exert 500 pounds of force, he could now unleash at least 600 pounds. The remaining 4 corpse beasts charged at him. And with no time to select which enhancement to pursue, Sully swung his hammer repeatedly. Though the hammer was short, it was made of iron and possessed a certain weight. While its heft was insufficient to challenge Sully's newfound strength, it still delivered devastating power. Any target struck by his hammer would instantly shatter, even the hardest of skulls. In a single encounter, Sully crushed yet another corpse beast's skull, watching it fall as a spirit source appeared, merging with his body. However, he felt little change within himself. As his power grew, the transformative effects of the spirit sources he absorbed diminished, to the point where they were nearly negligible. Most surprising was the absence of new information following this latest absorption. What was happening? Sully paused momentarily, then swiftly dispatched the remaining 3 corpse beasts. While he successfully absorbed their spirit sources, he experienced no further changes. He now finds himself still lacking 20 essence sources necessary for further evolution. Could it be that having ascended to a level 2 essence user, the corpse beasts are now too rudimentary for him, rendering their essence extraction futile? Sully pondered this possibility. If this were indeed the case, it would signify that his quest for greater strength would become increasingly arduous, necessitating the hunt for more formidable creatures. Having advanced to a level 2 essence user, he has been granted another opportunity for enhancement, presenting him with 3 options: to further augment his strong lung type 1, to strengthen his stomach, or to enhance his muscles. Which part should I choose for enhancement? The function of strong lung type 1 is to boost lung capacity, extending breath-holding time by 2 minutes. Should he opt for this enhancement, it would likely prolong his breath-holding ability even further. However, he is curious about the potential capabilities gained from strengthening the stomach and muscles. Sully understands that for a city submerged by floods, the duration of breath-holding is of paramount importance. Nevertheless, his physical prowess has already improved, ensuring that his breath-holding time will not be less than 2 minutes, coupled with the additional 2 minutes from strong lung type 1. This means he can hold his breath for a total of 4 minutes. 4 minutes should suffice, even if he were to fall into the water. Such a duration would be ample to surface for air. If he cannot rise within that time, it is likely that he has encountered something truly terrifying. Even if he could hold his breath for an additional minute or 2, the odds would be grim. After considerable reflection, driven by curiosity regarding the other two enhancement options, Sully ultimately chose to strengthen his muscles. Based on his own reasoning, muscle enhancement should correlate with strength. As his battle with the single-eyed frog had taught him that power is of utmost importance, only with sufficient strength can one vanquish more formidable foes. With his choice to enhance his muscles, fresh information swiftly materialized in his mind, and at that moment, he felt a remarkable transformation occurring within his entire musculature. Basic enhancement acquired. Muscle growth type 1. His muscles underwent fundamental enhancement, gaining an additional 100 pounds of strength, with improved control and resilience. Sully inhaled deeply, feeling as if every muscle in his body had awakened, writhing like small serpents in a dance of vitality. He could visibly see the muscles in his chest, abdomen, arms, thighs, and calves swelling and bulging, power surging forth from these sinews. Moreover, his control over these muscles had intensified. With a mere thought, he could harden them, augmenting their resilience against impact. It is truly astonishing. Every muscle in my body has been fortified. According to the information provided, this muscle growth grants an increase of 100 pounds in strength. Not only has my power been enhanced, but it appears I can also exert conscious control over these muscles, causing any desired muscle group to swell and harden, thus enabling me to withstand a portion of incoming attacks. Sully endeavored to harness these muscles, feeling both astonished and elated as he transcended to a level 2 spirit source practitioner. His strength surged by approximately 100 pounds, elevating his arm power to 600 pounds. With the comprehension of muscle enhancement he acquired an additional 100 pounds of force, bringing the explosive strength of his arms to no less than 700 pounds. 700 pounds, equivalent to 350 kilograms, is an unfathomable display of might for someone like Sully, an ordinary office worker who seldom engaged in physical exercise. This signifies that he is now capable of lifting 5 individuals, each weighing an average of 70 kilograms. The spirit source is indeed astonishing, enabling such formidable strength, and yet, there lies the potential for even greater power. Regrettably, the requirement for spirit source has escalated to 20 units, and the spirit sources obtained from slaying these lowly undead beasts have become ineffective. Chapter 20. Departure. Sully felt a blend of exhilaration and a tinge of regret. With the enhancement of his abilities, he had gained a measure of confidence. Now, even if he were to encounter the one-eyed frog again, he believed he could stand his ground without relying on the terrain. Remaining here seemed increasingly futile, and he resolved to depart at the break of dawn in search of other survivors and an escape route. Having made his decision, Sully found himself unable to slip back into slumber. He lay on the sofa, his eyes wide open in the darkness. It was now past 3 in the morning. With 2 or 3 hours still until dawn, he resolved to leave as soon as the first light appeared. Despite the several corpses littering the living room, no undead creatures emerged. Unable to rest, Sully rose and rummaged through the cabinet, gathering various clothes and bed linens. Some items he did not intend to take with him were cut into long strips with scissors, which he then began to weave into ropes. Although he had previously crafted several lengths of rope, he felt it insufficient. Seizing the opportunity of the remaining time, he endeavored to produce more. As the sky gradually brightened, Sully had amassed a considerable pile of ropes upon the sofa. Equipped with a hammer, he proceeded to the living room and began smashing the balcony window frames. He decided to directly lower the makeshift raft through the balcony window into the water. The raft was rather broad, and the window frames obstructed its passage, necessitating their removal. With his current strength, Sully easily dismantled the cumbersome frames. Once he confirmed that the raft could pass through, he returned to the bedroom to transport the raft, constructed from 2 wooden doors, into the living room. He then removed the last door from his home, the one leading to the bedroom. With so many items to carry, the 2 doors proved inadequate. Therefore, Sully resolved to enlarge the raft. A greater surface area would enhance its stability and safety on the water. After combining 3 doors, he still felt unsatisfied. He opened the security door and ventured into the apartment at the end of the corridor, which had once been occupied by a young couple, retrieving 2 more doors. At last, with 5 doors joined together, Sully felt a sense of satisfaction. He utilized nails to secure numerous wooden planks horizontally across the 5 doors and bound them with the ropes he had woven the previous night, ensuring maximum stability. After an hour of diligent work, Sully wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, revealing a look of contentment. While this raft could not be compared to a true vessel, it appeared sufficiently sturdy for the time being, unlikely to fall apart easily. Should he find more nails or wires later, he could further reinforce it. The nails he had previously collected were entirely utilized. Next, Sully boiled a pot of water, tore open his last packet of instant noodles, and added a sausage, soaking it in the hot water. He decided to indulge in a hearty breakfast before setting out. After leaving some unused tap water in the basin, he brushed his teeth, washed his face and hands, wiped his body down, and donned a fresh set of clothing, feeling much more rejuvenated. As he prepared to leave, uncertainty loomed regarding what lay ahead. Sully could not foresee the challenges awaiting him. Glancing back at the house he had called home for over a year, he felt an indescribable sense of nostalgia tugging at his heartstrings. After finishing his instant noodles, Sully let out a long sigh and lifted the makeshift raft from the ground. Constructed from 5 wooden doors and a multitude of planks, this raft was no lightweight. Fortunately, Sully was brimming with strength, making it effortless for him, unlike an ordinary person who would struggle to move it. With ease, he extended the raft out from the balcony, gradually pushing it until it slid off, splashing into the water below. Standing at the edge of the balcony, Sully observed the raft floating serenely on the surface, exuding a sense of stability. He felt a surge of satisfaction as he noticed a thick rope tied to the raft, which he had intentionally reinforced. The end of the rope was secured to 3 bricks he had scavenged from the rooftop, forming a rudimentary anchor. At that moment, he tightened the rope, ensuring the raft was snug against the balcony's edge, and then fastened it to the handle of the nearby security door. Next, Sully began the task of transferring his belongings. He carefully moved a storage box filled with cooled boiled water to the balcony's edge and placed it on the secured raft. The heavy box caused the raft to dip slightly, tilting it just enough to be noticeable, though not alarmingly so. This box, laden with water, was indeed cumbersome. He was relieved to have utilized 5 wooden doors to support it, or else he would have encountered difficulties. In high spirits, Sully stepped onto the raft, which was substantial and remained level, providing him with a sense of reassurance. He then repositioned the storage box to the center and tightly bound it with the rope that already secured the raft, ensuring its stability. Following this, he replicated the process, retrieving travel backpacks filled with various items from the bedroom and living room: oil, salt, seasonings, rice, some clothing, and extra rope. Noting the raft still had ample space, he also loaded a canister of liquefied gas, a stove, and a kettle, securing everything firmly onto the raft. He fashioned a makeshift paddle by attaching a suitably sized plank to a clothesline pole. As for the corpse of the one-eyed frog, having been partially devoured by beasts, Sully dared not consume it and chose to abandon it instead. After untying the rope from the security door handle, he took one last deep glance at the living room, stepped onto the raft, and pushed off the balcony. The raft, laden with his belongings, splashed into the water and began to drift slowly away. Standing on the raft, Sully realized it was not akin to a boat, laden with cargo. It sat deeper in the water, causing it to nearly submerge. His shoes and socks quickly became drenched. However, he accepted this predicament, understanding that crafting a proper boat was beyond his current capabilities, and constructing this rudimentary raft was the best he could do. Fortuitously, he did not suffer from seasickness. He thought to himself, as he balanced on the raft, wielding his makeshift paddle. Despite having never rowed before, he found that his attempts to navigate with the paddle only caused the raft to spin in place rather than drift toward his destination. Remaining patient, he observed the water's patterns, and after several attempts, he gained some insight, finally steering the raft to begin its slow journey forward. His initial destination was the nearest building, which stood just a short distance away. This edifice, like the one he resided in, also boasted 30 stories at that moment. Only the topmost floor was visible above the water's surface, approximately 40 to 50 meters from his current location. Sully, gripping the oars, remained acutely vigilant, with a cleaver and hammer securely at his side. Chapter 21. The suspected survivor. No one could ascertain whether the waters harbored creatures akin to the one-eyed frog, capable of mounting a sudden assault. Sully's decision to fortify the raft with an array of planks and ropes was a precaution against potential monstrosities lurking beneath the surface. His deepest fear was not of an attack from such a creature, but rather the dread that it might strike the raft from below. Should the raft splinter into fragments, all supplies would be lost, leaving him adrift in perilous waters. This was his greatest apprehension. Despite the mere distance of 40 to 50 meters, Sully remained on edge, his mind taut with concentration and anxiety. His inexperience with paddling caused the raft to sway erratically as it glided slowly toward the distant structure emerging from the water's surface. Within moments, sweat beaded upon his forehead, the tension surpassing even that of his previous clash with the one-eyed frog. This was his inaugural experience in navigating a boat, particularly under such precarious circumstances. Fortuitously, the journey unfolded without incident. As the building loomed closer, soon within 5 meters, Sully exhaled deeply, pausing his paddling, allowing the raft to drift on its residual momentum toward the edifice. He then retrieved the thick rope that served as an anchor. Holding the rope firmly, he aimed for the window ahead, casting it forcefully. 3 tightly bound bricks soared through the air, propelled by the rope. With a shattering crash, the glass window splintered. The bricks and rope surged inside, hastening the raft toward the wall below the window. Sully lifted his paddle and pressed against the wall to decelerate the raft, bringing it gradually closer to the windowsill. He secured the paddle by inserting its handle among the tightly bound ropes, then drew forth a hammer and a kitchen knife he had carried with him, advancing toward the freshly shattered window. Instead of immediately clambering through, he first peered inside. Through the window, he discerned a study, where a bookshelf brimming with volumes greeted his gaze. Adjacent to the shelf stood a desk, adorned with a laptop, a leather pin holder filled with several pins, and a small Bluetooth speaker. The door to the study was closed, revealing only the interior of this small sanctuary. Convinced of the absence of danger, Sully cautiously climbed through the window. As he set foot on the wooden floor of the study, a sense of calm enveloped him. This space felt infinitely safer than drifting upon the raft. He retrieved the kitchen knife with his left hand, aware that this environment was entirely unfamiliar, prompting him to tread carefully. Approaching the desk, he noted a thick layer of dust upon its surface, indicative of prolonged neglect. The study offered little of value to Sully, and he did not linger, proceeding directly to the door. He paused to listen for any sounds beyond, sensing an eerie quiet before grasping the doorknob and gently turning it. He cracked the door open slightly, peering through the narrow gap to survey the outside. The daylight has fully broken, allowing Sully to peer through the crack of the door and discern a brightly lit living room. His gaze fell upon a set of sofas, a coffee table, a television cabinet, and a curved screen television, with the wall behind the cabinet exuding an air of grandeur. Judging by the decor, it was evident that the household was in a favorable economic condition. As Sully contemplated this, he gradually opened the study door wide and stepped into the living room. He approached the double-door refrigerator directly, and upon opening it, a musty odor assailed his nostrils. A subtle frown creased Sully's brow. The refrigerator was crammed with fruits and vegetables, regrettably all spoiled and moldy, clearly having been stored for an extended period. Quietly lamenting this waste, he closed the refrigerator once more. It appeared that no one had inhabited this place for a considerable time. Yet the devastating flood had only occurred 2 days prior. It was perplexing that the fruits and vegetables could have decayed so severely in such a short span. Sully recalled a similar scenario he had observed in the room of a young couple, where a thick layer of dust coated the table, and even the soup spilled upon it had turned moldy. The timeline simply did not align, and now, facing a similar enigma, he found himself at a loss for understanding. Afterward, Sully inspected the other rooms to ascertain the absence of any living beings before making his way toward the security door of the living room. His primary purpose for entering this place was, of course, to seek out other survivors, with a secondary aim of gathering useful supplies, particularly food. He resolved to thoroughly examine all the rooms on this floor to confirm the presence or absence of any other survivors before meticulously searching each room for usable resources. As he approached the exit security door, Sully's nose twitched slightly, sensing a faint metallic scent of blood. This heightened his alertness, signaling that something was amiss outside. He hesitated to open the security door, opting instead to observe the situation through the peephole. Beyond the door lay a long corridor, where Sully beheld a grotesque sight of bodies sprawled in disarray. Both men and women were among the dead, their heads gruesomely smashed beyond recognition. Upon witnessing this scene, Sully swiftly deduced that these were the remains of humans who had drowned, transformed into corpse beasts, though their skulls had been crushed. Who could have inflicted such violence upon these creatures? Was there another survivor lurking in the shadows, akin to himself? This thought invigorated Sully, filling him with a sense of anticipation. If these corpses had been slain by other monsters, there would surely be signs of gnawing. The fact that they bore only crushed skulls suggested that their demise was at the hands of someone like him, a fellow survivor. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Sully grasped the handle of the security door and slowly turned it open. As he gently pushed the door ajar, the scent of blood wafted in with a fleeting breeze. Having grown accustomed to the pungent odor over the past 2 days, he felt little discomfort and quietly activated his observation talisman to scrutinize the bodies strewn across the corridor. Indeed, the information that appeared in his mind confirmed that these were all low-level corpse beasts. To have vanquished so many undead beasts, this survivor must have, at the very least, ascended to the status of a spirit source practitioner, though I am left to ponder whether he still resides here or has departed like myself. Sully slowly emerged, noting that the architectural layout of this dwelling closely resembled his own abode. This level also housed 3 families. As he gazed upon the corridor before him, a sense of familiarity washed over him. While lost in contemplation, Sully advanced along the corridor towards the security door of the second household. Chapter 22. The Iron Rod. If a survivor truly lurks within this vicinity, the most probable refuge would be within one of the nearby homes. I merely need to create a modicum of disturbance, and he should respond. Sully contemplated briefly, pausing before the security door of the second household, lifting the kitchen knife, and rhythmically tapping against the door. As he gently rapped, he kept his gaze fixed on the door, concentrating intently, straining to catch any sounds from within. Unfortunately, there was no response. A frown creased Sully's brow. Based on his conjecture, it was highly likely that a survivor was concealed here, if not in this house, then perhaps in another, given that there were only 3 households on this floor, and he had already checked the first one, finding it empty. If someone resided here, The sound of his knocking would surely rouse them, and they would likely peer through the peephole, seeing him in the corridor. I hardly resemble a corpse beast. Upon sighting me, they should recognize me as a survivor. Logically, they ought to either open the door or respond audibly. Why then is there no reaction? Could it be that they are overly cautious? Still observing from the shadows? With a furrowed brow, Suli finally spoke. Is anyone there? He called out, raising his voice. And knocked once more. Having made a sound himself, surely he would not be mistaken for a corpse beast. He called out twice more, yet the silence persisted. With no reply. This was indeed perplexing. Suli's gaze fell upon the corpse beast with a shattered skull at his feet. This was undoubtedly the work of another survivor. Had that survivor, like himself, abandoned this place? The presence of these unaddressed corpses suggested a lack of intention to remain. Suli pondered, feeling a pang of disappointment. Had he been in their position, he would not have allowed the bodies to lie in the corridor. At the very least, he would have gathered them into a pile. From these details, could it be that the perpetrator had truly departed in haste, perhaps having slain these corpse beasts and left, deeming it unnecessary to deal with the bodies? With a sigh, Suli turned his attention towards the third household at the end of the corridor. Although he was aware that hope was scant, he resolved to knock on the security door as well, to ascertain if there was a response within. However, as he approached, he suddenly noticed a key lodged in the keyhole, stained with blood. This is the key to the security door. A flicker of thought crossed Suli's mind. If a survivor resided here, it would be quite reasonable to leave the key in the lock when venturing out, to avoid the inconvenience of the door closing due to wind or other reasons. After all, the city lay submerged in floodwaters, and there was no longer any fear of thieves. In fact, one might even welcome their presence, should there still be thieves to contend with. Moreover, corpse beasts would not utilize keys to open doors. Gazing at the key inserted in the security door, Suli did not immediately turn the knob, but instead knocked gently. Is anyone there? After inquiring twice and pausing for a moment, Suli extended his hand and turned the key. The key began to rotate, and he confirmed that it was indeed the key to the anti-theft door before him. He could distinctly sense that the door had been unlocked. Taking a deep breath, Suli slightly stepped back, adopting a defensive posture, aware that this was an inward-opening security door. He extended his leg to brace against it, pushing it inward while peering through the widening gap. His hands gripped a knife and a hammer tightly, prepared for any unexpected occurrences. A pungent scent of blood lingered in the air. Suli's gaze fell upon a toppled shoe cabinet, various shoes scattered across the floor, shards of glass, splattered bloodstains, and several human corpses. A fine line appeared between his brows, and the gaze of the probing symbol activated, focusing on the nearest corpse. The creature was a corpse beast. A low-level infected spirit beast, which could potentially evolve into a higher form by consuming others. Observing the shattered skull of this corpse beast, Suli could deduce without needing to use the probing symbol that it had been killed. As the anti-theft door swung open completely, a scene of utter chaos unfolded before him in the living room. The spacious area was stained with blood, and 3 corpses with crushed skulls lay on the ground, while another corpse, similarly mutilated, sprawled across a large leather sofa. Without the need for close inspection, Suli recognized that all 4 were slain corpse beasts. He cautiously stepped inside, surveying the debris and signs of a fierce struggle. The pristine white walls bore splatters of blood. Suddenly, Suli's gaze fixated on a particular section of the wall, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. In addition to the glaring bloodstains, there were deep gouges that appeared to be claw marks. How could such marks have been left behind? These low-level corpse beasts did not possess claws. How peculiar. As he scrutinized the claw marks on the wall, his alertness heightened. Yet, considering the battle must have occurred at least a day ago, the surroundings were eerily silent now. Even if some clawed creature had once inhabited this space, it was unlikely to remain. Across the living room lay a bedroom, its door shattered and blood trailing into the room. Clearly, the battle had been intense, spilling from the living area into the bedroom. Suli approached the entrance of the bedroom, observing the claw marks left on the fallen door. Upon looking inside, he found the bedroom in disarray. One side of the room featured a collapsed table, broken lamps scattered on the floor, and flower pots that had toppled from the windowsill, their once blooming flowers now wilted. Amidst the chaos of the bedroom lay another corpse. This body belonged to a middle-aged man, around 40, slumped before a white wardrobe, his head bowed, drenched in blood. A gaping wound marred his chest, through which his innards were faintly visible. Although lifeless, the corpse's right hand remained firmly grasping a bloodied iron rod. Upon sighting this rod, Suli's eyes brightened. While it is referred to as an iron rod, a more accurate description would be a robust steel rebar, approximately 1 meter in length and the thickness of an egg. This steel rebar is quite heavy. When wielded with sufficient force, its lethality is formidable. Suli currently possesses a strength of 700 pounds in both arms, and he has always felt that the kitchen knife and hammer in his possession were insufficient. Failing to fully harness his might, he had merely yet to discover a suitable weapon to replace them, And now, upon encountering this iron rod, he felt a surge of joy. Chapter 23. The girl, however. He did not immediately seize the iron rod, but instead gazed silently at the lifeless form of the middle-aged man leaning against the wardrobe door. The man's head remained intact, a stark contrast to the grotesque corpses of the previously shattered-headed beasts, and typically, such creatures lacked the capacity to wield weapons, existing merely as mindless, low-intelligence entities. Sully activated his observation rune, and indeed, the information revealed that the body before him was not a spirit source beast, thus eluding any further scrutiny. Since it was not a corpse beast, this individual must have been a survivor, akin to himself, a spirit source wielder, having vanquished the corporeal beasts outside. Regrettably, he had met his demise. Sully examined the substantial wound in the man's chest. There was no doubt that this was the cause of his death. But who had inflicted such an injury? Those lesser corpse beasts should have been incapable of killing him. Throughout his journey, Sully had encountered numerous carcasses of these beasts. And had this survivor been responsible for their extermination, he would have long since evolved into a first-level spirit source wielder, perhaps even a second. For a first or even second-level wielder, these lowly beasts posed no threat. Sully recalled the claw marks on the wall and the singular-eyed frog. It seemed that beyond these corpse beasts, a terrifying spirit source beast akin to the one-eyed frog had emerged, possessing incredibly sharp claws. The wound on the man's chest must have been inflicted by those razor-like talons, leading to his grisly demise. How unfortunate. As Sully mentally dissected the scene of the tragedy, a profound sense of regret enveloped him. Had he arrived just a day earlier, perhaps he and this middle-aged man could have survived together, granting him companionship and relieving him of his current solitude. The weight of loneliness bore heavily upon him, intensifying his yearning for a companion. With a silent lament, Sully bent down to retrieve the iron rod from the ground, only to discover that the other end was firmly grasped by the deceased man's hand. As he pulled the rod upwards, he inadvertently lifted the man's right arm along with it. The once leaning body promptly tilted and fell, crashing against the wardrobe, which was a sliding door, causing it to creak open slightly. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from within the wardrobe. Although the noise was subtle and almost imperceptible to Sully, who was ever vigilant of his surroundings, it resonated like thunder. His hair stood on end as he swiftly yanked the iron rod from the man's grasp, securing it entirely for himself. He immediately recoiled, his muscles taut with tension. Surrounded by an oppressive silence, the only sound was Sully's own breathing. He brandished a kitchen knife in his left hand while gripping the hefty iron rod, nearly a meter long, in his right, having discarded the hammer to the side. The iron rod was heavy, several times more so than the hammer previously wielded by Sully, and it measured a full meter in length, perfectly suited for his current needs. He fixated on the wardrobe before him, observing the narrow crack in the door, through which only the faint outline of hanging garments could be discerned. Yet, what was the source of the subtle sound he had just heard? It was inconceivable that he had misheard. Something was indeed concealed here. The sound was too slight to be that of a corpse beast or any other spirit creature. Had it merely been a mouse or a cockroach? Sully inhaled deeply, refraining from approaching, but he gradually extended the iron rod, inserting it into the crevice of the sliding door before forcefully pushing it aside. As the wardrobe doors swung wide open, Sully, whose muscles and nerves had been taut with tension, momentarily froze. The wardrobe was filled with clothes, but beneath them crouched a diminutive figure. It was a girl of about 12 or 13, clad in a white dress and huddled within the wardrobe, her arms tightly wrapped around her curled-up legs. Her face, devoid of any color, appeared remarkably pale, and her wide-open eyes revealed neither fear nor joy, but rather a state of stupor. The entirety of her expression conveyed a sense of dazed rigidity. Sully stared at her, gripping the iron rod and kitchen knife tightly, his muscles coiled with anxiety. He noticed that upon discovering her, she exhibited no reaction whatsoever, not even glancing in his direction, remaining in her curled position with her gaze fixed vacantly ahead. An eerie silence enveloped them, and had it not been for the faint trace of life he sensed, her breathing, he might have mistaken her for a corpse. Observing the tear stains on her face and the lifeless body of the middle-aged man on the ground, he recalled how he had braced the wardrobe door in his final moments. A vague understanding began to dawn on Sully, clearing his throat gently. He attempted to lighten the atmosphere. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm." He lowered the iron rod and knife, relaxing his previously taut muscles to present a more gentle demeanor. "Is this your father?" Noticing that the girl still offered no response, Sully realized her state was one of overwhelming shock, a mind shattered by the horrors that had transpired here. Had it not been for the slight movement of the wardrobe door, which had startled the girl into a tremor, he might never have discovered that a living soul was concealed behind the cabinet door. Observing the resemblance between the girl and the middle-aged man, coupled with the latter's final act of bracing the door, Sully surmised they were likely father and daughter. The man had discovered the corpse beasts and had hidden his daughter within the wardrobe, fighting valiantly to protect her from the terrifying creatures outside. As for the reason why the creature that killed the middle-aged man departed without devouring his corpse or discovering the girl hidden in the cupboard, Suli found it somewhat perplexing. Logically, one would assume that after slaying the man, the creature would inevitably feast upon his remains. Furthermore, the fact that the young girl was able to remain utterly silent while concealing herself in the cupboard, thereby evading the creature's attention, astonished Suli greatly. Chapter 0024. Sushiwehue. Perhaps she was initially paralyzed by fear, remaining utterly still and silent, which inadvertently spared her from the monster's notice, thus saving her life, a fortunate turn amidst misfortune. Suli mused that the girl, separated by a door, had heard the harrowing sounds outside, aware of her father's tragic demise. And it was understandable that she was so frightened. A sense of pity welled up within him for the girl. After several attempts to engage her in conversation met with silence, Suli felt a pang of frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hastily retrieved a small bag of bread from his pocket. Upon his earlier departure from the raft, he had not placed all his provisions in his backpack, opting instead to carry a few pieces of bread and biscuits with him, anticipating unforeseen circumstances. Now, considering that the girl had been hiding here, and that the events outside had unfolded at least a day prior, it dawned on him that she must have gone without food for at least a day. Suli tore open the bag and slowly approached, extending the bread towards her. This gesture proved effective. The girl, who had been staring vacantly with wide eyes, finally showed a flicker of response. Her gaze slowly shifted, fixating on the bread he offered. The enticing aroma wafting from the bread made her instinctively swallow. It seemed she was indeed ravenous. Seeing her reaction, Suli felt a surge of joy and nodded encouragingly, saying, "Take it, it's for you. I still have more." The girl appeared to comprehend his words, hesitantly extending her hand to accept the bread. She stared at it for a few seconds, and after a moment of hesitation, she cautiously took a bite. Although she ate slowly, taking small morsels, her throat was dry from lack of water, and she quickly found herself choking, her face flushing with embarrassment as she coughed. "You've gone too long without food. You should drink some water first," Suli realized. He intended to fetch water for her but was reminded that all the water was on the raft, requiring some time to retrieve. Scouring the house, he soon found a glass in the living room, filled with more than half a cup of lukewarm water. Though it had cooled, it was still drinkable, and he brought it back, unscrewing the cap and offering it to her. The girl accepted the glass and took a few sips, finally able to breathe more easily. She ate the bread slowly. Even though it was just a piece, it took her quite some time to finish. Suli then offered her a small bag of biscuits. Though he felt a pang of regret, food was scarce, and these were vital supplies for survival. Yet, seeing the girl's pitiful state, he could not bear to let her suffer, and he yearned for companionship. Although she appeared to be somewhat useless, having her around was certainly better than being alone. What he feared most was the profound loneliness of solitude. That was the true horror. The thought of being entirely alone terrified him. Thus, seeing this girl before him, he felt a thrill of excitement surpassing that of anyone else. As she reached out for the biscuits he offered, her small hand hesitated for a moment, revealing a flicker of uncertainty. Suli smiled and said, "It's all right, go ahead and eat. I have plenty more." As she spoke, she tore open the outer packaging and placed it into the girl's hands. She thought to herself, "This girl seems quite perceptive. Did she notice my earlier pained expression? That's a bit awkward." After consuming the bread and biscuits, the girl downed the remaining cool boiled water, and her previously pale and listless face gained a touch of color, making her appear considerably more lively. Leaning against the cabinet, Suli observed her silently, reflecting that the girl was not unattractive, dressed in a white dress that gave her an endearing charm. "I am Suli. What is your name? How old are you?" After the girl finished eating and regained some spirit, Suli attempted to engage her in conversation. The girl meticulously licked the biscuit crumbs off her fingers before finally turning her large eyes to Suli, her lips moving slightly as she whispered, "Sushiwehue. 13 years old." "Sushiwehue, 13, Suli echoed, smiling in an effort to maintain the conversation. "That's a lovely name." As she spoke, she noticed the girl staring blankly at the corpse of the middle-aged man before her. Suddenly, she shifted her body, crawled out from the wardrobe, and gently caressed the man's face, bowing her head slightly. As Sushiwehue emerged, Suli observed the numerous tears in the back of her white dress, stained with blood, rendering it nearly unwearable. Suli felt a twinge of confusion. She appeared uninjured, yet her clothing was so tattered. "Sushiwehue, is he your father?" Suli took a deep breath, aware of the cruelty of the question, yet he asked it nonetheless. Sushiwehue did not respond, but her frail shoulders quivered slightly, as if acknowledging him, or perhaps weeping. Suli sighed inwardly, deciding he must take her away from this place. It was far too cruel for a 13-year-old girl to remain in the presence of her father's corpse. "Let us go. I'll take you away from here. There are no living souls left. Staying here is not a solution." As he spoke, he reached out to take the girl's hand. He grasped Su Shiwehue's arm, intending to help her rise. She lifted her head slightly, attempting to stand with Su Li's assistance, but as she rose halfway, she collapsed back down, unable to stand. "What's wrong with your legs?" Su Li asked, startled, realizing that if she couldn't stand, it would pose a significant problem in this perilous world, making her a considerable burden. I'm fine, just my legs are numb. They'll be all right in a moment." Su Shiwehue's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, seemingly aware of Su Li's concern, fearing he might abandon her. Su Li understood then. She had been curled up in the wardrobe for too long, her legs cramped and deprived of circulation, which rendered her unable to rise. "That's good to hear. You rest here for a while. I will check other rooms." After speaking, Su Li exited the bedroom and returned to the living room, where he noticed the fallen shoe cabinet and the scattered shoes. He spotted a pair of leather boots among them and picked them up. As he navigated the wooden raft, his shoes inevitably became wet. The pair he currently wore lacked any waterproofing, rendering them susceptible to moisture. His eyes brightened at the sight of a pair of waterproof leather boots, which also happened to be the perfect size. Without hesitation, Su Li removed his thoroughly soaked shoes and socks, then donned a clean pair of socks before slipping into the leather boots. After trying them on, he found them to fit comfortably. A look of satisfaction crossed Su Li's face. Although the weather was still somewhat warm for wearing leather boots, he deemed it preferable to enduring the discomfort of damp footwear. Chapter 25, The Gluttonous Hound. Afterward, he discovered a small bag of iron nails within the fallen television cabinet, which he promptly collected, recognizing them as a rare find, perfect for reinforcing the raft. He also came across a fruit knife, which he stowed away, contemplating its potential use for Su Shiwehue's protection later on. Upon opening the refrigerator, he was thrilled to find boxes of milk and a few cans of beer. Su Li, overjoyed, hastily sought out a large plastic bag and gathered all the items within. Quite a bountiful haul, indeed. Additionally, he collected the cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar from the kitchen. Although these items may not serve an immediate purpose, Su Li believed they would prove useful in due course. In the midst of rummaging through the cabinets, he suddenly noticed Su Shiwehue emerging. Although she walked somewhat unsteadily, her condition had improved significantly. She held a large bag in her hand and slowly extended it towards him. "What is this?" Su Li inquired as he accepted the bag, revealing it to be filled with an assortment of snacks, sunflower seeds, pistachios, raisins, and candies, all packed together. "Are these your usual snacks?" he asked Su Shiwehue, who nodded in response. With a smile, Su Li replied, "Excellent, these are all provisions. Here, take this fruit knife." He handed the knife to her, and Su Shiwehue accepted it, momentarily taken aback. "Your clothes are quite tattered. Perhaps you should change into something else. We must leave this place." Convinced that no further useful items could be found, Su Li decided it was time to depart, unwilling to squander more time in this location. Su Shiwehue obediently returned to the bedroom and soon re-emerged clad in a pristine denim jumpsuit, complemented by a pair of black shoes, presenting a charming and tidy appearance. Su Li nodded in appreciation. "You look beautiful." He then lifted the two large plastic bags, stating, "Let us go." Su Shiwehue remained silent, simply following closely behind him. As Su Li stepped outside, he glanced back to see her trailing him into the sunlight. Under the radiant glow, Su Shiwehue's face appeared rosy and flawless, resembling a porcelain doll, stirring something within Su Li's heart. She seemed less attached to her father's lifeless body than he had anticipated. This alleviated his concerns. He had feared she might resist leaving, yet it was clear that deep down, she yearned to escape this place, hence her compliance. No one could fathom what she had endured while hiding in that wardrobe, nor what she had heard. Perhaps, in her innermost thoughts, this place was akin to a nightmare from which she longed to awaken, leaving no room for nostalgia. Perhaps after such a prolonged absence from sunlight, stepping out into its warmth was overwhelming. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Suddenly, she glanced at Su Li as if she had encountered something terrifying, her face betraying a look of sheer horror. At that moment, Su Li, observing her expression, turned to see the long corridor behind them. Noticing the fear etched upon her face, Su Li understood that her fear was not directed at herself, but rather at the ominous presence looming behind her. She slightly elevated her face, her gaze angled above her own head. In an instant, she instinctively jerked her head aside. Almost simultaneously, something grazed her shoulder, causing blood to spatter forth in a fiery, searing pain, revealing deep gashes that exposed bone beneath. "Be careful," Su Shiwehue finally cried out, her voice trembling with terror as she stumbled backward, falling to the ground. Before her, a dark shadow swept over Su Li, landing on the ground before him and materializing in front of Su Shiwehue. It was a large dog, entirely covered in a blood-red hue, its original breed unrecognizable, having undergone a horrifying mutation. Its fur had vanished, revealing bulging muscles beneath, grotesque and monstrous, akin to a beast stripped of its skin. With sharp, Curved claws extending nearly 10 centimeters in length, the creature had just managed to hook onto the corridor above, preparing to pounce down upon Su Li. Unaware of the impending danger, Su Li would have remained oblivious had it not been for the sudden terror etched on Su Xuehui's face. Instinctively, he turned his head. And the claw that had just struck was not aimed at his shoulder, but rather at his forehead, although he narrowly evaded a fatal blow. Cold sweat broke out across Su Li's body, his muscles twitching and swelling with adrenaline, activating the unique ability of muscle growth type 1. He constricted the wound on his shoulder to slow the flow of blood, preventing excessive bleeding. With a roar of fury, he discarded the 2 plastic bags he had been holding, disregarding the searing pain on his left shoulder, and gripped a metal rod tightly. The veins on the back of his hand bulging prominently as he charged forward. The blood-red muscular monster leaped over Su Li's head, landing directly in front of Su Xuehui, poised to pounce and seize her throat. Reluctant to lose the companion he had finally found, Su Li summoned all his strength in that fleeting moment, swinging the iron rod with a whisper of wind accompanying its arc, delivering a powerful strike. A blurred, vertical eye-like pattern appeared between his brows, activating the observation sigil. Name: Gluttonous Hound, an elite breed among level 2 spirit beasts, known for its insatiable appetite and penchant for ambush. There exists a 1% chance it may evolve into a gluttonous sovereign. Defeating the gluttonous hound might grant the special ability Fong of Gluttony. A wave of unease washed over Su Li. This gluttonous hound was indeed an elite variant among level 2 spirit beasts. Previously, he had encountered the one-eyed frog, which, while also an elite breed, was merely a level 1 spirit beast. Undoubtedly, the gluttonous hound before him was far more formidable. Without the luxury of contemplation, Su Li poured all his effort into the strike, the metal rod cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, its force considerable. Contrary to Su Li's expectations, the gluttonous hound did not lunge to bite Su Xuehui but instead abruptly turned, evading his rod, circling around, and leaping into the air like a hawk preparing to attack Su Li. The astonishing leaping ability of the gluttonous hound is remarkable, as it can soar at least 2 to 3 meters high, nearly brushing against the ceiling above. Su Li, remaining remarkably composed, took a step back, her peripheral vision catching sight of a fallen beast's corpse at her feet. Without hesitation, she extended her toes to press against the ground and slid them beneath the lifeless body. In this elongated corridor, several corpses of beasts lay strewn about haphazardly, which Su Li surmised were likely slain by Su Xuehui's father. Just as the gluttonous hound was about to descend upon her, Su Li deftly flicked the corpse of the beast with her foot, sending it crashing towards the hound. Chapter 26. Underestimation. The gluttonous hound extended its nearly 10-centimeter-long claws, striking fiercely, and they pierced deeply into the corpse of the beast as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. In synchrony with the impact against the corpse, Su Li's iron rod, wielded with precision, launched forward silently at that very moment. Over the past 2 days, he had faced numerous battles, transitioning from initial panic to a state of calm. And now he could think strategically during combat, leveraging the terrain and environment to exploit the enemy's vulnerabilities. It could be said that Su Li was evolving at an astonishing pace. As a level 2 spirit source user, he experienced a physical enhancement that, combined with the explosive strength from his muscle augmentation eye, enabled his arms to unleash a force of 700 pounds. Despite the fearsome presence of the gluttonous hound, Su Li felt no trepidation. The power behind the kick he had just delivered to the corpse was tremendous. Upon colliding with the hound, whose entire body was a mass of blood-red muscle, it was evident that in terms of sheer strength, the beast might surpass him. However, even with its formidable power, the moment it attempted to block the corpse, its body momentarily faltered, a brief stasis that Su Li was keen to exploit. Had it not been for this fleeting pause, Su Li would have found it exceedingly difficult to strike accurately against such a powerful and agile adversary. With precision, he maneuvered the iron rod, sweeping it horizontally just beneath the corpse, delivering a solid blow to one of the hound's forelegs. Despite the hound's exaggerated muscular build, it could not withstand the weight of the iron rod. The sound of cracking bone resonated as its foreleg buckled under the impact, with one leg rendered useless. The gluttonous hound opened its massive maw, emitting a low, guttural growl that betrayed its pain, anger, and madness. Undeterred, it lunged forward on 3 legs. Su Li exhaled softly. By incapacitating one leg, the hound's jumping ability and speed were significantly hampered. Observing it rise upright, he tightened his grip on the iron rod and prepared to strike again. If he could break its other foreleg, the beast would be rendered utterly helpless. Just as the rod was about to connect with the hound's other foreleg, it suddenly twisted its body, propelling itself off the ground with its hind legs, contorting like a slippery eel. Its upper body recoiled backward, narrowly evading Su Li's attack. In a swift motion, one of its hind legs extended, and those nearly 10-centimeter-long claws swept towards Su Li's leg. A muffled grunt escaped him as a sharp pain shot through his left leg, for deep gashes appearing as blood spurted forth, the white of bone faintly visible within the wounds. I was careless. Suli gasped, realizing the gluttonous hound was far more formidable than he had anticipated. He had underestimated it. The 4 deep gashes caused excruciating pain, furrowing his brow in agony. His left leg felt nearly incapacitated, yet he endeavored to control the surrounding muscles, constricting the wounds, but the pain persisted, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. The gluttonous hound struck with precision but did not immediately pursue its attack. Instead, it fixed its gaze on Suli, supporting its body on 3 legs while slowly maneuvering, seemingly in search of a flaw to exploit for a fatal blow. Suli, with his left leg rendered useless, relied on an iron rod for support, his muscles taut as he focused intently on the gluttonous beast. He speculated whether this creature, which had slain Sushiwehue's father, was indeed the very same hound before him. The claw marks etched into the wall and the gaping wound on Sushiwehue's father's chest bore a striking resemblance to the handiwork of this monstrous canine. If you are indeed the beast responsible for this atrocity, then I shall seek vengeance today. Suddenly, a smile spread across Suli's face as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow with the sleeve of his left arm, dragging his weakened left leg. He swung the iron rod, initiating an offensive. Although Suli's strikes were swift and forceful, the hound, buoyed by its 3 legs, remained agile. Leaping aside to evade the iron rod's assault, its front paw lunging towards Suli's abdomen. Should it land a hit, Suli would meet the same grim fate as Sushiwehue's father, disemboweled by the creature. At that moment, Suli's left leg faltered, causing him to stumble and fall heavily to the ground, allowing the hound to miss its grasp. Seizing the opportunity, the gluttonous hound lunged forward, its gaping maw aimed menacingly at Suli's throat. Just as Suli hit the ground, flustered and scrambling, he realized he could not evade the beast's attack. Yet, unexpectedly, he chuckled. A beast is merely a beast, simple-minded. Lying on the ground, Suli remained composed, or perhaps his earlier disarray was a calculated ruse to deceive the hound. He subtly tilted his body, evading the hound's jaws, and with a swift motion of his left hand, he produced a kitchen knife, bringing it down forcefully upon the hound's forehead. This strike was infused with all his strength, and blood gushed forth as Suli recognized that the blade had penetrated deep into the creature's skull. It turned out his fall had been intentional, directed towards the vicinity where he had previously discarded 2 large bags. Within those bags lay his kitchen knife and hammer, temporarily stowed away. His fall served 2 purposes: to mislead the hound into attacking and to retrieve a weapon for counterattack. Though this maneuver was perilous and could have left him vulnerable to the hound's assault, Suli was prepared to exchange injury for injury. As long as the damage was not fatal, he reasoned, once he vanquished the hound and acquired its spiritual essence, he could heal himself. Thus, he allowed the hound to pounce, swiftly grasping the kitchen knife from the bag and retaliating with a solid strike to the beast's head. However, the hound, possessing an astonishing vitality, remained unyielding despite the knife embedded in its skull. It stretched out a claw, puncturing Suli's chest. A chill ran through him. Prompting a swift reaction, he curled his leg and thrust upward, sending the hound soaring away from him. The gluttonous hound somersaulted twice in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Though its body was muscular, its abdomen was soft. Suli's kick struck it squarely, rupturing its intestines. It collapsed, blood gushing from its mouth and nose, convulsing violently, clearly on the brink of death. Suli, too, bore significant injuries, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat from the fright. Had he not reacted swiftly in that fleeting moment, the hound's claws would have fully penetrated his chest, leading to a gruesome disembowelment. Even if he had managed to absorb the life source, survival would have been uncertain. Chapter 0027. The Tooth of Gluttony. Fortunately, the forepaw had merely grazed his chest before he kicked it away. The gluttonous hound lay curled on the ground, convulsing a couple of times before gradually becoming still. From its body emerged a spirit source, like a streak of white lightning, which instantaneously entered Suli's forehead. Suli felt a surge of warmth within him. The pain from wounds on his shoulder, legs, and chest began to diminish, the wounds contracting, and the bleeding ceased. The heat enveloped these injuries, visibly accelerating the healing process. It was truly astonishing how this spirit source could enhance the recovery speed 100-fold. Suli marveled at the contraction of the wound on his leg. Although it was not his first encounter with such a phenomenon, he remained in awe. A message appeared in his mind. Level 2 Spirit Source User. Spirit Source 220. Sensing the information in his mind, Suli's strength gradually restored, and he sat up from the ground. It seemed that killing this elite variant of a level 2 spirit beast could yield 2 spirit sources at once. He wondered how many spirit sources he would obtain by defeating the one-eyed frog next. Suli rose slowly, gazing at the carcass of the gluttonous hound, when he suddenly noticed the claw on its left foreleg, which was nearly 10 centimeters long, beginning to retract and shed. A flicker of intrigue coursed through him. He observed as the retracted claw transformed into a white line, swiftly darting towards his left hand. This line entered the back of his left hand, and in that instant, New information materialized in his mind. Acquired special ability, Tooth of Gluttony, left. Sully immediately sensed a new presence in the back of his left hand, a tingling sensation, as if several new fingers were sprouting within it. This sensation was peculiar. He felt a connection to what was burgeoning beneath his skin, as if it were flesh and blood. Unable to resist, his left hand clenched into a fist, revealing 4 small flesh-like bulges on the back of his hand. Subsequently, from the centers of these bulges, white claws, akin to the material of teeth, emerged, extending outward. As he felt the claws reach their limit, they measured approximately 10 centimeters in length. He could sense the power contained within these claws, as well as their sharpness. Is this the Tooth of Gluttony? Sully took a deep breath and slowly dragged the 4 claws along the concrete floor of the corridor. A somewhat jarring sound resonated as 4 white marks appeared on the surface. Raising his left hand again to observe the 4 sharp, protruding white claws emerging from the skin, he was reminded of Wolverine from the X-Men. Gradually, the claws retracted back into the back of his hand, and the 4 small bulges disappeared, restoring his hand to its original state. Though he felt a lingering trepidation from the encounter with the gluttonous hound and bore significant injuries, Sully stood up, acknowledging the substantial gains from the battle. He looked up to see Su Shiwei also rising slowly, her small face still etched with fear, clearly not yet fully recovered from the recent terror. Do not be afraid, it is all right, Sully comforted her, yearning to inquire whether this ravenous hound was indeed the perpetrator of her father's demise. After a moment's contemplation, he refrained from doing so, reluctant to further distress her. Su Shiwei's delicate visage appeared pale as she nodded slightly, approaching the carcass of the gluttonous beast. Suddenly, she extended her small shoe and stamped its head with a gentle force, an act that, though lacking in strength, conveyed her deep-seated resentment towards the creature. Sully observed her with amusement, reflecting on how this seemingly fragile girl exhibited a remarkable spirit. With food temporarily abundant and the grotesque physique of the beast unappealing, Sully decided against exploiting its remains and left it abandoned. He led Su Shiwei back to the establishment where he had initially entered, embarking on a meticulous search for useful supplies. Remember, we need everything consumable, drinkable, and practical, such as nails, wires, and ropes, Sully explained to Su Shiwei. She nodded in understanding. By the way, when did you first notice that the outside world had been submerged? This question had lingered in Sully's mind for quite some time. Fearing it might disturb Su Shiwei, he had refrained from asking until now, perceiving her to be in a more stable state. She responded, the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday? You awoke to find the outside in such a state? Su Shiwei lifted her gaze and nodded in affirmation. Sully pondered that the day before yesterday coincided with the 15th. He too had awakened on the 15th to the revelation of the city engulfed in floodwaters, concluding that her experience mirrored his own. Upon awakening, was it just you and your father remaining? What of your mother? The neighbors? Su Shiwei shook her head, and upon noticing the look of confusion on Sully's face, she added, they are gone. A faint smile of bitterness graced Sully's lips as he contemplated whether she struggled with communication or simply preferred brevity. He thought to himself that conversing with her required both inquiry and conjecture. Are you implying that your mother and the neighbors are all missing? Su Shiwei nodded once more. Very well. Sully chose not to delve further into her subsequent experiences, recognizing the difficulty in their communication. Based on the scene, he could surmise that this father-daughter duo had encountered a monstrous attack, with Su Shiwei seeking refuge in a wardrobe while her father fell victim to the ravenous hound. Seeing Su Shiwei still gazing at him, seemingly awaiting his next question, Sully smiled gently and remarked, there is nothing more to discuss. Let us search for supplies. Consequently, the two parted ways to seek useful materials, and their efforts bore fruit. Sully discovered a bag of rice in the kitchen, a 50-pound sack that was still more than half full, containing no less than 30 pounds, along with half a bag of flour and some noodles, which filled him with joy. Su Shiwei found several boxes of nails, a bundle of thin wire, and 2 coils of electrical wire. The house had not been decorated long ago, and these materials were likely remnants from the renovation. Splendid, Sully remarked. Upon witnessing these items, Sully's eyes sparkled with admiration. His next step was to locate a more suitable place for settling down, after which he would further reinforce the raft, as these objects would undoubtedly prove useful. Through the window, Sully began to meticulously transfer the various collected items onto the raft that was securely moored just outside the window. Although the raft was of considerable size, it gradually sank deeper into the water as more items accumulated upon it. Sully realized that, for the time being, no additional items could be added. Chapter 28. The giant rat. It seems the next step is to find a temporary refuge, a way to enlarge the raft, for its current size is inadequate to carry a substantial amount of supplies. Sully pondered for a moment. In truth, he had already conceived a potential haven. Located approximately 200 to 300 meters away, a structure barely protruding above the water's surface. From this vantage point, It resembled an expansive 3-story building. However, it was, in reality, a 32-story edifice with the waters engulfing the lower 29 levels, leaving only 3 above the surface. From a distance, it appeared as a colossal 3-story structure. As the water level continued to rise, it gradually submerged the 30th floor, rendering it uninhabitable. Thus, neither the building Su Li had previously occupied nor the one before him was suitable for temporary lodging. Su Li's true objective was that 32-story building. Even if the 30th floor was uninhabitable, there were still 2 floors above that remained accessible. Moreover, although the water level was steadily increasing, based on its current rate, it would take some time before the 30th floor was entirely submerged. Therefore, it would serve as the most appropriate temporary dwelling. Su Li decided to take Su Shiwei there. Should fortune smile upon them and they encounter other survivors, it would be all the more fortuitous. He instructed Su Shiwei to take a seat on the storage box. Hold on tight, we are about to set off. Su Li grasped the wooden paddle and casually tossed the hammer he had been using to Su Shiwei. Now armed with a more formidable iron rod, the hammer had outlived its usefulness and was better suited for her. With the paddle braced against the wall, the raft gently swayed as Su Li gazed towards the distant 3-story building, now only 200 to 300 meters away, though it seemed an easy distance. A weight settled upon his heart. In Su Li's eyes, this seemingly short expanse was fraught with peril, and the unknown dangers that lay ahead were unpredictable. Remember what I am about to tell you, Su Li said, maneuvering the raft while addressing Su Shiwei. To survive, you must be resilient. And you must strive to grow stronger. This world has irrevocably changed. Do not cower in fear upon encountering monsters, but face them with courage. The corpses you saw in the corridor are known as corpse beasts. Though they may appear terrifying, they are not particularly formidable, their movements are sluggish, and their wits are dull. If you encounter one, simply crush its skull with the hammer, and you will vanquish it. Moreover, defeating them will make you stronger. Su Shiwei obediently sat upon the storage box, listening intently to Su Li as she cast her gaze downward at the hammer in her hands. The handle was crafted from wood, yet it had darkened to a deep black hue, stained by countless traces of blood, faintly exuding a metallic scent. Su Li had previously wielded this hammer to shatter the skulls of numerous corpse beasts, and now it was entrusted to Su Shiwei. As Su Li shared his accumulated experiences with her, he paddled and steered the raft towards the distant 32-story building, his senses heightened, vigilant for any signs of danger. He was more alert than ever, his eyes scanning the surroundings while his ears remained attuned to the world around him. After all, they were currently submerged in water, where no one could ascertain the safety of the depths or the potential dangers lurking beneath. Any lapse in vigilance could prove fatal. The sensation of perpetual tension was unbearable. Soon, beads of cold sweat began to form on Su Li's forehead. The raft had only progressed a mere 40 to 50 meters. Yet Su Li felt as if he had endured a fierce battle, intensifying his yearning for a genuine refuge where he could finally rest. In contrast, Su Shiwei seemed unperturbed by Su Li's anxiety. She quietly listened to his instructions, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation, as she extended her small hand towards him. Su Li was momentarily taken aback, noticing a handful of raisins in her open palm. She was merely offering him a snack. At that moment, he felt a pang of envy, realizing that children are blissfully ignorant of peril, untroubled by the treacherous waters that surrounded them, while he was preoccupied with the dangers. She was nonchalantly enjoying her treat. He shook his head and replied, "I shall not partake. You enjoy them instead." Upon hearing Su Li's refusal, Su Shiwei withdrew her hand and slowly popped a raisin into her mouth. She savored her food at a leisurely pace, and Su Li estimated that it would take her quite some time to finish the small handful. As he pondered this, he dipped the wooden paddle back into the water, creating a gentle ripple. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a slender, dark shadow slicing through the water near the paddle's entry point. A surge of alarm coursed through him. His muscles tensed instinctively. He swiftly retracted the paddle and grasped the iron rod that had been resting by his side. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Su Shiwei, noticing Su Li's sudden shift in demeanor, appeared to sense something amiss, her mouth slightly agape as if to inquire. Su Li gestured for her to remain silent, his eyes scanning the periphery of the raft with keen vigilance. In an instant, as Su Li turned his back, the surface of the water erupted in a splash. A damp, shadowy figure lunged from the depths, propelling itself alongside the edge of the raft with lightning speed, and clamped its jaws onto his calf. Pain shot through Su Li's leg, leaving him no time to react as a force yanked him, causing the raft to lurch violently. Struggling to maintain his balance, he slipped off the raft and plunged into the water. Having faced life and death struggles over the past few days, Su Li had gradually learned to remain composed under pressure. Despite being unexpectedly thrust into the water, he remained remarkably calm, eyes wide open. His left hand instinctively grabbed the edge of the raft to steady himself, and in that moment, he discerned the creature that had latched onto his leg. It was a colossal gray rat, with a short tail and a body exceeding 1 meter in length. Its limbs were long, with enormous paws equipped with webbing between the toes, and its large mouth bore 4 sharp fangs, which were currently embedded deep into Su Li's calf muscle. The creature thrashed about in the water, tugging at his leg, evidently intent on dragging him beneath the surface. Su Li took a deep breath, activating both the strong lung type 1 and muscle growth type 1 states within him. In this dual state, the force he could unleash reached an astonishing 700 pounds, while his breath-holding capacity extended to an impressive 4 minutes. Releasing his grip on the tightly held wooden raft with his left hand, Su Li propelled himself downward into the water. Engaging his core, he drew his legs upward and his upper body downward, curling himself into a compact form. Clenching his left hand into a fist, he struck down towards the head of the gigantic rat that had latched onto his calf. Chapter 0029. The water rat beast. Though the iron rod possessed formidable lethality, its effectiveness diminished in the water, where the resistance increased proportionately with its length. Thus, he opted to employ the power of his left fist for the confrontation. The massive rat, which had clamped onto his calf, clearly did not anticipate Su Li's swift reaction. It was too late for it to release its grip and evade. Su Li's fist struck the rat squarely on its forehead, though this blow alone was not fatal. The true peril lay in the activation of Su Li's newly acquired skill, the gluttonous Fang, obtained after vanquishing the elite variant of the second-tier spirit beast, the gluttonous hound, from the back of Su Li's left hand, for terrifyingly long fangs, each measuring 10 centimeters, erupted forth, plunging into the rat's forehead with the ease of slicing through tofu. Su Li was acutely aware of the devastating power of the gluttonous Fang, as the 4 claws penetrated the rat's skull. A swift motion of his arm caused the creature's jaws, which had latched onto his calf, to fall open helplessly, for deep gashes marred its head, from which a mixture of red and white substances began to ooze. Had the claws been longer, they could have effortlessly cleaved the rat's head into several pieces. A white spirit source materialized and entered Su Li's mind, revealing a vertical eye-shaped symbol at his brow, activating the insight rune to examine the rat's information. Name: Water Rat Beast. A common variant among second-tier spirit beasts, it has a certain probability of evolving into the elite Water Rat King. Slaying the Water Rat Beast yields no special abilities. It seemed that only elite variants of spirit beasts held the potential for unique abilities. This Water Rat Beast was merely an ordinary second-tier spirit beast, thus slaying it would not grant any extraordinary powers. As Su Li pondered this, another piece of information suddenly surfaced in his mind. Second-level spirit user, spirit source 320. This indicated that he had acquired a spirit source from the hunt. After defeating the Water Rat Beast, Su Li did not immediately surface but instead kept his eyes wide open, scanning the murky depths around him. The water was not clear, limiting his visibility to just a few meters. Beyond that lay an ominous darkness, concealing the depths from view and exuding an unsettling chill, as if some unseen current was stirring beneath. In his line of sight, the corpse of the Water Rat Beast began to sink slowly, disappearing into the darkness below. Watching it vanish, consumed by the shadows, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within him. Daring not to linger, he propelled himself upward with a powerful kick. Breaking the surface and exhaling deeply, he reached for the wooden raft, soaked to the skin, and climbed aboard before collapsing onto it. Su Shiwehue approached him obediently, her expression fraught with concern. "I'm fine, don't worry," Su Li reassured her, glancing at his calf, where the wound was enveloped in a warm, healing flow. Fortunately, he had absorbed the spirit source from the Water Rat Beast, and its unique effects were aiding in the rapid recovery of his injury. Though drenched, the temperature was not particularly low, and his body had grown considerably stronger, enhancing his resistance and tolerance to cold, so he felt no chill. The only regret he harbored was a pair of leather boots. He had believed he had finally found a waterproof pair, sparing him from the misery of drenched shoes and socks. However, scarcely had he donned them when he fell into the water once more. The recollection of his recent immersion heightened Su Li's anxiety. He dared not linger any longer. He swiftly rose, grasped the wooden paddle, and resumed rowing with fervor, eager to reach his destination and escape the water's grasp. Only with his feet firmly planted on solid ground would he find solace. The water instilled a sense of unease within him. Su Li quickened his pace, relentlessly propelling the paddle. Alas, the raft, burdened by both him and Su Shiwehue along with their numerous belongings, sat deep in the water. No matter how vigorously he rowed, the speed remained sluggish. Inching forward towards the horizon, he could only hope for a safe passage ahead. A glance at Su Shiwehue revealed she had finally ceased her snacking. Perhaps the sudden attack of the Water Rat Beast had startled her, for she now surveyed the surface with unease, tightly clutching a fruit knife and a hammer. Suddenly, she pointed towards the left side of the raft, exclaiming, "There." Su Li's heart raced, and he immediately turned his head in that direction, only to see a dark silhouette about 3 to 4 meters away in the water. A portion of its scaly back broke the surface, resembling a large fish. Without hesitation, Suli set down the paddle, exchanged it for an iron rod, and positioned himself on the left side of the raft, ready for any eventuality. To his surprise, the shadow, which appeared to be a large fish, did not charge towards the raft but instead sank back into the depths, vanishing from sight. A momentary fright passed, and Suli let out a silent sigh of relief, though he remained vigilant. His calf still throbbed faintly from the heavy bite of the water rat beast, its 4 fangs having sunk deep. Although the spiritual essence he had acquired hastened the healing of the wound, it had yet to fully mend. However, the impact was minimal, and he would soon recover completely. As for the wounds sustained in his previous encounter with the gluttonous hound, they had scabbed over, with fresh tissue beginning to grow. Based on his past experiences, he anticipated that once the scabs naturally fell away, the newly formed flesh would resemble his uninjured skin, leaving no scars behind. Despite the false alarm, Suli regarded Su Shiwehue with newfound respect. You acted wisely just now. Moving forward, observe closely and alert me should you notice anything amiss. He needed to balance rowing with vigilance, as it was indeed easy to become complacent. The water rat beast had struck precisely when he turned his back, catching him off guard. Receiving his praise, Su Shiwehue's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she diligently resumed her watchful gaze, eager for any discoveries. At last, they had reached the halfway point. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Suli as he noted that the raft had drifted over 100 meters from the building where Su Shiwehue had resided. With just as much distance remaining to their destination, hope was palpable on the horizon. As Suli grew more adept at maneuvering the paddle, he skillfully steered the raft, gradually exerting more force. The vessel's speed began to increase, swiftly closing the distance within 100 meters of the imposing 32-story edifice ahead. Suli silently calculated their remaining distance. 80 meters, 70 meters approaching swiftly. As they neared within 50 meters, Suli made another startling discovery. Just a dozen meters ahead on the water's surface, a face emerged. This visage, swollen and bloated from immersion, bore the vacant eyes of a deceased fish, its countenance adorned with white fuzz. It was a corpse beast, a grotesque transformation of a human who had perished in the Great Flood, now infused with a semblance of spiritual essence. Chapter 0030. Trap. The wooden raft surged swiftly, akin to an arrow, crashing towards the recently surfaced corpse beast, covering the distance in the blink of an eye. At this moment, it was too late to steer the raft away. Suli, fearing that the collision would damage the raft, hastily plunged into the water, using his body to shield the vessel. The raft bore considerable weight, and once it picked up speed, halting it became a formidable task. Suli could only rely on his own body to slow it down, as the raft propelled him through the water for several meters before coming to a gradual stop. The corpse beast, emerging from the depths, reached out with both hands, aiming for his neck. With both hands outstretched, Suli seized the creature's arms, and with a sharp crack, he twisted and broke them. With a forceful shove, he pushed its upper body onto the raft. Hurry over, it's your turn, he urged, having lost interest in this lowly corpse beast. As a level 2 spiritual source wielder, the spiritual source gained from slaying such a creature was of no use to him. It was better left to Su Shiwehue. Previously, Suli had imparted much knowledge about lowly corpse beasts to Su Shiwehue. Heeding his command, she grasped her hammer tightly and cautiously approached the raft. The creature, pinned beneath Suli's strength, struggled futilely to rise. Now, Suli urged, noticing Su Shiwehue's hesitation, anxiety creeping into his voice as he observed the turbulent waters ahead, where more corpse beasts were converging upon them. A multitude of corpse beasts was indeed gathering in the water ahead. Responding to Suli's insistence, Su Shiwehue finally swung the hammer down upon the creature's head. However, the blow failed to crush its skull as her initial swing lacked sufficient force. Seeing several more corpse beasts advancing, Suli cursed under his breath, seized the immobilized creature, and thrust it towards the approaching foes. Grasping a 1-meter-long iron rod, he struck down heavily. With his current strength combined with the weight of the iron rod, the blow shattered the skull of the struck corpse beast, sending it sinking beneath the surface. Suli steadied himself against the edge of the raft, his feet propelling him through the water, as he continued to guide the raft forward while charging at the oncoming corpse beasts. Each strike of his iron rod resulted in their bones shattering and flesh tearing, causing them to sink into the depths. Suddenly, he felt his feet sink, as a force tugged at him from below. A corpse beast had emerged from the depths, clutching his legs and dragging him downward. Though these creatures were not particularly strong, their numbers made them troublesome. Suli glanced down and thrust the iron rod towards the head of the beast clinging to him. The rod pierced its skull, blood gushing forth. Seizing the moment, Suli pushed forcefully with his feet, freeing one leg to stomp on the creature's face, driving it down as he propelled himself upward. Leveraging the buoyancy to break the surface and swiftly climb back onto the raft, he realized that entering the water to engage in combat with these undead beasts was perilous. So he decided it was safer to return to the raft. Suli climbed back onto the raft, only to have several undead beasts emerge from the water, attempting to clamber up the sides of the raft in pursuit of him. Armed with an iron rod, Sully struck at the exposed heads of these creatures, shattering the skulls of 3 of them in succession. As these 3 heads were crushed, their bodies sank into the depths. Although a stream of spiritual essence surged towards Sully, he received no significant information in his mind, for these undead beasts were of too low a level, rendering their spiritual essence virtually insignificant, offering little opportunity for his evolution. The number of low-level undead beasts in the water continued to swell, encircling the raft like a horde of locusts. Sully furrowed his brow. The distance to the 3-story structure barely 40 meters away felt insurmountable. Surrounded by these lowly creatures, the raft had come to a standstill, and more of the undead beasts clamored to climb aboard, causing the raft to sway violently and sink deeper into the water. The raft was laden with the supplies Sully had painstakingly gathered. Should it capsize or be destroyed, his efforts over the past few days would be utterly in vain. Sully let out a series of furious shouts, striving to maintain his balance on the trembling raft, his iron rod striking down repeatedly with explosive force. Each blow he delivered claimed the life of an undead beast. Sushiwehue clutched the ropes entwined around the raft, doing her utmost to steady herself and avoid being thrown off, her face paling in fear as she surveyed the surrounding sea of undead beasts, her eyes betraying her terror. More and more undead beasts fell beneath Sully's onslaught, some sinking into the depths while others became buoyant corpses, floating around them. Suddenly, violent ripples erupted from below, followed by a dark shadow shooting up from the depths, viciously biting down on the neck of one of the undead beasts. The creature thrashed about, its hands flailing in a desperate struggle against the grip. Sully's heart trembled slightly. The entity that had emerged was a gray giant rat, unmistakably the water rat beast he had previously slain. The water rat beast, classified as a level 2 ordinary spiritual creature, was significantly more formidable than the undead beasts. At that moment, another water rat beast appeared, this one not attacking the other undead but charging directly towards the raft. The undead beasts surrounding the raft seemed startled, retreating in disarray, clearly intimidated by the presence of the water rat beasts. Sully tightened his grip on the iron rod, the veins on the back of his hand standing out as he exerted pressure. He had never anticipated that the gathering of undead beasts would attract even more fearsome water rat beasts. One rat may pose little threat, but a swarm of them would be utterly catastrophic, for the water rat beasts were far more terrifying than the undead. As Sully watched the water rat beast open its mouth and swiftly dart onto the wooden raft, he steadied himself and ceased all movement, fixating on the approaching creature. He suddenly took a step forward, swinging the iron rod in his right hand with great force. On this swaying raft, maintaining balance was already a formidable challenge, let alone launching an attack. Although Sully had aimed directly for the beast's head, the moment he struck, the added pressure of his right foot on the raft caused it to dip slightly. Consequently, his body leaned forward precariously. A minor miscalculation led to a significant deviation, and his iron rod narrowly missed, skimming past the water rat beast's head. Chapter 31. Stranger, the sensation of exerting all one's strength only to feel utterly drained was profoundly unsettling. Sully felt a constriction in his throat, as if a surge of energy was trapped within him, rendering him nearly breathless. As he swung his iron rod, the water rat beast darted forward and sank its teeth fiercely into his left thigh. Sully let out a muffled groan of pain, but his reflexes were quick. He clenched his left hand into a fist and unleashed the devourer's fangs, striking downward. For elongated fangs, each 10 centimeters in length, plunged deeply into the head of the water rat beast, cleaving it open. Without hesitation, Sully lifted his left leg and kicked the creature aside, its head now marred by gruesome wounds. A surge of spiritual energy surged into Sully's body, and at last, a message appeared in his mind. Level 2 Spiritualist, Spiritual Energy 420. He had slain a water rat beast, but 2 more emerged from either side, scrambling up onto the raft. One lunged at Sully while the other advanced towards Sushiwehue. More alarmingly, a third water rat beast had not targeted the 2 on the raft but had instead opened its jaws to gnaw at the raft itself. Damnable creature, Sully observed in a mix of fear and fury. His body felt feverish as the spiritual power he had just absorbed coursed through his veins, hastening the healing of his wounds. Prominent veins bulged on the back of his right hand, resembling writhing earthworms. Ignoring the water rat beast charging at him, he turned and sprinted towards Sushiwehue's direction. She was merely an ordinary girl, incapable of felling even the most basic of undead beasts. How could she withstand the ferocity of the water rat beast? A single bite could easily sever her delicate, fair neck. Sully was afraid of solitude. He did not wish to be alone again. He needed a companion. After much difficulty in finding a partner, he did not want to lose her again. Therefore, he could not allow Sushiwehue to perish. With a furious shout, Sully suddenly accelerated, navigating the swaying raft with agility. To his astonishment, he ran faster than the water rat beast, swinging the iron rod with all his might. With a resounding thud, The iron rod struck the back of the water rat beast that was lunging at Su Shiwehue. The sharp crack of its spine echoed in the air as the beast let out a piercing, mournful shriek, its back collapsing beneath the force of the blow. However, Su Li had charged too recklessly. He lost his balance and tumbled off the raft, crashing heavily into the water. The suddenness of the fall caught him off guard, and a mouthful of water rushed in, prompting violent coughing. Pain seared through his back, the sharp agony of the beast's fangs piercing into his flesh. Su Li realized that he had been attacked from behind by another water rat beast, and before he could recover, he felt a sharp pain in his calf as yet another water rat beast emerged from the depths, clamping its jaws around his leg and pulling him down into the water. As he struggled for breath, water filled his mouth and nose, a sensation of overwhelming discomfort enveloping him. With both the back and calf of his legs under assault, the two water rat beasts dragged him deeper into the water. All of this transpired within mere seconds, and as he was submerged, the last sound he heard was Su Shiwehue's startled cry. It was over. A thought suddenly emerged in Su Li's mind. He did not believe that his fate was sealed. Rather, he comprehended the perilous situation faced by Su Shiwehue. Although he had interrupted the spinal cord of the water rat beast that had attacked her, no one could ascertain how many more of these creatures lurked in the vicinity. Just as he had fallen into the water, he had already been ambushed by two water rat beasts. The others would certainly not spare Su Shiwehue. Her startled cry clearly indicated that she was under attack. As an ordinary little girl, she had no chance of survival against the ferocity of the water rat beasts. She was doomed. The thought of Su Shiwehue's demise stirred a profound sense of grief and indignation within Su Li. These wretched monsters, submerged in the water. Su Li held his breath, his body twisting and contracting violently as he bent down, although he could not shake off the water rat beast that clung to his back. His left hand's gluttonous fang had already pierced the creature that had latched onto his calf. The gluttonous fang was exceedingly sharp, inflicting a deep wound that nearly severed the neck of the water rat beast, measuring almost 10 centimeters in depth. A spirit source embedded itself in his forehead, and an announcement echoed in his mind. Level 2 Spirit Source User, Spirit Source 520. At that very moment, he retaliated with his right arm, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the water rat beast gripping his back. Suddenly, he noticed 3 dark shadows emerging from the depths below, swiftly ascending toward him. 3 more water rat beasts. Su Li felt a prickling unease wash over him. Just then, he heard a loud splash, the sound of a heavy object dropping into the water, originating from above his head. Glancing up, he saw a figure plummeting from the wooden raft into the water. Was it Su Shiwehue who had fallen? No, her form was not so large. All of this transpired in an instant. The figure that had fallen into the water swiftly unfurled, moving with a grace surpassing that of a fish, evading him in an instant. With a powerful dive, it plunged into the depths, delivering a punch to the water rat beast that clung to Su Li's back. Although the punch appeared weak, failing to even breach the creature's skin, the water rat beast suddenly rolled its eyes back, its mouth agape as it fell lifelessly. Su Li witnessed a spirit source erupting from the slain creature, soaring toward the newcomer. Understanding dawned upon Su Li like a flash of lightning. This was a complete stranger, yet like him, a spirit source user. This individual had just leaped from the raft into the water and had dispatched the water rat beast with a single blow. The newcomer surged downward, directly confronting the 3 water rat beasts that were ascending. The beasts scattered in fright, one lunging upward at Su Li while the other 2 flanked the descending figure. Su Li swung his legs wildly, propelling himself upward as the pursuing water rat beast closed in, poised to bite his leg. Suddenly, he retracted his legs, lowering his body. And with an extension of his left arm, the gluttonous fang struck the water rat beast. The water rat beast, its throat slashed by the fangs of gluttony, gushed forth a copious amount of blood, its slender neck nearly severed, held together by only a thread of flesh. The creature succumbed instantly. Su Li acquired yet another essence, raising her internal reservoirs to 6 out of 20. Meanwhile, the massive shadow that had submerged below displayed remarkable aquatic agility, evading the assault of one water rat beast with the grace of a spirit fish. With a swift extension of its right arm, a powerful fist descended upon the head of another water rat beast. Chapter 32. Ding Long in the water rat beast that was struck trembled violently, its eyes rolling back in its head before it succumbed to a silent demise. Su Li, observing from a distance, found it rather perplexing. The punch appeared to lack any significant force, and there were no visible injuries on the surface. Yet, the creature had quietly perished. This mode of attack was indeed peculiar. The remaining water rat beast seemed to be paralyzed by fear, unable to comprehend why its companion had suddenly met such an end. Perhaps overwhelmed by an instinctual terror of the unknown, it abruptly turned and darted into the depths of the water, seeking to escape. The assailant made no attempt to pursue, instead ascending towards the surface. At that very moment, Su Li also began his ascent. His physical prowess was extraordinary. He could hold his breath for 2 minutes under normal circumstances, and if he activated his special lung capacity, he could extend it for an additional 2 minutes, allowing for a total of 4 minutes submerged. The recent skirmish had lasted merely a minute or two, so he could still remain underwater for a while longer. However, given the lurking dangers beneath the surface, Suli felt compelled to surface quickly. He broke through the water, inhaling deeply to replenish his lungs, and upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Sushiwehue on the raft. Sushiwehue was unharmed. Beside her lay the lifeless bodies of 2 water rat beasts, their eyes rolled back in death, yet devoid of any visible wounds. Suli immediately grasped the situation. Clearly, after he had fallen into the water, Sushiwehue had encountered peril but was rescued by someone. The 2 dead water rat beasts on the raft had also fallen victim to the same individual who had plunged into the water. Only this person's punches could produce such an eerie form of demise, silent and without a mark. Sushiwehue, upon seeing Suli emerge from the water, was filled with delight and hurried towards him. "Someone just saved me," she gestured earnestly, attempting to convey that another person had appeared to rescue her while he was submerged. "I know," Suli replied, grasping the edge of the raft. With a forceful heave, he hoisted himself onto it, only to hear a voice chuckle nearby. "Are you referring to me?" Turning towards the sound, Suli spotted a man's head emerging about 2 meters from the raft. He appeared to be in his late 30s, with short hair that was beginning to thin, a subtle sign of impending baldness, though not yet pronounced. This was indeed the individual who had just dispatched the water rat beasts and saved both Sushiwehue and Suli. A surge of excitement and exhilaration coursed through Suli at the sight of another survivor, particularly one so formidable. He quickly patted the raft and called out, "Thank you. Brother, please come aboard. The water is perilous." As he spoke, he lifted the bodies of the 2 water rat beasts and tossed them overboard. Having previously gathered rice, flour, and noodles, they were not in immediate need of food and could afford to discard the carcasses. The middle-aged man smiled and shook his head, saying, "I rather enjoy staying in the water. Come, let me assist you." As he spoke, he inhaled deeply and plunged into the water once more, vanishing from sight. Suli knew that his swimming ability was exceptional, far surpassing her own. Seeing him dive again, she hurried to stand up on the wooden raft, only to find that when the middle-aged man resurfaced, he had already appeared at the rear of the raft. With a powerful push, he directed it toward the nearby 32-story building. "Welcome to our little gathering. I have been utterly bored here alone these past few days. By the way, my name is Ding Longun, and what are yours?" "I am Suli, and this is Sushiwehue. Have you been here alone all this time, Brother Ding?" Suli asked, glancing at the approaching building. The edifice, towering at 32 stories, had been submerged up to the 29th floor. Yet 3 floors still emerged above the water's surface. In terms of area, it was significantly larger than the 30-story building where Suli resided. The building where Suli and Sushiwehue lived housed only 3 households per floor, whereas the one before them was divided into several units, with each floor's area at least 2 or 3 times that of their own. "There were originally 4 of us, but now I am the sole survivor," Ding Longun replied nonchalantly. His tone carried an air of ease, yet Suli felt a chill at his words, sensing a faint undercurrent of tragedy lurking beneath his calm demeanor. Sushiwehue, intrigued, couldn't help but ask softly, "What happened to the other 3? Did they leave?" Ding Longun glanced at her before responding. "Left? One could say that, but they did not merely depart from this building, they left this world. I consider myself somewhat fortunate to have survived." Suli, having endured numerous attacks during her time in her own residence, felt a pang of unease upon realizing that among Ding Longyun's initial group of 4, 3 had perished. The implication was clear. The dangers they faced were far graver than those she had encountered. It appeared that this building, now emerging from the water, was even more perilous than her previous abode, sending a shiver down her spine. She had initially hoped to treat this place as a temporary refuge until a better option presented itself. Sushiwehue, grasping the gravity of Ding Longyun's words, turned pale. Her gaze filled with a hint of fear as she watched the building draw closer. Ding Longyun seemed to sense their apprehension and suddenly smiled broadly, saying, however, "There is no need to be overly frightened. I have discerned some patterns over the past few days. As long as one remains prudent and avoids greed, all should be well. After all, I am still here, aren't I? By the way, where did you come from? When did you first notice that this city was submerged in floodwaters?" In response to Ding Longyun's inquiry, Suli offered a brief account, gesturing toward the distant location of her former residence. "I used to live in that building. I woke up to this situation on the morning of the 15th. She experienced something similar. What about you?" "On the morning of the 15th, upon awakening, I sensed an unusual atmosphere outside, which nearly frightened me to the point of losing control. In a state of panic, I began searching for others, only to discover that there were merely 4 of us in the entire building, myself included. The whereabouts of the others remain a mystery. It is unclear whether they had never resided here or had mysteriously vanished. Strangely enough, I noticed that many of the apartments were covered in a thick layer of dust, suggesting that they had been uninhabited for quite some time. This struck me as peculiar, as I distinctly recall the building having a high occupancy rate. Yet, astonishingly, out of the 24 units across 3 floors, only 4 individuals were present. Chapter 0033, Soul Devourer. As Ding Longyun spoke, he propelled the wooden raft swiftly through the water. Suli pondered over Ding Longyun's observations that he had also noted earlier, yet remained puzzled by the underlying reasons. Feeling somewhat guilty witnessing Ding Longyun tirelessly pushing the raft, he urged, "Brother Ding, please come aboard. I can paddle over." As he spoke, he grasped the oar and began to row. Ding Longyun shook his head with a smile and hesitated before confessing, "Actually, I tend to get seasick." Suli was taken aback by Ding Longyun's remarkable swimming skills coupled with his susceptibility to seasickness, a most unexpected revelation. Observing Suli's astonishment, Ding Longyun chuckled heartily. "I cannot fathom why this happens. Ever since childhood, I've been prone to seasickness. That's why I diligently learned to swim, believing that mastering swimming would rid me of this affliction. However, as I matured, my seasickness only intensified. Fortunately, although I Haven Tea conquered my malady, I have learned to swim, which has proven invaluable now." Suli nodded in empathetic understanding. In light of the city being unexpectedly inundated by unprecedented floods, possessing good swimming skills equated to an enhanced chance of survival. He recalled his earlier misfortune of plunging into the water and nearly choking, a predicament stemming from his inadequate swimming proficiency. Had he been better equipped in that regard, he would not have found himself in such a dire situation. Recognizing Ding Longyun's seasickness, Suli refrained from insisting he board the raft. Despite the looming proximity of the towering building ahead, he remained vigilant, cautious of any unforeseen incidents. As Ding Longyun maneuvered the raft, they swiftly reached a balcony, which he steadied against its edge. Suli lifted the bundle of bricks secured with ropes and tossed them inside. "I'll secure the raft for you. You go ahead," Ding Longyun enthusiastically encouraged. Swimming along the raft's edge, Suli nodded in acknowledgement, first climbing onto the balcony, where he discovered the floor was submerged under 3 to 4 centimeters of water. The water level had been gradually rising over the past few days, rendering the 30th floor uninhabitable. With his feet firmly on the ground, Suli exhaled softly. Remaining indoors felt considerably safer than floating on the water, providing him with a sense of security. He secured the rope to one side and beckoned Su Shiwehue. Su Shiwehue cautiously entered, extending her arms towards him. Suli grasped her arms, assisting her over the balcony. Afterward, he returned to the raft to begin transferring various supplies. He intended to stay here temporarily, at least for the short term, necessitating the transport of these provisions. Su Shiwehue stood by the balcony's edge, receiving the items. Though she struggled with some of the heavier ones, Ding Longyun emerged from the water, grasping the edge of the balcony to pull himself up. "Little girl, take a break. Let me handle it," Ding Longyun said with a smile, taking the container filled with cooled boiled water from Su Li's careful grasp. Curiously, he inquired, "What is in this?" "It's all cooled boiled water, clean and hygienic, safe for drinking. If conditions allow, it can even be heated," Su Li explained. "Cooled boiled water? Impressive indeed. You brought so much water, though it was entirely unnecessary." Ding Longyun chuckled. Su Li's eyes sparkled as he inquired, "Has the tap water here not ceased?" Ding Longyun effortlessly set down the storage box filled with a staggering 170 liters of water, then smirked. "What are you thinking? The water, electricity, and gas have long been cut off. However, there is an abundance of water outside. We are certainly not lacking in that regard, so why bother bringing it?" Su Li looked at Ding Longyun in astonishment. "You mean this water? You actually drink this water?" He gestured towards the vast expanse of water outside. Contemplating the countless corpses that might be submerged within, the unnameable filth that could be mingling, and the potential bacteria and parasites lurking within. Indeed, he hesitated to consume it. Ding Longyun nodded, noticing Su Li's astonished expression, and laughed. "I understand what you're thinking. In truth, it's quite safe. All that is required is to strengthen the stomach. From your demeanor, it seems you haven't reinforced your stomach, have you?" Su Li felt a spark of realization. During his previous 2 enhancements, he had indeed been reminded of the option to fortify his stomach, but he had opted to enhance his lungs and muscles instead. Upon seeing Su Li shake his head, Ding Longyun elaborated, "At the very least, you should enhance your stomach once. This way, our stomachs will adapt to consuming cold water and raw meat, ensuring we won't fall ill because of it. Though we are not currently lacking in food, none of us knows how long this situation will persist. Clean food is scarce, and we may eventually be compelled to consume the flesh of these monsters, which ordinary stomachs may struggle to digest." Su Li comprehended the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement, curiosity piqued as he asked, "I noticed your attack on that water rat beast. It bore no visible wounds, yet suddenly perished. Why was that? Water rat beast? You refer to those enormous rats in the water as water rat beasts? Huh, that name is rather fitting. Is that what you were asking about? Ding Longyun responded, raising his right hand into a fist. Su Li observed a faint, almost ethereal substance coursing over his fist, but it vanished before he could scrutinize it further. This is called Soul Devourer, a power I acquired after vanquishing an extraordinarily large rat. This creature resembled those water rats, but was 2 or 3 times their size. It was their leader. That beast was frightfully ferocious. Initially, there were 4 of us residing here, 2 of whom fell victim to its wrath. I was fortunate enough to land the final blow, which granted me this ability known as Soul Devourer. With this power, I can strike without harming the surface of the skin, yet I can directly damage the brain within. According to the information provided, it is said to consume souls, hence the name Soul Devourer. However, in my understanding, it operates akin to the concept of striking a cow across a mountain. The exterior remains intact while the interior is utterly destroyed. As Ding Longyun spoke, a mixture of pride and melancholy adorned his face. He reveled in the peculiarity and might of the Soul Devourer ability, yet lamented the loss of his previous companions at the hands of that massive rat. Listening to Ding Longyun's explanation, Su Li grasped the situation more clearly. Ding Longyun, lacking the ability to perceive the sigils, was naturally unable to glean information regarding these creatures. Consequently, he referred to the being he had just slain as a giant water rat, unaware that it was actually called a water rat beast. He speculated that the enormous rat he described, which was 2 or 3 times larger than the water rat beast, was likely the water rat king, an elite type of spirit source beast. Based on previous experiences, defeating elite spirit source beasts held a certain probability of granting unique skills. For instance, Su Li had acquired the special skill of the sigil, Tooth of Gluttony, by vanquishing an elite spirit source beast. Chapter 34. Abundance. The water rat king had slain 2 of Ding Longyun's companions, yet he too met his demise at the hands of Ding Longyun. This Soul Devourer must surely be the unique skill acquired from vanquishing the water rat king. The 2 swiftly transferred all the items from the raft onto the ground. Upon spotting the canister of liquefied gas, Ding Longyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Heavens, is this canister usable?" "Indeed," Su Li affirmed with a nod. "Haha." Ding Longyun erupted into laughter, declaring, "The residents of this building rely solely on piped gas, and with the gas supply cut off, I haven't savored a warm meal in days. With this, we can finally enjoy something hot. Come, let us ascend to the upper floors. The ground here is flooded and uninhabitable." Ding Longyun, filled with urgency, urged the 2 to hasten their ascent. "The belongings can wait. We must go." Su Li nodded in agreement and, along with Su Shuahui, followed him out of the house, directly facing the staircase leading upwards. Ding Longyun led the way, carrying the canister of liquefied gas, while Su Li handled a storage box filled with cooled boiled water, and Su Shuahui carried a large bag of snacks, positioned between them. Ding Longyun had fortified his stomach, unperturbed by the water outside, but both he and Su Shuahui were not so lucky, at least for the time being. He dared not risk it. Thus, this water was of paramount importance to him. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the remnants of beastly corpses were visible, alongside signs of widespread destruction. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here. Remembering Ding Longyun's earlier mention of 4 individuals, with 3 now perished and only he remaining, one could easily imagine the brutality of the conflict that had occurred. Su Li found himself curious about Ding Longyun's current level as a spirit source user. He had contemplated inquiring several times, but refrained, as they had only just met, and it felt inappropriate to pry into personal matters. His previous question regarding the Soul Devourer already felt somewhat intrusive. Yet Ding Longyun had taken it in stride and elaborated without hesitation, revealing a candid nature that Su Li found admirable, a quality worth fostering in a friendship. Upon reaching the top floor, Ding Longyun used a key to unlock a sturdy door. As he pushed it open, Su Li noticed that all the furniture had been removed, and the windows sealed, transforming the space into something akin to a warehouse. Inside, a wealth of essential supplies lay stacked. Su Li beheld an array of provisions: rice, flour, oil, salt, cooking utensils, ropes, instant noodles, bread, alcohol, and beverages, among others. The adjacent room was crammed with clothing, shoes, socks, blankets, and more, sufficient resources for sustenance and comfort. Diverse in variety, albeit limited in quantity. This 3-story building housed a total of 24 households, and nearly all useful items from these families had been consolidated here. Ding Longyun, with a hint of pride on his face, introduced the supplies, stating, "As long as these items do not mold or spoil, they should sustain us for quite some time." Alas! At this juncture, he paused slightly, a trace of regret crossing his features. We cannot stay here for long. Su Li felt a stir in her heart and asked, why is it that although the water level is gradually rising at the current rate, it would take a long time to flood this highest floor? Ding Longyan shook his head and replied, it's not the water level that concerns me, but rather these monsters. Monsters? Ding Longyan sighed and continued, indeed, over the past few days, I have discerned a disturbing pattern. The creatures appearing have grown increasingly terrifying. If I were alone, it would be impossible to hold out much longer, but fortunately, we now have both of you. At this point, he perked up and asked, by the way, what levels are you both at? I am at level 3, just 8 essence sources away from another upgrade. Su Li had long wished to inquire about his level and was pleasantly surprised by his openness. She smiled slightly and replied, I am merely at level 2, far behind you. Ding Longyun was not only a level 3 essence wielder, but also on the verge of another breakthrough. In contrast, Su Li was still at level 2, with 14 essence sources needed for her own advancement. As for Shuehui, she was simply an ordinary person. Ah, Ding Longyun nodded. That is no problem. We can catch a few zombies for her to practice on. It's not difficult. Su Li understood that he referred to the corpse beasts. There are plenty of clothes, shoes, and socks here, of all kinds. You can choose freely. After changing into a fresh set of clothing, Su Li and Ding Longyun felt rejuvenated. Ding Longyun then proceeded to the kitchen, connecting the gas canister to the stove. Once ignited, he gleefully resembled a child, before locating a pressure cooker and exclaiming, soon we shall have fragrant white rice to enjoy. Su Li opened a storage box filled with cooled boiled water. Aware that Su Shuoei was an ordinary person and hesitant to use outside water, Ding Longyun fetched some water from the box to rinse the rice, busily preparing their meal, while Su Li descended to transport the supplies they had just brought upstairs to store them. Occasionally, Su Li glanced outside and could vaguely see dark shadows surfacing in the water surrounding the building. She even noticed corpse beasts emerging from the depths, but they did not approach to attack. Instead, they surfaced and then sank back down. Clearly, the area was perilous, and she began to comprehend Ding Longyun's earlier words. The building where she had previously resided had not experienced such occurrences, nor had there been sightings of corpse beasts surfacing. Before long, the enticing aroma of rice wafted through the air. Su Li inhaled deeply. It had been days since she had savored a warm meal, and the smell was more alluring than any delicacy in the world. Once the rice was cooked, she moved a table from the next room, while Su Shuehui wiped it clean with a cloth. Ding Longyun, as if performing a magic trick, retrieved from the pile of supplies items such as fermented bean curd, diced beef, chili sauce, ham sausages, salted duck eggs, vacuum-packed chicken feet, and soy sauce duck legs, arranging them on the table. It was a veritable feast to behold. Su Shuehui could no longer suppress her eagerness, swallowing hard. Haha, do you feel a sense of warmth and homeliness? After spending a few days here, it is only today that there finally seems to be a semblance of a proper meal. Ding Longyun chuckled heartily as he found 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, then filled 3 large bowls with rice. Su Li recalled that she had brought a few cans of beer with her, and hurriedly took one out to hand to Ding Longyun. Although during her previous work, she had consumed copious amounts of alcohol while negotiating contracts and socializing, to the point where the mere sight of liquor filled her with trepidation, she found herself surprisingly nostalgic for it after just a few days of abstinence. Chapter 35, The Hunt. Haha, I do not particularly enjoy beer. I prefer white spirits, Ding Longyun remarked as he retrieved a bottle of liquor and a soft drink from a room brimming with supplies. He handed the drink to Su Shuehui and placed the liquor on the table. Su Li glanced at it and discovered it was a bottle of Feitian Matai. Ding Longyun continued, to be honest, I fear you might find this amusing, but in my entire life, I have only tasted Matai once. It was during a New Year when my uncle visited. He brought a bottle with him, and that was my sole experience with Matai. My uncle is quite affluent. He used to run a company and a factory, though he no longer does. Alas, I never truly benefited from his wealth, he chuckled as he opened the bottle, retrieving glasses for their drinks. So, how about we indulge a bit? Su Li smiled and replied, at least you have had a taste. I have never tried it. By the way, did you find this bottle at someone else's place? It appears that family is rather well off. He pushed the beer aside, preparing to savor the Matai's flavor. Ding Longyun replied, this neighborhood isn't exactly upscale. Most of the residents here are not of significant wealth. Su Li understood that this area was far from the city center. Once merely considered the outskirts, yet it had gradually developed over the years, still lacking the vibrancy of a truly prosperous commercial district. However, exceptions did exist. Ding Longyun poured 2 glasses of liquor, handing one to Su Li. He took a sip from his glass, smacking his lips as if savoring the taste. Su Li also took a small sip, only to frown slightly. He did not particularly enjoy the strong, sauce-like flavor, preferring a more mellow spirit with a lower alcohol content. Did you know? Ding Longyun continued. In one of the apartments on the 30th floor, the decor is quite ordinary, and it appears uninhabited. Yet, astonishingly, it houses over 100 boxes of this matai, likely used as a storage space. Suli gasped, over 100 boxes of matai? Indeed, and there are also gold, jade artifacts, famous calligraphy and paintings, and bundles of cash. When I saw it, it truly opened my eyes. I suspect these items are of dubious origin, perhaps stored in a rented space, but I cannot ascertain who they belong to or how they came to be there. As Ding Longan spoke, he sighed deeply. In the past, such treasures would have been my lifelong aspiration. Yet now, with them so unexpectedly in front of me, I find myself devoid of interest. The gold seems less valuable to me than the food before us. Suli pondered for a moment, then said, Brother Ding, have you ever considered that if the flood recedes and everything returns to its former order, those items may regain their value? Ding Longan downed the contents of his glass in one gulp, placing it down with a smirk. Do you truly believe everything will revert to how it once was? Suli, cease your naivety and stop deceiving yourself. A flood capable of submerging an entire city cannot possibly afflict only us. If we were the sole victims of this calamity, we should have witnessed the arrival of rescue teams, helicopters, and boats by now. Yet, in truth, what have we seen? Have you noticed anything? Suli fell silent, pouring the wine into her mouth, feeling the fiery burn that was both unbearable and exhilarating. The souls lost to the flood had risen as zombies. This world had irrevocably changed. Hey, Ding Longan remarked with a faint smile, pouring another glass for both Suli and himself. We must exercise restraint. We cannot afford to become intoxicated. Suli interrupted Ding Longan. Having noticed the occasional appearance of monstrous corpses outside, aware that danger could strike at any moment. Should they both succumb to inebriation, it would spell trouble. Rest assured, I am mindful of my limits. Generally speaking, daytime is less perilous, as long as we refrain from carelessly discarding bodies. There should be minimal chaos. But night is a different matter, Ding Longan explained. Thus, we shall indulge in a bit of wine and ensure we rest well. The night is our time for hunting. At this, a spark ignited in Ding Longyun's eyes. Suli tightened her grip on the wine glass, asking, Hunting? Indeed, hunting. We will use bait to lure these creatures. Hunting for spiritual sources so that we may grow stronger. Only through strength can we survive. As Suli gazed at Ding Longyun, it dawned on her that while he had previously slain numerous spiritual beasts, he had always been in a reactive stance, only retaliating when attacked. Now, witnessing Ding Longyun's proactive approach to hunting these beasts, she comprehended why he had evolved so rapidly. Proactive hunting? But what is the bait? Ding Longyun elucidated. The bait consists of these monsters' corpses. By casting the bodies into the water, we can quickly attract more creatures. The greater the number of bodies, the more formidable the monsters we draw in. Thus, we must be cautious. We cannot attract creatures beyond our capability to confront, lest we play with fire and invite disaster. Suli nodded slightly. I see. Previously, I had accumulated the corpses in the corridor or on the rooftop, fearful of attracting monsters. Little did I know. It was indeed a prudent action. Had I recklessly thrown the bodies into the water, I shudder to think what terrifying entities might have emerged. After finishing his second glass, Ding Longan poured another for himself. Suli waved her hand in refusal. Though she could handle her liquor, she needed to remain utterly alert in this perilous and unfamiliar environment. She did not wish to let alcohol impair her judgment. Observing her refusal, Ding Longan did not insist, but instead poured himself a third glass. Su Shiwehue had been quietly listening to their exchange, taking small bites of her meal and occasionally sipping her drink, revealing great interest in the beverage. In the current environment, being able to enjoy a beverage is a luxury. After a satisfying meal, Ding Longan, having finished 3 glasses of liquor, turned his cup upside down, signaling his intent to cease drinking. A serious expression crossed his face as he remarked, After we finish eating, let us have a good night's sleep. Tonight is the main event. Observing Ding Longyun's solemn demeanor, Suli felt a slight twinge of anxiety. The prospect of actively hunting spirit source beasts and acquiring their essence was both a novel and exhilarating experience for him, filling him with a mix of tension and excitement. After the meal, the 3 of them collaborated to tidy up the dishes, and subsequently, Ding Longan led them to the adjacent room. This was a 3-bedroom apartment with a spacious living area that was entirely devoid of furniture, save for 4 beds arranged in a row. Chapter 0036. The Purple Wind Building. Moreover, all the windows of this house had been sealed from the inside, casting a dim light throughout the space. For safety reasons, the 4 of us had initially slept together, providing mutual support, but now I found myself utterly alone. As Ding Longyun recounted this, a shadow of gloom crossed his face. Suli understood that previously, there had been 4 living souls here, including Ding Longyun. But now the other 3 had fallen victim to the monsters, leaving only him behind. Observing the 4 beds, Suli felt a flicker of curiosity and asked, "Brother Ding, were the 4 of you residents of this building from the very beginning, or did someone come here from elsewhere like us?" Ding Longyan replied, "All of us were residents here. One lived on the 30th floor, I occupied the 31st. And the other 2 were a father and son duo residing on the top floor. The pile of supplies you saw earlier belonged to them." Upon hearing this, Suli pondered intently. Ding Longyan noticed and inquired, "What is on your mind?" Suli responded, "The building I previously lived in had only 30 floors, and I was the sole survivor. Su Shuohui's building also had 30 floors, and during the flood, the only survivors would have been her and her father. Of course, her father later." She hesitated, not wanting to provoke painful emotions in Su Shuohui, and refrained from mentioning her father's demise. Ding Longyun, perceptive to her unspoken words, nodded slightly and asked, "And what does that signify?" Suli continued, "This building has 32 floors, with 3 visible above the water, yet we have 4 survivors. It makes me wonder if buildings with higher floors might have even more survivors." Ding Longyun paused, taken aback by her reasoning, and affirmed, "Your analysis holds merit. I recall that the Purple Wind building is not far from here." "Indeed," Suli replied, "the Purple Wind building boasts 38 floors. If we follow this pattern, when the flood came, at least 8 floors must have remained above water, potentially harboring numerous survivors." Suli was familiar with the Purple Wind building, as it stood as a prominent landmark in the area, situated about 2 or 3 kilometers away. In times past, such a distance seemed negligible, but now, amidst the treacherous currents of the flood, it felt insurmountable. Thus, despite her knowledge of the building, Suli had never considered making a direct journey there on a makeshift raft, as the perilous waters were far too daunting for her to brave alone. Ding Longyan contemplated. The Purple Wind building lies approximately 3 kilometers from here. While that distance is not excessively far, it is certainly not close, especially for someone like me who is prone to seasickness. Nonetheless, you are right. There may be many survivors there. We should devise a way to investigate. If we indeed find a multitude of people, we may have a chance to unite and strengthen our resolve." Suli murmured in acknowledgement. From the moment he learned that 4 living beings were present, he had contemplated ascending to the higher floors of the Zifeng Tower. However, the challenge of navigating nearly 3 kilometers of waterway loomed before them like an insurmountable barrier. Subsequently, the 3 of them sought out beds to rest, preparing to rejuvenate their spirits for the night's hunt. Having indulged in some wine at noon, the presence of one another imbued them with a sense of security, allowing Suli to sink into a deep and comfortable slumber, only to be roused by Ding Longyun's gentle prodding. Upon opening his eyes, Suli noticed Ding Longyun standing beside his bed. Su Shuohui, who occupied the adjacent bed, was seated with one hand clutching her pillow and the other rubbing her eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. A glance at the clock on the wall revealed it was already past 5 in the afternoon. He had slept for 3 to 4 hours. "Did you hear any commotion?" Ding Longyun inquired softly upon noticing Suli had awakened. Instantly alert, Suli responded in a hushed tone, "What is the matter?" "Nothing much." Ding Longyun replied, "Just a few zombies have appeared. However, they are of a lower level and pose little threat. These creatures exhibit a certain pattern of behavior. Most that emerge during the day are not particularly strong or numerous. The more formidable monsters typically venture out at night, though there are occasional exceptions. What I'm saying is not absolute, but rather a relative observation of their tendencies." Suli understood that Ding Longyun was referring to corpse beasts, though he was unaware of their true designation, having consistently labeled them as zombies. Approaching the security door, Suli peered through the peephole and indeed spotted several corpse beasts swaying as they emerged from the stairwell at the end of the corridor, gradually approaching, each one banging against the door. "I recall you mentioned that the young girl is still an ordinary person. These corpse beasts would serve as excellent practice for her," Ding Longyun remarked, retrieving a steel shovel from beneath his bed before swiftly stepping outside after unlocking the door. Suli beckoned Su Shuohui, who was just awakening and still somewhat groggy. Upon hearing his voice, she roused herself and hastily set aside her pillow. He handed her a hammer that he had previously used but found unnecessary since acquiring an iron rod. "Are we going to smash the zombies' heads again?" Su Shuohui asked softly, a hint of reluctance evident in her tone. Understanding her hesitation, Suli replied earnestly, "Remember, to survive, you must take action." Taking Su Shuohui by the hand, they stepped outside to find 5 corpse beasts already sprawled across the corridor. Ding Longyun wielded the steel shovel, an outdoor tool approximately a meter in length, crafted with exceptional quality and weight, capable of delivering substantial force. He employed the shovel to incapacitate the limbs of the corpse beasts, rendering them unable to advance, yet leaving them alive, clearly intending for Su Shiwehui to deliver the final blow. "Little girl, come here quickly. These on the ground are entrusted to you." As Ding Longyun spoke, he dashed toward the last standing corpse beast. With his exceptional skills, dealing with such a low-level creature was a mere trifle for him. Su Li observed as he swung his steel shovel, delivering a decisive strike to the beast's knee, causing it to collapse with a thud. He then wielded the shovel with vigor, targeting the creature's limbs. His movements were direct and forceful, and amidst the splatter of flesh and blood, he swiftly rendered the beast's limbs utterly incapacitated, leaving it unable to retaliate. This type of corpse beast was devoid of the sensation of pain, driven solely by primal instincts of attack and predation. Though it writhed on the ground, it could not emit a sound, its expression frozen in a vacant stupor, utterly lacking any semblance of anguish. Chapter 0037. Eye enhancement. With both hands gripping the hammer tightly, she summoned all her strength to bring it down. "Fear not, nor hesitate. They are no longer human, but rather monsters." Su Li guided Su Shiwehui, aware that compelling her to strike at such cadaverous beasts posed a significant psychological barrier. Moreover, her strength was limited, rendering the task of shattering the creature's skull quite challenging. The first one was the most difficult. Once that was dealt with, the subsequent ones would become increasingly manageable. Under Su Li's encouragement, Su Shiwehui finally mustered her courage, her hands firmly clasping the hammer as she swung it towards the head of the corpse below, instinctively closing her eyes. Unfortunately, her first strike went awry. The hammer struck the ground, causing a jolt that left Su Shiwehui's hands tingling, a pained expression crossing her face. With a sigh, Su Li positioned himself behind her, grasping her arms to steady her grip on the hammer. He assisted her in raising her arms and, with a sudden motion, urged her to swing downwards, releasing his hold midway. This time, the hammer landed solidly on the back of the creature's skull, yet due to insufficient force, it did not shatter. Once more, Su Li lifted her arms again to aid her. They repeated this process, and at last, Su Shiwehui dared to open her eyes. With a decisive crack, the skull of the corpse was broken open. The creature's vital weakness lay in its head. Even if its heart were crushed, it would not perish. But damage to the head would result in immediate death. A spirit essence materialized, merging into Su Shiwehui's forehead. A look of astonishment illuminated her face, clearly indicating that she had perceived the influx of information into her mind. Having acquired her first spirit essence, she felt a transformation coursing through her, including a surge in strength. Su Li recalled that drawing upon spirit essences resulted in a substantial boost in power, and Su Shiwehui was no exception. Armed with the experience from her initial encounter, and with her strength significantly enhanced, she found the task of dispatching the second corpse considerably easier. She struck the second creature 3 times in quick succession, ultimately vanquishing it. Upon receiving her second spirit essence, Su Shiwehui's strength increased by at least 100 pounds. As her power grew, the subsequent challenges became increasingly effortless. Soon, she had slain 5 corpses, collecting 5 spirit essences. With the absorption of these essences, she successfully advanced to the rank of level 1 spirit user. Subsequently, she eliminated the final corpse. "Child, remember to enhance your stomach," Ding Longyun called out. Noticing Su Shiwehui's victory over the 6 corpses, Su Li interjected, "It would be wiser to enhance the lungs first. The outside is teeming with water, and it is prudent to first bolster your ability to survive in an aquatic environment. Strengthening the lungs will augment your lung capacity, and for now, provisions are sufficient, so there is no immediate need to resort to drinking external water or consuming the remains of the monsters." Ding Longyun nodded in agreement. "Your reasoning holds merit. Enhancing the lungs first is acceptable, and we can focus on fortifying the stomach next time." Su Shiwehui hesitated, but there is no option for enhancing the lungs or stomach. Ding Longyun was taken aback. "What?" Su Li's interest piqued. "What does the information in your mind indicate you should choose to enhance?" Su Shiwehui remarked. "Eyes, ears." Su Li responded. "It seems that the options for enhancement during each promotion are random. Perhaps no two are exactly alike." Ding Longyun chuckled. "Eyes and ears. One enhances vision, while the other augments hearing. It feels as though choosing either is quite similar. My dear, you should make your own choice." Su Li found Ding Longyun's reasoning sound. Both vision and hearing held equal significance, and selecting either enhancement was justifiable. Su Shiwehui discreetly glanced at Su Li and whispered, "I have chosen to enhance my eyesight." Ding Longyun smiled. "Enhancing your vision is indeed a fine choice." As he spoke, he turned towards the window by the corridor, noting, "It's getting late. The sun is about to set. I must prepare dinner, as tonight is the main event. What should we do with these corpses?" Su Li inquired of Ding Longyun. "Let's leave them here for now. We'll discuss it later. We still have plenty of leftover rice from lunch." Tonight, we shall have egg and sausage fried rice. Ding Longan possessed commendable culinary skills, and the fried rice he prepared was a feast for the senses. With each grain of rice glistening in a golden hue, looking utterly delectable. Brother Ding, your cooking is truly remarkable. I must admit, aside from making instant noodles, I am utterly inept in the kitchen, Su Li said, inhaling deeply, her appetite piqued. Ding Longan, pleased by her praise, chuckled. What can I say? After my divorce, I lived alone. I couldn't rely on takeout every day. It's neither nutritious nor healthy, so I gradually learned to cook for myself. You're divorced? Su Li asked, slightly taken aback. Ding Longan retrieved 3 clean bowls, filling one to the brim and handing it to Su Shiwehui. She hurriedly waved her hands, indicating that she needed not so much. It was too much for her petite appetite. Ding Longan admonished her, you're at a growth stage. You must eat more. He then continued in response to Su Li's question, yes, I have been divorced for several years. I have a daughter named Ding Han, who is 13 this year. I previously lacked a stable job, so custody was awarded to my ex-wife. As he spoke, a hint of bitterness crossed his face. He glanced at Su Shiwehui, his eyes softening with affection. My daughter is the same age as you. If you ever meet, I am certain you will become good friends. Su Li then understood why Ding Longan was so attentive and indulgent towards Su Shiwehui. He was reminded of his daughter, Ding Han, every time he saw her. Su Shiwehui blinked her large eyes, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but her gaze shifted to Su Li's face. Noticing she held her bowl without eating, Su Li's expression turned serious. Eat. Su Shiwehui was startled and immediately complied, lowering her head to eat heartily, only to choke slightly. Ding Longan shot a disapproving glance at Su Li, chiding, why frighten a child? He hurried to pat Su Shiwehui's back and fetched her some water, embodying a caring father. Su Li found herself amused yet exasperated, saying, I merely noticed she doesn't seem to enjoy proper meals, preferring snacks instead. Excessive snacking is detrimental to her health. Ding Longyun immediately adopted a serious expression and remarked, indeed, my dear, you are in a period of growth and require proper nutrition. Remember to limit your consumption of snacks. They offer little nourishment. Su Shiwehui responded with a soft "oh," bowing her head as she slowly took small bites of her meal. Choosing not to speak further, Su Li observed the pace at which she was eating and thought to herself that, at this rate, it might take Su Shiwehui an hour to finish the large bowl of fried rice. By the time Su Li and Ding Longyun had completed their meal, Su Shiwehui had scarcely finished a third of her bowl. Chapter 0038. The hunt begins. 2 imposing men compelled her to eat a bit more, and Su Shiwehui reluctantly took a few more bites, ultimately furrowing her brow to indicate her inability to consume any further. Ding Longyun, at a loss, could only remove the cold fried rice that remained. Su Shiwehui then sighed in relief. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. Ding Longyun found a candle and lit it, casting the only light in the dark room. Let us take a moment to rest. Soon we shall ascend to the rooftop together, Ding Longyun announced. He retrieved a steel shovel and a dagger, carefully wiping them with a cloth before solemnly handing the dagger to Su Shiwehui. As she approached the dagger, she noted its sharpness, far superior to the kitchen knife she had previously used. I have sharpened this dagger. It is quite keen. Exercise caution while using it, lest you injure yourself. Ding Longyun advised Su Shiwehui earnestly. She nodded gently and, glancing at Su Li, felt it would be remiss not to include the hammer he had gifted her. So she took it along as well. The trio rested for a brief interval, as they had only just filled their stomachs, making it ill-suited to engage in vigorous activity immediately. Ding Longyun, noticing the clock on the wall indicated 7 o'clock, deemed their rest sufficient and extinguished the candle on the table. Let us proceed, he said, gripping the steel shovel in one hand and opening the door with the other. Su Shiwehui followed closely behind, while Su Li brought up the rear, wielding an iron rod. The 3 of them dragged the remains of the previously discarded corpse beasts along the corridor, making their way up the stairs to the rooftop. Ding Longyun led the way, ascending the staircase to the rooftop, where Su Li observed a considerable number of corpses strewn across the expansive area. It was evident that over the past few days, all the spirit source beasts slain by Ding Longyun had been transported to the rooftop. A cursory glance revealed at least 20 to 30 corpses, predominantly low-level corpses, alongside several water rat beasts. Most notably, there lay a gigantic water rat beast corpse, several times larger than an ordinary one. Su Li instinctively recognized it as the water rat king, an elite-class spirit source beast evolved from the water rat beast. Ding Longyun had acquired the unique ability of Soul Devourer by vanquishing the water rat king. The moon hung high in the night sky, large and round. Ding Longyun looked up, and although it was nighttime, the gentle glow of the moon illuminated the surroundings, rendering the darkness less oppressive and allowing them to discern each other's indistinct forms. They say the 15th moon is the fullest, today is the 17th. Yet this moon is still splendid, Su Li remarked, also casting his gaze skyward. He observed Ding Longyun, who, while grasping one of the corpse beasts, approached the edge of the rooftop and, with a sudden exertion of strength, hurled the two bodies into the abyss below. Peering cautiously over the edge, Su Li watched as the corpses plunged into the water below with a resounding splash, sending up sprays of water. He noticed 4 thick ropes dangling from the rooftop's edge, one end secured above while the other hung down into the water. What purpose do these ropes serve? He inquired. You shall soon find out, Ding Longyun replied enigmatically. As Ding Longyun spoke, he simultaneously discarded the corpses of 2 beastly creatures into the depths below. Upon hearing his words, Su Li refrained from further inquiries and observed as Ding Longyun sequentially cast down a total of 8 bodies. After completing this task, he paused and remarked, by disposing of these 8 corpses in one go, we should have roused their attention. Let us wait here for them to surface. Su Li inquired, was this method how you previously attracted these monsters to eliminate them? Indeed, Ding Longyun affirmed. However, it requires a delicate balance. If too few corpses are thrown, the effect is negligible, yet if too many are discarded, we risk summoning terrifying creatures. This giant water rat, for instance, at the time, we were unaware and tossed all the bodies without restraint, inadvertently luring this formidable beast, which nearly cost us our lives. I was fortunate to slay it, but surviving was truly a stroke of luck. Ding Longyun's recollection of defeating the Water Rat King still filled him with trepidation. Su Li nodded in silence. Turning his gaze downward, beneath the moonlight, the 8 corpses sank into the water, and soon, unusual ripples began to manifest below, swiftly revealing shadowy figures. Would they have shown themselves had we not cast the bodies? Su Li softly queried Ding Longyun, contemplating that in the past 2 days, despite not discarding any corpses, spirit beasts had still appeared, indicating that their emergence was not strictly contingent upon the disposal of bodies. Ding Longyun, focused on the movements below, explained, not at all. Even without casting the corpses, they would still manifest, albeit in a random and unpredictable manner, which is disadvantageous for us as it requires us to remain vigilant for extended periods. By tossing the bodies all at once, we can draw them out, allowing for their concentrated appearance at this moment, facilitating our hunt. Moreover, their frequency and number at other times will be significantly reduced. Listening to Ding Longyun's elucidation, Su Li comprehended the strategy and nodded slightly. This approach indeed held merit. They could utilize the corpses as bait, drawing the spirit beasts out at a predetermined moment when they were adequately prepared, allowing for concentrated extermination, which would subsequently lower the likelihood of encounters at other times. As Su Li watched the water below, he noticed heads beginning to surface, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing the pallid, bloated faces of the lowly, undead beasts. The corpses emerged, reaching for the dangling ropes, climbing upwards with a surprising degree of coordination. Taking a gentle breath, Su Li realized the purpose of the 4 ropes. They were intended for the undead to ascend to the rooftop. Though these zombies possessed limited intellect, they demonstrated an understanding of utilizing the ropes for climbing, leaving them easily manageable for those stationed here. Ding Longyun, wielding a steel shovel, smiled and remarked, however, slaying these zombies serves little purpose. Let us leave that task to the girl, Xuehui, and help her advance to level 2 as soon as possible. Su Xuehui stood beside Su Li, mimicking his posture as she elongated her neck to gaze downward. Her pupils narrowed slightly, resembling those of a hawk, as she observed the scene below. Suddenly, she spoke. There is a creature down there with 3 hands. 3 hands? Are you referring to those corpse beasts? Su Li was momentarily taken aback. He looked down at the ascending corpse beasts but did not notice any of them possessing an extra hand. Su Xuehui nodded in affirmation. The corpse beasts climbed the rope with considerable speed, swiftly appearing before the trio. Ding Longyun refrained from attacking, fearing that a strike might cause them to tumble down. Instead, he allowed them to reach the rooftop before raising his steel shovel and striking it forcefully. Chapter 0039. Advanced Corpse Beast with a resounding crack. A blow struck the thigh of a corpse beast, sending it sprawling sideways. Xuehui quickly, Ding Longyun chuckled, having learned from prior encounters. Su Xuehui no longer harbored fear of these creatures. She promptly seized her hammer and dashed toward the corpse beast sent flying by Ding Longyun. Su Li followed closely behind, mimicking Ding Longyun's strategy of targeting the limbs of the beasts, reserving the final, decisive blow for Su Xuehui. Though these were all low-level corpse beasts, there existed a hierarchy among them. The weaker ones were easily dispatched, sluggish in their movements, while the more formidable could nearly rival a primary spirit source beast. Yet, against the likes of Su Li and Ding Longyun, they were utterly no match, swiftly felled by their combined efforts, with the final strike bestowed upon Su Xuehui. In no time, Su Xuehui had slain 5 corpse beasts, collecting 5 spirit sources. She now required but 4 more to attain a promotion, ascending to the rank of a second-level spirit source wielder. Just as Ding Longyun brought down the 6th corpse beast on the rooftop, a shadow suddenly flickered before him, as another corpse beast leapt upward, clutching a rope. This beast moved with remarkable speed, starkly contrasting with the previous 6. Ding Longyun's heart raced with alarm, prompting him to instinctively retreat. The corpse beast had already launched a kick, landing squarely on his chest. With a muffled grunt, Ding Longyun was sent sprawling backward, while Su Li, taken aback, raised his iron rod to strike at the creature. A vertical eye-like pattern appeared on Su Li's forehead as he activated a probing sigil. Sensing that this corpse beast was distinctly unusual, just as his iron rod was about to connect with the creature's head, its chest suddenly split open, revealing a ghastly white arm that shot forth to shield its head. Su Li's iron rod struck the pale arm with a resounding thud, failing to break it. In that instant, a piece of information materialized in Su Li's mind, detailing the creature before him. Name: Advanced Corpse Beast, a powerful entity evolved from low-level corpse beasts. In addition to the innate instincts of its predecessors, it possesses a degree of intelligence. Each advanced corpse beast harbors a unique ability derived from its evolution, with a certain probability of evolving into a highly intelligent being, a wraith. Over the past few days, Su Li had encountered countless corpse beasts, aware that, like themselves, these creatures were gradually evolving. However, he had now witnessed his first advanced corpse beast. Compared to ordinary corpse beasts, this advanced variant displayed significant enhancements in strength, speed, and reaction time, along with a special ability. A third arm had sprouted from its chest, serving as a weapon. Su Li's iron rod, upon striking it, could not sever this appendage. In his astonishment, Su Li recalled Su Xuehui's earlier warning about a corpse beast possessing a third arm. It appeared her decision to enhance her vision had granted her an extraordinary ability. The third arm of the advanced corpse beast blocked Su Li's iron rod, grasping it with the intent to wrest it away. A powerful force tugged at Su Li, who chose not to wrestle for the iron rod, but instead, in a fluid motion, offered it forward. He swiftly approached the formidable advanced corpse beast, his left hand clenched into a fist, ready to strike. 4 razor-sharp fangs of gluttony emerged from the back of his hand. With this punch, they could sever the beast's head. Meanwhile, Ding Longyun, having been thrown aside, had regained his footing, a flicker of anger crossing his face. He had been overly complacent, mistaking the creature for a mere ordinary corpse beast, and was caught off guard by its astonishing speed, resulting in his being knocked down. At that moment, Su Xuehui had just slain the 6th corpse beast. She raised her head and witnessed Su Li unleashing his left fist, initiating an assault with the fangs of gluttony against the advanced corpse beast. Alarmed, she opened her mouth and shouted, "Be careful." Upon hearing her warning, Su Li felt a jolt of concern. The advanced corpse beast reacted with surprising swiftness, its third arm emerging from its chest, releasing its grip on the iron rod and lunging towards Su Li's face. This creature possessed an arm longer than Su Li's, giving it the advantage to strike first before Su Li's fangs could connect. Realizing the peril, Su Li instinctively altered his stance, pressing his left arm down. The 4 fangs of gluttony slashed against the pale arm of the advanced corpse beast. Yet, even these razor-sharp fangs could not sever the arm completely. They merely grazed the surface. Just then, Ding Longyun charged forward, wielding a steel shovel, aiming a blow at the beast's head. At that moment, the advanced corpse beast's third arm had just been struck by Su Li's fangs, leaving it unable to defend against Ding Longyun's assault. It could only tilt its head aside, as the steel shovel grazed its cheek, tearing away a portion of flesh and exposing bone, before crashing down onto its left shoulder. Accompanied by the sickening sound of breaking bones, the beast's left shoulder crumpled. Seizing the opportunity, Su Li delivered a powerful kick to the creature's abdomen, sending it reeling backward. Ding Longyun let out a fierce shout, swinging the bloodied steel shovel down once more. The advanced corpse beast, possessing a degree of intelligence unlike its lesser counterparts, swiftly rolled on the ground to evade the strikes after being knocked down, causing Ding Longyun to miss twice. Its third arm blocked the third swing, and in a swift motion, it seized the shovel with a powerful tug, using the momentum to rise. Ding Longyun grunted, straining to reclaim the shovel. At that instant, Su Li appeared silently behind the advanced corpse beast, the iron rod striking it with precision. The advanced corpse beast suddenly became dazed, a faint sound echoing in its head as its skull caved inward, red and white matter oozing forth from the breach. The iron rod delivered a lethal strike, utterly shattering the head of the advanced corpse beast. A spirit source materialized, swiftly soaring into Su Li's body. Level 2 Spirit Source User, Spirit Source 720. After claiming the Spirit Source, Su Li observed as the advanced corpse beast fell heavily to the ground, releasing a long sigh of relief. Indeed, these advanced corpse beasts are formidable. Defeating one in solitary combat is far from an easy feat, having vanquished the advanced corpse beast. No new foes seem to emerge for the moment, yet sounds occasionally echoed from below. Chapter 40. The Sea Monitor Lizard Ding Longyun approached the edge of the rooftop, gazing downward, and murmured, "Something feels amiss tonight." Su Li quickly followed, and upon peering into the water below, which had just been the resting place for a discarded corpse, she noticed dark shapes stirring. As they emerged from the depths, it became apparent that they were water rats. These aquatic creatures did not climb ropes. Instead, they burrowed into the windows of the 30 floors below. What was amiss? Was it these water rats? Observing them infiltrating the building, Su Li inquired of Ding Longyun. Ding Longyun's expression hardened as he scrutinized the water's surface. "I never anticipated such a swarm of water rats. Perhaps larger creatures are lurking behind them." Just then, a new entity erupted from the water, a large lizard, its entire body cloaked in a gray-black hue, nearly 2 meters in length from head to tail. Unlike the water rats, it did not seek refuge through the 30-floor windows but swiftly ascended the exterior wall, moving with remarkable agility akin to that of a gecko. What manner of creature is this? Ding Longyun was taken aback, clearly encountering this being for the first time. Su Li activated her observation talisman, and instantly, information about the climbing lizard flooded her mind. Name: Sea Monitor Lizard, a common variant among Tier 3 spirit beasts, possessing venom glands in its mouth, with a chance of evolving into the elite Sea Monitor King. Defeating a Sea Monitor Lizard does not yield special abilities. A chill crept up Su Li's spine as she realized this Sea Monitor Lizard was indeed a Tier 3 spirit beast. It had now ascended the wall, its head peeking over the rooftop's edge. This time, Ding Longyun did not allow the creature to continue its ascent unchallenged. He swiftly wielded his steel shovel, aiming for the lizard's head that had just emerged. The Sea Monitor Lizard, sensing danger, retracted its head, causing Ding Longyun to strike air. Yet, almost immediately, another lizard's head appeared, and soon, a Sea Monitor Lizard had successfully climbed onto the rooftop. Evidently, this was not a solitary creature. The place where this Sea Monitor Lizard had emerged was 4 to 5 meters away from them. Su Li noticed the lizard's head protruding and charged forward with an iron rod, shouting, "These Sea Monitor Lizards are Tier 3 spirit beasts and venomous. Be cautious not to let them bite you. Su Shuehui, do your utmost to evade them." Su Shuehui, being merely a level 1 spirit wielder, was at a disadvantage. Her stature and strength made her more vulnerable than typical level 1 spirit wielders. Even the Tier 2 water rats would pose a significant threat. As Su Li approached, the Sea Monitor Lizard had already reached the rooftop, opening its mouth to emit a low, ominous growl before lunging towards her. Unlike ordinary lizards, this creature possessed a peculiar feature, a row of fleshy tendrils beneath its jaw, reminiscent of a goat's beard. At that moment, its gaping maw revealed sharp teeth, viciously aiming for Su Li's leg, seemingly dismissing the iron rod in her grasp. "Beast!" Su Li exclaimed, swinging the iron rod with determination towards its gaping mouth. With the capability to unleash 700 pounds of force, he struck the gaping maw of the Sea Monitor Lizard with a heavy iron rod. Instantly, several sharp teeth shattered and fell away, blood spewing forth from its mouth as it emitted a muffled grunt and staggered backward. In contrast to the cunning nature of the gluttonous hound, the looming Sea Monitor Lizard, though formidable in size, exhibited a relatively simplistic mind. Despite being a third-tier spirit source beast, this realization brought a sense of relief to Su Li. Such spirit source beasts, while powerful in stature, were not overly difficult to contend with. He merely needed to be cautious of its bite. Meanwhile, another Sea Monitor Lizard ascended the rooftop. As Ding Longyun rushed to intervene, the one he had previously deterred also climbed up. In total, 3 Sea Monitor Lizards had now reached the rooftop. Su Shuehui, understanding her limitations, prudently retreated to the far stairway entrance. Ding Longyun wielded his iron shovel, blocking the second lizard that had scrambled up, while the last one charged towards Su Li, who was relatively close by. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Li. Although this Sea Monitor Lizard possessed a simple intellect, its bite was venomous, and being outnumbered would render the situation perilous. Seizing the moment before the approaching lizard could reach him, Su Li swung his iron rod at the previously injured sea monitor lizard. His strikes were swift and powerful, causing several of its teeth to be knocked out. The creature, now wounded, became exceedingly frenzied, charging recklessly at Su Li without attempting to evade the incoming blows. He found himself forced to retreat, dodging its assaults while it endured 3 or 4 strikes from his weapon. This creature proved to be quite the adversary. Su Li quickly realized that the sea monitor lizard's thick hide and robust flesh rendered his blows ineffective in delivering a fatal injury. Even when one of his strikes connected with its head, leaving it bloodied and battered, the lizard's skull remained impervious, as hard as iron. On the other side, Ding Longyun echoed his frustrations, encountering the same issue. His steel shovel, though impactful, failed to inflict any critical damage, and he too was compelled to retreat and evade the relentless assaults, wary of being bitten. Su Li had warned him of the lizard's venom, and Ding Longyun, cautious and hesitant, dared not approach it recklessly. Without a swift resolution to the immediate threat, Su Li found himself cornered, facing a two-pronged assault from the 2 sea monitor lizards. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. He soon beheld a 4th sea monitor lizard's head emerging from the rooftop's edge, poised to ascend. The situation was dire. If they could not conclude this swiftly, the night would spell danger for them all. No one could ascertain how many more sea monitor lizards lurked below, nor could they disregard the possibility of the previously encountered hordes of water rats infiltrating the 30th floor, potentially emerging at any moment. They had no time to engage in protracted skirmishes with these formidable sea monitor lizards. As she beheld the sea iguana before her, its gaping maw unleashed yet another ferocious roar as it charged forward, while another sea iguana lunged from the right. Su Li's mind raced, and with a resolute determination, she swiftly maneuvered to narrowly evade the onslaught of the iguana on her right. Grasping the iron rod firmly in both hands, she thrust it toward the open jaws of the oncoming sea iguana. Chapter 0041. Slaying beyond level this time, he did not wield the iron rod for slashing strikes. Instead, he employed it as a spear, channeling all his strength into the 1-meter-long iron rod, thrusting it entirely into the gaping maw of the sea monitor lizard, piercing through its throat. Over half of the iron rod disappeared into the creature's mouth. Su Li let out a low growl, straining his arms to lift the iron rod, impaling the sea monitor lizard and raising it aloft. With a thunderous crash, the sea monitor lizard he lifted was slammed to the ground, producing a tremendous sound. Blood gushed forth from its impossibly open mouth. As it fell, the sea monitor lizard writhed and convulsed. Although it did not perish immediately, the iron rod had penetrated its mouth and inflicted grievous harm upon vital organs, resulting in a fatal blow that rendered it unable to survive. Having just dealt with one, the other sea monitor lizard he had evaded turned and lunged at him. Su Li swiftly withdrew the iron rod from the mouth of the dying creature and leapt aside. Unexpectedly, the attacking sea monitor lizard altered its approach. It pressed its 4 limbs against the ground, slightly recoiling, and suddenly lashed its massive tail like a whip. Caught off guard, Su Li was struck by the tail, stumbling to the ground with a muffled grunt. A burning pain flared in his thigh, fortunately causing discomfort rather than injury. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he reacted swiftly, rolling away, only to be met with the putrid stench as the sea monitor lizard's blood-soaked maw appeared before him. Cursing under his breath, he had no time to evade and instinctively raised the iron rod for defense. The sea monitor lizard clamped its jaws around the rod, nearly grazing Su Li's face, sending a cold sweat down his spine. He was most wary of the venom that lurked within the creature's mouth, which had previously kept him at bay. Now forced into close combat, he found that the large sea monitor lizard was less agile than himself. As the creature attempted to release the iron rod for another bite, Su Li clenched his left fist, delivering a solid punch to the left side of the lizard's forehead. The 4 10-centimeter-long fangs of gluttony sank deeply into its tough hide. Despite the sea monitor lizard's formidable skin and muscle, it could not withstand the force of the fangs. With a decisive blow, Su Li dragged the iron rod downward, cleaving open half of the lizard's head. Finally exhaling in relief, he kicked the creature aside and scrambled to his feet, only to find that Ding Longyun had also achieved success. While Su Li had dispatched 2 sea monitor lizards in quick succession, a 4th emerged, prompting Ding Longyun to alter his combat strategy. Previously, he had shared Su Li's apprehension towards the sea monitor lizard's venom, avoiding close proximity and relying solely on his steel shovel for distant strikes. However, the sea monitor lizard's incredible defenses meant that though he could inflict wounds, he was unable to deal any fatal damage. As Ding Longyun witnessed the 4th sea monitor lizard charging towards him, he sensed impending danger. Left with no choice, he retracted his steel shovel, and took the initiative to approach the creature for the first time, then swiftly dodged aside. Just as the sea monitor lizard lunged past him, he delivered a powerful slap with his right hand. Extending his palm near the jaws of such a venomous beast indeed required courage. A single bite or scratch could result in poisoning. Fortunately, this attack was precise, and his hand landed squarely on the lizard's head. A faint, almost imperceptible substance began to materialize within his palm, his unique ability, Soul Devour. The Soul Devour activated instantaneously, causing the sea monitor lizard to stagger forward a few steps before its eyes rolled back, collapsing heavily, while its exterior showed no visible damage. The internal structure had already been compromised, with a mixture of red and white substances seeping slowly from its mouth and nostrils. Having just dealt with this sea monitor lizard, the fourth one charged in from behind. Drawing from his previous experience, Ding Longyun remained considerably calmer, swinging the steel shovel horizontally with his left hand. With a resounding smack, he deflected the incoming lizard. At that moment, Su Li had successfully slain 2 sea monitor lizards, with 2 spirit sources flowing into his body. Accompanied by 2 pieces of information: Level 2 Spirit User, Spirit Source 920, Level 2 Spirit User, Spirit Source 1120. It seems he had surpassed his level to slay these creatures, as each sea monitor lizard yielded 2 spirit sources. A wave of joy surged through Su Li as he sprinted towards Ding Longyun, gripping his iron rod tightly. Just as Ding Longyun had forcefully swatted aside the 4th sea monitor lizard, Su Li charged in from behind, hands firmly clasping the iron rod, and struck down with great force. With a resounding thud, the iron rod connected solidly with the lizard's back, eliciting an enraged roar as the creature's tail lashed out. Having learned from his previous encounter, Su Li effortlessly leaped aside to avoid the attack. Ding Longyun seized the opportunity. As the sea monitor lizard turned to roar at Su Li, he struck its head once more with his right hand, unleashing his Soul Devour attack. This Soul Devour, a peculiar energy, penetrated the creature's skin and muscle, directly infiltrating its brain to dismantle its internal structure, resulting in instant demise. The sea monitor lizard, struck by Ding Longyun's Soul Devour, swayed before collapsing limply. Only 6 remain. Ding Longyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Li understood that he referred to the 6 spirit sources still needed for his evolution. How many more do you need? Ding Longyun inquired. Spotting 2 more sea monitor lizards emerging from the rooftop's edge, he immediately charged towards the one on the left, declaring, "The one on the left is mine. 9 more." Su Li replied as he sprinted towards the sea monitor lizard on the right, a thought forming in his mind. Despite Ding Longyun being a level 3 spirit user, 1 rank above him, his strength did not seem to surpass Su Li's by much. He had sensed this from their recent encounters with the sea monitor lizards. Initially, he believed that Ding Longyun could effortlessly overpower the monitor lizard. However, the reality proved otherwise. His victory was no less arduous than his own. Could it be that my decision to enhance my musculature, while he opted against such fortification, was the reason? Su Li pondered. After all, his choice to increase muscle mass had directly augmented his strength by 100 pounds, along with improved control over his muscles and enhanced power and speed. In contrast, Ding Longyun had opted to strengthen his lungs and stomach, sacrificing muscle enhancement. Suddenly, Su Shuihui, who had been hiding at the staircase, was startled by a cacophony emanating from the dark stairwell behind her. Chapter 0042. The dominant crab. The sound, initially subtle, quickly grew louder. She hurriedly turned her head to gaze down the dark staircase, and upon witnessing a terrifying sight, she gasped and fled from the staircase towards Su Li. Upon hearing Su Shuihui's cry, Su Li immediately turned around and beheld the staircase leading to the rooftop. A shadow emerged from the darkness. It was a water rat beast. Following closely behind it were several more shadows, all of them water rat beasts. These creatures had previously surfaced from the water, instead of climbing the walls. They skillfully maneuvered through a nearby window into the 30th floor of the building, and now they ascended the staircase, finally appearing on the rooftop. Su Shuihui, witnessing the swarm of water rat beasts, was in a state of panic as she rushed towards Su Li. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Li knew that Su Shuihui was no match for the water rat beasts. Should one of them pounce on her, it would spell disaster. At that moment, he had just evaded an attack from a sea monitor lizard, leaping to the side of the beast. The sea monitor lizard lowered itself slightly, and Su Li quickly discerned its intention to whip its tail. Indeed, the creature pressed its limbs to the ground, and its formidable tail swept through the air. Anticipating the attack, Su Li gripped the iron rod firmly, angling it towards the ground with great effort, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. The tail of the sea monitor lizard struck the angled iron rod with a resounding thud. The impact reverberated through the rod, causing Su Li's right arm to feel instant fatigue. Though the strength of the sea monitor lizard's tail was impressive, it was not sufficient to bend the rod. Instead, it rebounded heavily. Seizing the opportunity during its tail whip, Su Li closed the distance, his left hand forming a fist, and unleashed the fangs of gluttony, plunging them into the creature's skull, subsequently tearing downwards to carve 4 deep gashes. The 4 fangs penetrated deeply, severing vital tissues, resulting in a fatal wound as blood gushed forth from the 4 gashes. New information flooded his mind, and he gained 2 more spirit sources, bringing his total to 13 out of 20. Meanwhile, Ding Longyun, not lagging behind, successfully approached the sea monitor lizard and struck its forehead, activating Soul Devourer. However, as a Tier 3 spirit user, he could only harvest 1 spirit source for each Tier 3 creature he killed, unlike Su Li, who was able to claim 2. He needed 5 more spirit sources to ascend again, while Su Li required 7. Su Xuehue reached Su Li's side, visibly shaken, as 5 or 6 water rat beasts emerged from the staircase, fanning out to pounce on Su Xuehue, Su Li, and Ding Longyun. After dispatching the sea monitor lizard, Su Li steeled himself, shook off the lingering numbness in his right arm, and felt the invigorating warmth from the spirit sources he had just absorbed. He prepared to charge at the approaching water rat beasts when, unexpectedly, they halted and abruptly turned back, racing towards the darkness of the staircase. What could be the reason? Ding Longyun, wielding a steel shovel, had just taken a couple of strides forward, ready to strike at the water rat beasts, when he suddenly noticed that these creatures had turned tail and fled, leaving him utterly astonished. Were we so intimidating that we scared them off? It dawned on Ding Longyun moments later, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, a jolt of unease coursed through Su Li's heart, prompting her to whirl around and glance toward the edge of the rooftop behind them. It was inconceivable that the 3 of them could have frightened off such a horde of water rat beasts. Thus, the only plausible explanation was, as Su Li turned back, she beheld 3 heads emerging at the rooftop's edge. Those were the reptilian heads of the colossal sea monitor lizards. Then, 3 massive sea monitor lizards clambered onto the rooftop. Just in time, Ding Longyun chuckled, feeling a surge of excitement rather than fear. These sea monitor lizards were venomous. Though formidable, he had just slain several of them and had gained some experience. With only 5 spiritual sources remaining before he could ascend once more, he needed to hunt more monsters to acquire the energy he sought. Barely had he spoken when the 3 sea monitor lizards assumed an aggressive stance, charging toward them. Suddenly, a colossal shadow surged up from behind, and a creature the size of a round table leaped up behind the 3 sea monitor lizards. It was a gigantic crab, its body shrouded in a dull gray hue, its shell exceeding 1.5 meters in diameter. Its claws, resembling pincers, were immense, nearly 2 meters in length. Following closely behind the sea monitor lizards, one of its claws shot out, clamping down on one of the creatures. The sea monitor lizard emitted a horrific scream, thrashing in a desperate attempt to free itself, but blood erupted in a fountain, causing Su Li's eyes to widen in shock. Even Ding Longyun, who had previously maintained a nonchalant demeanor, displayed a look of sheer astonishment. The lizard caught in the crab's grip was severed in 2 as if it had been bisected. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, both Su Li and Ding Longyun drew in sharp breaths, though they struck at the sea monitor lizard with iron rods and steel shovels, inflicting some damage. It was evident that they could not deliver a decisive blow. The lizard's hide was exceedingly tough. Yet now, it had been cleaved apart by the crab's pincers. How sharp must those pincers be, and how immense its strength? Amidst their astonishment, the gigantic crab swung its claws with ferocity. The once powerful sea monitor lizards were rendered feeble against its onslaught. One was struck by a pincer and sent tumbling off the rooftop, while another was ensnared by its tail, desperately writhing in an attempt to escape. With a sudden surge, it launched itself off the rooftop's edge, vanishing from sight. Clearly, the gigantic crab had no interest in the sea monitor lizards. Its true target was Su Li and her companions. The assault on the lizards was merely a means to clear the obstacles before it. With a swift motion, it propelled itself toward the trio, its legs propelling it forward with alarming speed. Retreat! Su Li shouted, recognizing the horror of the creature before them. They were not equipped to confront such a beast. If they engaged, the likelihood of casualties would be high. Grabbing Su Xuehue's arm, she dashed toward the staircase that lay ahead. Ding Longyun did not dare to remain and confront such a creature alone. He hastened towards the staircase, shouting in panic, "I understand now. Those rats were frightened away by it, not by us." Su Li thought to herself, "Is this the moment you finally comprehend?" Grasping Su Xuehue's hand, she dashed into the staircase ahead, with Ding Longyun closely following. The enormous crab collided with the staircase entrance just a moment later, producing a thunderous noise as its massive body struck the threshold. What a close call. Its size is too great. It cannot enter. Ding Longyun exhaled in relief, a grin spreading across his face as he stood at the staircase entrance, firmly gripping a steel shovel and striking at the colossal crab blocking their escape. Chapter 43. The elite beast. With a mighty thud, the steel shovel struck the carapace of the colossal crab, resonating with the sound akin to metal clashing. The shovel rebounded, leaving Ding Longyun's arms tingling with soreness, while the giant crab seemed only more enraged, extending one of its massive claws through the doorway, aiming to ensnare Ding Longyun. In a flurry, Ding Longyun retreated, evading the formidable claw. Su Li released Su Shiwehui and activated the insight rune, scrutinizing the giant crab. Instantly, a piece of information materialized in his mind. Name, Dominator Crab, an elite variant among the third-tier spirit beasts. Its back is as hard as iron, while its soft underbelly remains its sole vulnerability. There exists a probability of acquiring the unique skill Dominator shell upon slaying the Dominator Crab. As a third-tier elite spirit beast, its terror was thus understood. Taking a deep breath, Su Li remarked, "This creature is known as the Dominator Crab, an elite breed among third-tier spirit beasts." The earlier sea lizard was merely an ordinary third-tier spirit beast. He now comprehended that within the same tier of spirit beasts, distinctions arose between ordinary and elite varieties, with the latter being significantly more formidable. Hence, the Dominator Crab could effortlessly dispatch its equal, the sea lizard. What piqued his interest most was undoubtedly the prospect of gaining a new special skill, Dominator's Shell, upon vanquishing this crab. Ding Longyun noticed the vertical eye-like markings appearing on Su Li's forehead, sparking his curiosity about the knowledge Su Li possessed regarding these creatures. Su Li did not withhold the information, explaining that this was the insight rune, akin to his soul devour ability, both being special powers, while lacking offensive capabilities. It provided invaluable insight into the basic attributes of spirit beasts. Due to its immense size, the Dominator Crab could not squeeze through the staircase entrance, persistently stretching one of its claws inward. Ding Longyun struck twice with the steel shovel, yet the claw's hardness rendered his efforts futile, akin to striking iron. He could not inflict harm on the Dominator Crab. However, the crab's inability to enter also shielded them from its assault. "Let's go," Su Li urged, having gleaned sufficient information about the Dominator Crab, and he dashed down the staircase. Observing Su Li's descent, Su Shiwehui promptly followed, while Ding Longyun muttered curses under his breath. "Don't think you can be arrogant just because you're big. One day, I'll steal you whole." He followed suit down the stairs. The trio descended the staircase, with Su Li at the forefront, soon encountering an ambush. The staircase was shrouded in darkness, devoid of moonlight, creating an eerie atmosphere, although not entirely pitch black. Only vague silhouettes were discernible. Suddenly, Su Shiwehui, trailing closely behind Su Li, cautioned, "Be careful." Having enhanced her vision once, she could see considerably better than Su Li and Ding Longyun, even in the gloom, without needing her warning. Su Li had already perceived a shadow darting from the corner of the staircase ahead. In this dimness, the shadow's features were nearly indistinguishable. Yet the insight rune conveyed the message that it was a water rat beast. Remaining composed, Su Li swung his iron rod, exerting both speed and strength to overpower the water rat beast before him. With a sudden thud, the water rat beast's skull was crushed by the iron rod, causing its body to collapse heavily to the ground, resulting in instant death. A spirit source emerged and entered Su Li's mind. Level 2 Spirit Source User. Spirit Source 1420. Su Li opted to abandon his confrontation with the crab overlord atop the building, having set his sights on this group of water rat beasts. These creatures, fearful of the crab overlord, dared not ascend to the rooftop, although they retreated. They did not flee far, instead gathering in the stairwell, poised to seize any opportunity to strike. The water rat beast is a common variety among level 2 spirit source beasts, possessing relatively modest strength, making it an ideal target for him at present. Upon witnessing Su Li slay a water rat beast that leaped from the shadows, Ding Longyun chuckled softly, surpassing Su Shiwehui before him, and charged downward with his steel shovel in hand. Although Ding Longyun was a level 3 spirit source user, surpassing the water rat beast by 1 level, he could still acquire spirit sources by defeating them. Conversely, hunting a lower-level spirit source beast would yield negligible gains. As water rat beast surged up the stairs, hissing at the two, Ding Longyun let out a low growl and swung his steel shovel down forcefully, though not exceptionally sharp. The shovel struck the beast's neck with such force that it decapitated it. Good, just 4 more, Ding Longyun thought, exhilaration swelling within him as he claimed a spirit source. Meanwhile, Su Li had slain another water rat beast, bringing his total to 1520 spirit sources. Su Shiwehui lagged behind, unable to assist, merely observing as the two descended the stairs, methodically dispatching their foes. One water rat beast leapt into the air, and Ding Longyun swung a shovel, striking the airborne creature, which tumbled into the darkness below. Regrettably, no spirit source emerged, indicating it had not been killed. Su Li continued to strike into the encroaching darkness with his iron rod. And with the sound of crunching bones, another water rat beast met its demise, rolling down the stairs. An alert appeared in Su Li's mind, notifying him that his spirit sources had increased to 1620, drawing him ever closer to a breakthrough. Just 4 more spirit sources were needed, igniting excitement within him. Ding Longyun roared, suddenly swinging his shovel horizontally, smashing a water rat beast, and claiming another spirit source. Following their previous encounters with the formidable level 3 sea lizard, both Su Li and Ding Longyun found themselves increasingly at ease with these ordinary level 2 water rat beasts. Just 3 more, Ding Longyun exclaimed, charging ahead of Su Li. Descending to the next level of the corridor, with the shovel now in his left hand, he extended his right arm and unleashed Soul Devour, striking a water rat beast on the head. The beast's eyes rolled back, and it collapsed silently, a white spirit source shooting forth from its body and embedding itself into Ding Longyun's forehead. Be careful. Suddenly, Su Li spotted something and hurriedly called out a warning while rushing downward. However, she was still a moment too late. As the water rat beast collapsed, a shadow emerged from the darkness around the corner of the corridor. With a swift motion of its right arm, it grazed across Ding Longyun's chest. Thanks to Su Li's alert, Ding Longyun instinctively recoiled, feeling a chilling sensation in his chest followed by a piercing pain, which forced a heart-wrenching scream from his lips. Almost simultaneously, Su Li charged forward, issuing an angry shout as she swung the iron rod down fiercely. Chapter 0044. Bone knife in the center of his forehead. A vertical eye-like symbol materialized, and a piece of information surfaced in his mind. Name: Advanced Corpse Beast, a formidable creature evolved from the lower-tier corpse beasts. In addition to possessing the instincts of its lesser counterparts, it also exhibits a degree of intelligence. Each advanced corpse beast harbors a unique ability derived from its evolution, with a certain probability of transforming into a wraith. Emerging suddenly from the dark corner of the corridor was indeed an advanced corpse beast. Unlike the previous creature that had developed a third arm, this advanced specimen had manifested a bone knife from its right arm. This bone knife, measuring over a foot in length, protruded sharply from the muscle on the outer side of its right arm. It had just utilized this weapon to slice across Ding Longyun's chest, inflicting a deep wound that nearly eviscerated him, had it not been for Su Li's timely warning. Prompting Ding Longyun to instinctively retreat, that strike could have cleaved his upper body in two, claiming his life in an instant. Blood gushed from Ding Longyun's chest as he staggered back, letting out a pained roar. Su Li, filled with rage, charged forward, wielding an iron rod. With a resounding clang, the advanced corpse beast raised its left arm, and the iron rod crashed against it, resulting in a cacophony of shattering bones as Su Li's strike shattered its left arm. However, for the corpse beast, unless its head, the vital target, was struck, no amount of injury to other parts could slay it. The advanced corpse beast willingly sacrificed its left arm to shield itself from Su Li's iron rod, swinging its right arm upward. The sharp bone knife aimed directly at Su Li. The attack was swift and elusive, causing Su Li to inhale sharply. He had just exerted all his strength in that blow to save Ding Longyun, and now, leaning slightly forward, he found himself unable to withdraw in time. The bone knife was poised to slice through him from his lower abdomen to his chest, a mortal wound that even the healing abilities granted by the spirit source could not mend. At this juncture, retracting the iron rod to block was futile. Su Li took a desperate gamble, swinging his left hand downward to unleash the fangs of gluttony as a defense. In the darkness, the bone knife approached with alarming speed. Any miscalculation could result in the loss of his left hand or even arm. With a sharp clang, the 4 fangs of gluttony barely intercepted the ascending bone knife. Even so, Su Li felt a chill in his lower abdomen as the knife's tip penetrated about 1 to 2 centimeters into him. Without hesitation, he raised his leg and kicked the advanced corpse beast away with a resounding thud. As he watched the creature tumble away, Su Li's back was drenched in cold sweat. The perilous nature of that fleeting moment had been overwhelmingly dangerous. He had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. This advanced corpse beast was truly terrifying, proving even more challenging than the third-tier sea lizard. Injured and clutching his wound with his left hand, Ding Longyun let out a furious roar, wielding a steel shovel and striking down at the advanced corpse beast that had been kicked away by Su Li. The advanced corpse beast, having fallen to the ground, immediately rolled on the floor, and the shovel struck the ground with a piercing sound, sparking as Ding Longyun unleashed all his fury in that blow. Su Li followed closely behind, wielding an iron rod that struck relentlessly at the rolling advanced corpse beast. With a clang, the advanced corpse beast raised its right arm, extending a bony blade to deflect Su Li's assault. Ding Longyun, holding a steel shovel, missed his target, the shovel crashing into the ground. He swiftly followed up with a sweeping strike that landed squarely on the advanced corpse beast's right shoulder, producing a resounding crack as the bone shattered. As the bones in its shoulder fractured, the advanced corpse beast's right arm lost its strength and drooped down. Seizing the moment, Suli stepped forward, extending his left hand as the tooth of gluttony plunged into the beast's visage, carving 4 deep grooves of crimson along its face. The soft white fur on its face receded and vanished, and soon, a spirit source erupted from the bloody grooves, soaring towards Suli's forehead and merging with him. A wave of warmth enveloped his body, wrapping around his wounds and accelerating their healing. Suli inhaled deeply. With this spirit source acquired, he now needed only 3 more to achieve his advancement. Sounds echoed from the corridor ahead as a group of corpse beasts staggered towards them. Suli activated his observation symbol, relieved to find they were merely a pack of low-level corpse beasts. Had a horde of advanced ones appeared, it would have posed a grave challenge. I still need 2 more, Suli thought, glancing at Ding Longyun, who, slightly breathless, turned his head just as noises emanated from the staircase leading to the 31st floor, revealing several shadows, water-rat beasts charging upwards. Shuehui, these low-level corpse beasts are yours, Suli thought, considering that Su Shuehui was already a level 1 spirit source user, possessing strength exceeding 500 pounds, with the speed, power, and reflexes typical of a level 1 spirit source user. Even as a 13-year-old girl, dealing with these basic corpse beasts would not be a daunting task. Hearing Su Li's words, Su Shuehui tightened her grip on the hammer, descending nervously to stand beside him. Meanwhile, Su Li turned to follow Ding Longyun, preparing to confront the water rat beasts surging up the opposite staircase. Ding Longyun acted swiftly, despite his significant chest wound and the blood flowing from it. He skillfully targeted an oncoming water rat beast, bringing his steel shovel down with force, toppling the creature and crushing its skull. A spirit source immediately surged into his forehead. With this spirit source gained, Ding Longyun's wounds began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace, invigorating him. Just 1 more? He leaped forward, charging at another water rat beast. At that very moment, Su Li dispatched a water rat beast as well, claiming a spirit source, leaving him just 2 short of his breakthrough. Meanwhile, in the corridor behind, the swarm of corpse beasts surged forward, the fastest among them reaching Su Shuehui. It was, after all, her first time actively confronting a corpse beast alone, and filled with trepidation, she hesitated to strike, instinctively retreating instead. Su Li had been observing her in silence. Upon witnessing the scene, she sighed inwardly and swiftly turned to position herself behind Su Shuehui. With a powerful swing of her iron rod, she struck the advancing corpse beast, severing its outstretched arm aimed at Su Shuehui. In a commanding tone, she urged, "Hurry." Bolstered by Su Li's voice, Su Shuehui summoned her courage and swung the hammer she gripped tightly. With a resounding thud, the hammer accurately struck the skull of the lowly corpse beast. Given her current strength, the impact was formidable, shattering the beast's head instantly. A fragment of spiritual essence surged into Su Shuehui's mind, revealing a stream of information within her consciousness. Chapter 0045, Advancement to Level 1 Spirit User Spirit Source. 810 with a triumphant exclamation. Ding Longyun's low roar echoed through the air, revealing his palpable excitement. Su Li turned to witness Ding Longyun, arms outstretched in a primal yell. Realizing that he had absorbed a sufficient amount of spirit source and undergone another evolution. Previously a level 3 spirit user, he had now ascended to the formidable status of a level 4 spirit user. In his exhilaration, he brandished his steel shovel and swiftly dispatched a water rat beast that surged upward. However, he soon discovered that this time, he received no notification of spirit source acquisition. Instantly, he comprehended the implication. As a level 4 spirit user, the efficacy of a level 2 water rat beast was negligible, compelling him to seek out stronger spirit beasts. "Su Li, come quickly. These water rat beasts are of no use to me," Ding Longyun called out, hastily moving to join Su Shuehui. With Ding Longyun accompanying Su Shuehui, Su Li felt reassured and made his way down another staircase, where numerous water rat beasts continued their ascent, ideal targets for him to obtain spirit sources. Killing these water rat beasts would yield a single spirit source, a task far simpler than vanquishing higher-level corpse beasts. In fact, Su Li perceived that the advanced corpse beasts were more formidable than the level 3 sea lizard, which granted him 2 spirit sources upon defeat. For example, as a level 2 spirit user, defeating a level 2 water rat beast would yield 1 spirit source, just as Ding Longyun, a level 3 spirit user, would gain 1 spirit source from the same quarry. This demonstrated that the number of spirit sources acquired from hunting spirit beasts was not strictly proportional to their strength. Now, Su Li began to grasp the rules governing spirit source acquisition. A A spirit user could gain one spirit source by defeating a spirit beast of the same or one level lower, while vanquishing a beast one level higher would yield two. Conversely, defeating a beast 2 levels lower would provide negligible benefits, rendering it almost ineffective. As for elite spirit beasts, the number of spirit sources awarded varied. For instance, defeating an elite spirit beast of the same level would result in 2 spirit sources. However, the spirit sources obtained from elite beasts 1 level higher or lower remained unknown to Su Li, as he had yet to encounter such foes. Furthermore, the fact that he could only acquire 1 spirit source from an advanced corpse beast suggested that their rank among spirit beasts was not particularly high, even though they were undeniably formidable and challenging to confront. This observation hinted at a distinct difference between corpse beasts and other spirit beasts. Having amassed 18 spirit sources, Su Li was just too short of a breakthrough. He and Ding Longyun switched positions, and 2 water rat beasts charged up the staircase toward him. Without hesitation, Su Li swung his iron rod, striking the first water rat beast squarely on the head, instantly ending its life. A spirit source soared towards him, and he mentally calculated, just 1 more to go. With the iron rod in hand, I struck the second water rat beast, though it did not connect with its head. Instead, it sent the creature tumbling down the staircase. Shadows surged from behind, revealing more water rat beasts. This night was indeed peculiar. The sudden appearance of such a multitude of monsters was quite unexpected. Ding Longyun wielded a steel shovel, swiftly dispatching a low-level corpse beast that charged at him, before handing it over to Su Xuehui. As he observed the growing number of low-level corpse beasts flooding the corridor, a frown creased his brow. His greatest concern was the possibility of higher-level corpse beasts lurking among the lower ones. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he remained vigilant at Su Xuehui's side, wary of any misstep. Su Li gazed down the staircase, where water rat beasts continued to surge upward. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the iron rod once more and swung it with renewed vigor. The final one, he silently chanted in his mind. And the rod successfully struck a water rat beast on the head, sending it flying. A spiritual essence materialized and soared toward his forehead. As he absorbed this essence, a flood of information filled his mind. Level 2 Essence User. Essence 2020 Commencing Advancement. Advancement Successful Level 3 Essence User. Essence 0 30 Basic Enhancements. Strong Lungs Eye. Muscle Growth Eye Special Skills. Glimpse of the Rune. Incomplete. Tooth of Gluttony. Left. Su Li inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of new power within him. With his elevation to a Level 3 Essence User, all of his abilities began to enhance. Strength, speed, sensory perception, and reflexes transformed. He could choose one enhancement: Strong Lungs Eye, Muscle Growth Eye, Stomach, or Kidneys. Soon, another message appeared, and without a moment's hesitation, Su Li swung his iron rod again, swiftly dispatching 2 more water rat beasts. 2 essences emerged, and fresh information flooded into his mind. Level 3 Essence User. Essence 130 Level 3 Essence User. Essence 230 Ding Longyun. Now a Level 4 Essence User could not acquire effective essence from killing water rat beasts, whereas Su Li, as a Level 3 Essence User, still benefited from their defeat. Absorbing the information in his mind regarding the basic enhancements, he resolutely chose to enhance Muscle Growth Eye. Previously, he had managed to display nearly equal strength to Ding Longyun despite being 1 level lower, attributing his prowess to his muscle enhancement, which granted him greater power and speed, allowing him to contend with Ding Longyun. Thus, he opted to further enhance his muscles. While strengthening other areas was certainly significant, such as enhancing lung capacity for prolonged breath-holding during underwater combat, or augmenting the stomach to endure drinking contaminated floodwaters and consuming raw flesh without falling ill, Su Li firmly believed that his immediate priority lay in fortifying his muscles to attain even greater strength. Only by possessing greater power can one confront more formidable monsters and better survive. With his choices, new information emerged in his mind. Muscle enhancement type I was upgraded to Type 2, granting stronger control over all body muscles and increasing impact resistance by 50%. In the state of muscle enhancement Type 2, the total strength he could exert surged by 300 pounds. As muscle enhancement type I transformed into Type 2. Su Li experienced an astonishing transformation in his entire physique. His strength had reached an astonishing level. He ascended from a Level 2 Spiritual Source User to a Level 3 Spiritual Source User, with improvements in various aspects of his physical condition. For instance, his lung capacity saw a slight increase, extending his breath-holding time by approximately half a minute, while his basic strength enhanced by around 100 pounds. Originally, his basic strength stood at about 600 pounds, but now, as a Level 3 Spiritual Source User, he could exert a minimum of 700 pounds. Chapter 0046. The Power of 1,000 Pounds. The Muscle Enhancement Type 1 could augment strength by an additional 100 pounds. But with the advancement to muscle enhancement type 2, the potential increase has escalated to 300 pounds. This implies that in the state of muscle enhancement type 2, combined with the basic strength of 700 pounds, the explosive force that can be unleashed reaches a staggering 1,000 pounds. For the former Su Li, this was an unimaginable feat. The iron rod, which was not particularly light, now felt as effortless to Su Li as if he were merely holding a dry twig. However, the impact of his strikes had significantly intensified. With one swing, the head of the water rat beast he struck did not merely cave in and shatter, but erupted completely. Su Li successfully ascended to the rank of a level 3 spirit source user. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Ding Longan, Su Shiwehui also triumphed over 2 low-level corpse beasts, achieving her own elevation to a level 2 spirit source user. This advancement granted Su Shiwehui a substantial enhancement in her physical abilities, most notably a significant increase in her basic strength. The more modest her original physical condition, the more pronounced the effects of this evolution. As a young girl, Su Shiwehui's inherent physical qualities were considerably inferior to those of Su Li and Ding Longyun, yet this disparity allowed her to experience even greater gains post-evolution. Upon becoming a level 2 spirit source user, she now possessed a strength of 600 pounds. What are the options for enhancement? Ding Longyun inquired, concerned that Su Shiwehui might make an ill-advised choice. Eyes, ears, lungs, Su Shiwehui replied succinctly, her voice barely above a whisper. Choose lungs, Ding Longyun urged her decisively. The surroundings are fraught with water. Enhancing lung capacity is undoubtedly wise. I have already attained level 3 lung enhancement. Su Li cast a surprised glance at Ding Longyun, questioning. Why not strengthen your muscles to increase your power? Why focus solely on lung enhancement? Ding Longyun chuckled. Who could help but feel seasick? Besides, the water levels continue to rise gradually, and one day, we might find ourselves completely submerged, forced to live in the water. Then you'll truly understand the advantages of lung enhancement. Do you know how long I can hold my breath now? 13 minutes. That means I can stay submerged for 13 minutes after a single breath. Do you grasp the significance of that? Whales, which dwell in the ocean, typically hold their breath for only about 10 to 30 minutes. I can outlast even some whales with shorter breath-holding capabilities. Listening to him, Su Li felt a twinge of envy, realizing that his current breath-holding duration could rival that of a whale. Perhaps there was indeed a future where they could live underwater. However, despite his envy, if given the choice again, Su Li would still opt for muscle enhancement. He had begun to discern a pattern with each level ascended. Basic strength increased by approximately 100 pounds. Following this reasoning, Ding Longyun, now at level 4, likely had a basic strength of around 800 pounds. In terms of sheer power, Ding Longyun was no longer superior to him. As they deliberated, their hands were not idle. Su Li dispatched several more approaching water rat beasts. His spirit source count had now reached 6, with 24 more required for the next elevation. Perhaps it was Su Li's terrifying display that caused the stairwell to be littered with the corpses of water rats. The remaining water rats, sensing danger, scattered in a frenzied rush down the stairs, vanishing into the darkness without daring to ascend further. Su Li made no attempt to chase after them. Instead, he glanced upward, faintly hearing commotion from the rooftop. Brother Ding, shall we return and take on that tyrant crab? He proposed. With newfound strength, enhanced speed, and reflexes, and with Ding Longyun having ascended to level 4, the prospect of defeating a level 3 elite tyrant crab seemed promising for the duo. Su Li was particularly intrigued by the special ability, Tyrant Shell, which he observed through the insight rune after witnessing the slaughter of the tyrant crab. This extraordinary capability significantly amplified his combat prowess, allowing him to effortlessly overpower monsters of the same level and even eliminate those of higher tiers. This was largely due to his choice to reinforce his muscles for immense strength, complemented by his unique abilities, Devourer's Fang and the Insight Rune. The Devourer's Fang was exceptionally sharp and unstoppable, while the Insight Rune provided him with invaluable knowledge of his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. For instance, during his previous encounter with the venomous sea lizard, his awareness, gleaned from the Insight Rune, helped him evade its lethal bite. Had he been unaware and lacked precaution, the outcome would have been drastically different. All right, Ding Longyun replied eagerly, swinging his steel shovel to send 2 lowly corpses tumbling down the corridor before dashing toward the staircase leading to the rooftop. Su Li followed closely, instructing Su Shiwehui, stay behind me. You need only remain at the stairway entrance. There's no need to come out. The tyrant crab poses a significant threat, but those water rats won't dare ascend again, and these corpses can no longer harm you. Su Shiwehui nodded, now a level 2 spirit source user with some experience. Finding it much easier to handle these lowly corpses than at the outset, no longer flustered and helpless, the trio ascended the staircase, with Ding Longyun in the lead exclaiming, this creature is quite persistent, still blocking the exit. At the rooftop entrance, The massive tyrant crab remained steadfast, occasionally using its pincers to wreak havoc, deforming the iron door at the exit. As Ding Longyun charged upward, the already flimsy door finally gave way, dislodged by the force of the crab's powerful claws. Hurtling toward him, with Su Li and Su Shuowei right behind him, there was no time to evade. Ding Longyun could only grip the steel shovel tightly, bracing it against the incoming door. With a resounding clang, Ding Longyun's arms jolted as he absorbed the impact with his shovel, feeling the strain in his limbs. Gritting his teeth, he uttered a determined grunt and used the deformed iron door as a makeshift shield, thrusting forward with renewed vigor toward the tyrant crab at the exit. The iron door was forcefully pushed by Ding Longyun, colliding with the imposing crab that blocked the entrance, producing a resounding noise. However, the formidable strength of the crab prevented it from being completely dislodged by this impact. Su Li swiftly followed, charging forward and crashing into the iron door with a tremendous force. With a resounding thud, the door was propelled outward in unison with the tumbling crab. The obstructive crab was sent flying, allowing Su Li and Ding Longyun to breathe a sigh of relief as they burst through the entrance, returning to the rooftop. Su Shuowei, following Su Li's instructions, remained stationed at the entrance, where it was relatively safe, as the crab could not attack her. Her sole responsibility was to deal with the lower-tier undead creatures ascending the staircase. Chapter 0047. Confrontation with the Overlord Crab. She soon realized that the low-level undead beasts were not pursuing them, but had instead diverted their attention, feasting upon the carcasses of the water rats slain by Su Li and Ding Longyun. It was unclear whether their reluctance to approach the Overlord Crab stemmed from fear, or if they were simply lured by the blood and flesh of the water rats. After all, the water rats were second-tier beasts, and consuming their remains would undoubtedly offer significant evolutionary benefits to these lowly undead creatures, potentially allowing them to evolve into higher-tier undead. On the rooftop, amidst the accumulated corpses of the undead beasts and the massive sea monitor lizard, stood the solitary figure of the Overlord Crab. Su Li emerged, wielding an iron rod, his muscles trembling as he entered a state of muscle enhancement. The muscles on his body were gradually expanding, and the veins on the back of his right hand were visibly pronounced, his entire focus directed towards the formidable foe before him. The Overlord Crab was an elite monster among the third-tier beasts, far more terrifying than the ordinary sea monitor lizard. After being knocked over by their combined assault, the Overlord Crab used its pincers to push against the ground, righting itself with a peculiar, high-pitched screech that expressed its fury. It then began to move, crawling sideways with remarkable speed towards Ding Longyun, who was closer in proximity. The distance between them rapidly diminished to within 4 meters, and the Overlord Crab raised its pincers high, swinging them down with ferocity towards Ding Longyun. Its entire body was encased in a hard shell, save for its softer underbelly, which was the target of their attack. Su Li, having discerned the creature's weakness through his observation runes, hastily warned Ding Longyun while maneuvering to flank the crab, intending to harass it from behind. "I understand," Ding Longyun replied with a low growl, refusing to retreat. He brandished his steel shovel towards the approaching pincers. Although the Overlord Crab was armored with a tough shell, Ding Longyun had no intention of striking its underbelly. Instead, he aimed to get close enough to target its head, for his Soul Devour ability was uniquely potent, capable of infiltrating and disrupting the enemy from within. He doubted that even the toughest shell could withstand his Soul Devour. After all, its hardened exterior could only defend against physical attacks, while his ability was a mysterious energy with penetrating qualities. The steel shovel struck true against the advancing pincers, producing a resonant clash of metal. Meanwhile, Su Li, having circled to the rear of the crab, unleashed his iron rod, but from his current angle, he could not strike the underbelly. Thus, his target was the delicate legs flanking the Overlord Crab. With 2 pincers positioned in front, attacking its underbelly proved exceedingly difficult. Therefore, Su Li opted to sever its slender legs first. Sensing Su Li's intentions and impending assault from behind, the Overlord Crab swiftly pivoted towards him, its pincers darting out like lightning. "Target the legs," Su Li exclaimed, retreating nimbly while urging Ding Longyun to seize the opportunity and strike down the crab's smaller legs. He and Ding Longyun were positioned one in front of the other, as the formidable crab faced 2 adversaries simultaneously, a situation that rendered it nearly impossible for it to defend itself completely. However, Ding Longyun had his own strategy. Instead of heeding Su Li's advice to strike the crab's slender legs with the steel shovel, he seized the moment, stepping forward to close the distance to the crab. He transferred the shovel to his left hand while extending his right hand to strike at the hard shell of the crab's head. He activated Soul Devour, hoping to take advantage of the instant the crab turned to attack Su Li, aiming to vanquish it with soul devour. Approaching the crab so closely was perilous, for the creature still had one claw raised in the air, yet Ding Longyun had calculated that even if that claw swung around to strike him, he could swiftly raise the shovel in his left hand to block it, ensuring that his right hand's soul devour would land a decisive blow on the crab's head. However, he was utterly unprepared for the crab's unexpected maneuver. Instead of using its claw to attack him, it propelled its 8 slender legs on either side, forcefully launching its massive body towards him, a creature larger than a typical round table for 10. The crab's body, encased in hard shell, resembled a heavily armored knight, and the force of its impact was terrifying. Ding Longyun was caught off guard, letting out a blood-curdling scream as he was struck, blood spattering from his mouth. His body tumbling like a marionette with severed strings before he crashed to the ground, his chest caving in slightly, 3 ribs fractured within. The sudden turn of events shocked Su Li, who had not anticipated Ding Longyun's reckless proximity to the crab. As the crab charged, Su Li was left with no time to evade. "Brother Ding!" Su Li cried out in alarm, witnessing the crab send Ding Longyun flying, and immediately rushed forward. The crab's claws extended, poised to seize Ding Longyun, threatening to cleave him in two, a fate from which even divine intervention could not save him. With a fierce shout, Su Li propelled himself forward with all his might, determined to thwart the crab, but he was a moment too late. The crab's claw lunged towards the prostrate Ding Longyun. Just as Ding Longyun, reeling from the impact, his ribs shattered and his head spinning, failed to react, the claw was about to close around him. Miraculously, Ding Longyun's body slid along the ground, narrowly evading the claw's grasp, as Su Shuhui rushed in, seizing one of Ding Longyun's legs and dragging him to safety. Away from the crab's deadly pincers, Su Li, initially resigned to the belief that Ding Longyun was doomed, breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. Yet the crab, pivoting, prepared to attack Su Shuhui. Su Li, having caught up, let out a fierce roar, swinging the iron rod in his hand towards the 4 slender legs of the crab. He had surmised correctly. The crab seemed aware that these legs could not be struck and swiftly adjusted its position, extending its claw towards Su Li. He retreated slightly, positioning the iron rod to block the incoming claw, only to notice the crab's 8 slender legs springing into action. Realizing the imminent danger, he swiftly dodged to the side, simultaneously swinging the iron rod with all his might. Indeed, the domineering crab resorted to its old tactics, once again propelling its 8 slender legs in a bid to collide forcefully with Su Li, aiming to inflict a grievous blow. Fortunately, having just witnessed Ding Longyun's unfortunate fate, Su Li deftly evaded the assault, causing the crab to miss him by a hair's breadth. The iron rod in Su Li's hand did not go astray. It struck with tremendous force against 2 of the crab's delicate legs. Although the crab's 8 legs were shielded by a hard shell, their slenderness rendered them vulnerable. Under the immense weight of Su Li's strike, the 2 impacted legs shattered, and a white substance began to ooze from the fractured ends. Chapter 0048. Talent. The formidable crab emitted a piercing shriek, its body contorting as it lost 2 legs on one side, resulting in a noticeable decline in its agility and speed. Enraged, the crab pivoted its body and raised its colossal pincers, charging towards Su Li. Unfazed by the creature's injury, Su Li did not let down his guard. He remained vigilant, calculating the distance as he awaited the crab's approach. Just as the crab was about to reach him, he deftly sidestepped, striving to distance himself from the formidable pincers, and swung his iron rod once more, targeting the crab's remaining legs. This time, the crab swiftly rotated its body, turning at a right angle, while its pincers elongated. With a resounding clang, Su Li's iron rod struck the outstretched pincer, but the crab retaliated with a powerful sweep, sending the rod flying away. The force was so immense that Su Li's right arm trembled, and his fingers tingled, rendering him unable to maintain his grip on the rod. Instead of bracing against the impact, he relinquished the rod, allowing it to be flung aside, seizing the opportunity to advance towards the crab. He clenched his left hand into a fist, extending his 4 talons of gluttony, and struck with all his might at the joint of one of the crab's slender legs. The joint, comprised of a facial structure, succumbed to the sharpness of the talons, severing the connective tissue with ease. Without lingering for a moment, Su Li swiftly retreated and dashed towards the location where the iron rod had flown, intent on retrieving it. The crab continued to emit high-pitched shrieks, now further incensed with the loss of another leg. Once endowed with 4 legs on each side, it was now reduced to 2 on one side and 3 on the other. Despite this, it still managed to drag its remaining 5 legs across the ground, swaying awkwardly. However, rather than charging at Su Li again, the crab began to wobble towards the edge of the rooftop, finally realizing that something was amiss and attempting to flee. Just as Su Li picked up the iron rod, he noticed the crab's intent to escape and immediately darted forward, having successfully incapacitated 3 of its legs. He could not allow it to slip away now. With its mobility hindered, the crab's speed had diminished, and Su Li swiftly closed the gap, intercepting it before it could flee. This time, he could not afford to retreat. He swung the iron rod in a decisive offensive strike against the crab. The crab's pincers clamped down, engaging in a fierce confrontation devoid of finesse. Su Li's arm muscles swelled as he summoned all his strength. With a resonant clash, the sound of metal striking metal echoed, sending waves of numbness through his arms, as if they might lose sensation entirely. Despite possessing immense strength, he found no advantage in this direct conflict with the crab's pincers. Nevertheless, the crab was unable to completely dislodge him. It merely blocked the iron rod, while one of its pincers lunged downward, aiming to ensnare him. However, Su Li was swifter. The moment the iron rod struck the creature's claw, he was already poised for action, leaping at an angle. With his left hand, he deftly wielded the fong of gluttony, slicing through the joint of one slender leg, severing the connecting fascia. The 4th leg of the formidable crab was cleaved off, leaving it with only 4 operational legs, causing its massive body to tilt precariously. Unable to maintain balance, Su Li moved incessantly, swiftly repositioning himself behind the creature, and with a flick of his right hand, the iron rod was unleashed, producing a resounding crack as another leg was shattered. The giant crab sensed the impending doom and thrashed about in desperation, its pincers flailing wildly. Yet its colossal form remained rooted in place, struggling to maneuver. The remaining 3 slender legs could no longer support its vast weight. Meanwhile, Su Shuhui anxiously tended to the fallen Ding Longyun, who shook his head, rousing from a brief bout of dizziness. As he attempted to rise, a sharp pain pierced his chest, causing him to gasp, realizing that a rib had fractured. "Damn it," Ding Longyun muttered, chagrined for not heeding Su Li's earlier warning. He glanced up to see Su Li engaged in a solitary battle against the crab, nimbly circling it and striking with precision, breaking its legs one by one. With each severed limb, the creature's movements became increasingly cumbersome, rendering Su Li's task ever more effortless. "This fellow is truly exceptional," Ding Longyun observed, murmuring to himself, suddenly perceiving that Su Li possessed an innate talent for combat against the beast. "If I hadn't been so careless, I could have easily dispatched this wretched crab on my own." Frustrated, he clenched his fists. Then, as if a thought struck him, he looked up and said, "Thank you, girl. If it weren't for you, I would have perished." Despite his earlier disorientation, he understood the gravity of the situation. When the crab had charged at him, despair had gripped his heart, and he had not expected Su Shuhui to rush in at that critical moment to rescue him. Su Shuhui, upon hearing his gratitude, widened her beautiful eyes and extended her left hand towards him. As Ding Longyun looked on in confusion, she opened her palm to reveal a sunflower seed. "Want some?" she asked earnestly. Ding Longyun found himself bemused. Amidst such chaos, who had the presence of mind to eat seeds? Her thought process was undeniably unique. Wincing as he inadvertently moved his injured body, he managed to reply, "I want to eat." "You have it." "Okay." Su Shuhui retracted her hand, popping a seed into her mouth, all the while observing the fierce struggle between Su Li and the crab, leisurely cracking seeds. In a brief span, Su Li had rendered 5 of the crab's 8 legs useless, leaving it with merely 3, its mobility severely hampered. Recognizing the moment had finally arrived, Su Li pressed on. The crab, seemingly aware of its fate, flailed its pincers in a frantic bid for self-preservation while desperately attempting to push against the ground with its remaining legs, striving to crawl to the rooftop's edge. Though nearly immobile, this pair of pincers was indeed formidable. Su Li launched 3 consecutive assaults. Yet his iron rod was repelled by the pincers, reverberating with the force of the clash. On one occasion, a pincer nearly ensnared him as it reached out. This creature proved to be quite tenacious. It seemed that even if all its legs were shattered, as long as those powerful pincers remained intact, vanquishing it would be a formidable challenge. In contemplation, Su Li once again maneuvered to its side and swung his iron rod, shattering yet another leg. Now left with only 2 legs, the tyrant crab had nearly lost its ability to move, resorting to wildly flailing its pincers in place, preventing Su Li from approaching its vulnerable underbelly, shielded only by its soft shell. Chapter 49. The defeat of the giant crab. Su Li furrowed his brow as he circled around the colossal crab. How could the creature keep pace with his speed? Before long, he found himself behind it. Extending his iron rod, he thrust it beneath the crab, gripping it tightly with both hands. With a low growl, he exerted all his strength, flipping the beast over with a powerful heave. With a resounding crash, the giant crab was overturned, its soft underbelly exposed to the sky, struggling futilely to right itself, akin to a turtle flipped onto its back, utterly vulnerable. Sully wasted no time. He brought the iron rod crashing down upon the crab's tender abdomen. Although protected by a shell, this section was notably pliable, shattering under his strike, releasing a torrent of yellowish substance. The crab's critical weakness lay not in its head, but within the soft shell organs concealed beneath. With the shell breached, Sully's rod pulverized the vital organs within. The creature quivered violently, its previously frenzied claws gradually slowing to a halt. Continuing his assault, Sully delivered several more blows, obliterating the crab's abdomen completely. A significant amount of yellowish-white fluid gushed forth, and at last, the crab's claws stiffened and ceased all movement. Soon after, a spirit source emerged from its lifeless body, melding into Sully's forehead. Level 3 Spirit Source User. Spirit Source 830. Having successfully vanquished the giant crab, he collected 2 spirit sources. Gazing at the carcass, Sully exhaled deeply. Although he had triumphed, the endeavor had taken its toll. Even with his strength surpassing 1,000 pounds, the greater the force he exerted, the more rapidly his stamina waned. He felt an unsettling sensation. Since his muscle enhancement had reached its second form, it allowed him to unleash immense power, yet his other bodily functions seemed to lag behind. The human body operates as a remarkably intricate machine, with each part interdependent. His muscles had undergone 2 enhancements, rendering them far stronger than the rest of his body, capable of generating a colossal force. However, this imbalance increasingly burdened him, as the spirit source flowed into him, creating a warm current that nourished his body. He felt his depleted energy gradually replenishing, and his previously racing heart began to steady. Observing the lifeless crab, Sully noticed that no new transformations had occurred. A wave of disappointment washed over him. According to the information gleaned from his probing sigils, defeating such an elite variant of crab held a chance of acquiring the special ability known as the dominant shell. Yet, the carcass revealed no signs of change. He had failed to comprehend the ability. What a pity, Sully mused, shaking his head as he turned towards the direction of Ding Longyun and Su Shuowei. Defeating elite spirit beasts only offered a chance to gain special abilities. It was not guaranteed. Previously, when he had slain the single-eyed frog and the gluttonous dog, he had obtained special powers, but alas, this time fortune had eluded him. Sully, you truly are remarkable. As Ding Longyun gradually rose from the ground, he continued to clutch his chest, having witnessed Sully's recent triumph over the formidable crab with great admiration. Concerned, Sully inquired about his injuries, realizing that Ding Longyun remained seated, indicating his considerable distress. A few bones are broken. It's rather troublesome. Ding Longyun furrowed his brow. Although he was a level 4 spirit source user with remarkable healing capabilities, his recovery would not be instantaneous. It's nothing. As long as you can absorb a new spirit source, you shall recover swiftly, Sully reassured him. Spirit source users inherently possess healing abilities that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. With the infusion of a new spirit source, their recuperative powers would amplify at an astonishing rate, allowing for rapid recovery from even the most grievous wounds, provided they had not succumbed to death at the moment of injury. Atop the building, with the crab vanquished, no other monsters were in sight. Sully instructed Su Shuowei to assist Ding Longyun to his feet, leading the way toward the staircase. Supporting himself with a steel shovel in his right hand and resting his left arm on Su Shuowei, Ding Longyun slowly stood. After a few tentative steps, pain racked his body, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. It's my fault. I should have heeded your advice, he lamented inwardly, feeling a mixture of guilt and frustration as Sully disappeared into the staircase's darkness. Suddenly, a thud echoed, and a figure tumbled out from the entrance. Landing on the ground, it was a low-level corpse beast. Dingu, I leave this to you, Sully's voice resonated. Understanding Sully's intent, Ding Longyun gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he wielded the steel shovel and struck. With a resounding crack, he shattered the beast's skull, causing a spirit source to materialize and merge with his forehead. Although the spirit source from the low-level corpse beast offered minimal enhancement to Ding Longyun's strength, it would still be absorbed by his body, generating a warm flow that concentrated in his injured chest, expediting his healing process. Of course, the restorative effects of such a low-level spirit source paled in comparison to those of higher-tier spirit sources. As Sully descended the stairs, he encountered several corpse beasts, capturing them and tossing them onto the rooftop for Ding Longyun to dispatch, allowing him to absorb their spirit sources to aid in his recovery. Ding Longyun systematically eliminated 4 corpse beasts, assimilating 4 spirit sources. While the effects were not profound, the pain that had once plagued him significantly diminished. With a long exhale, Ding Longyun finally felt a semblance of relief, his complexion improving as he proceeded into the staircase. Meanwhile, Su Li, making his way down, spotted a water rat beast. With a swift motion, he struck its front legs with an iron rod, incapacitating it, and with a deft flick, sent the creature soaring toward Ding Longyun. In a decisive action, Ding Longyun swung his steel shovel, obliterating the water rat beast's skull and absorbing yet another spirit source. The spiritual essence of the water rat beast is significantly superior to that of the lower-tier corpse beasts, although it does not greatly assist Ding Longyun in his current evolution. Absorbing it into his body proves immensely beneficial for the healing of his injuries. He immediately sensed a change within his chest, as the pain diminished once more. Following this, Ding Longyun promptly descended from the rooftop alongside Su Li, only to encounter two more water rat beasts charging towards them in the corridor. This time, he required no aid from Su Li. He boldly swung his steel shovel and advanced to meet the threat head-on. Chapter 0050, The Evolution of Monsters. Upon witnessing the formidable strength and speed of his actions, Su Li realized that Ding Longyun could effortlessly vanquish the two water rat beasts. As these creatures fell, Ding Longyun acquired their essence and inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of warmth enveloping his chest. As his broken bones began to mend at an accelerated pace, regrettably, he lamented the absence of more formidable foes. Otherwise, his healing would have been expedited. Su Li suggested, "Shall we discard some corpses to attract more monsters?" Ding Longyun, startled, quickly shook his head. "No, that would be enough for tonight. My injuries are not severe, and with the abundance of essence I've just obtained, I should be able to heal fully after a night's rest. I can see everyone is weary. It's time to recuperate." Su Li acknowledged with a sound of agreement, though he felt a lingering desire for more combat. He yearned to elevate himself to a level 4 essence user and catch up with Ding Longyun, yet he understood his companion's perspective. After a night of relentless fighting, both mentally and physically drained, particularly after the fierce battle with the dominant crab, he sensed the significant strain on his heart. Although he possessed immense strength capable of extraordinary feats, he found his stamina waning, making prolonged combat challenging. Observing the corridor ahead where several corpse beasts and a water rat beast were engaged in a savage struggle, he noted the occasional low growls and sounds of conflict emanating from the lower 2 floors, indicating the presence of more monsters within the 3-story building. Clearly, not all monsters targeted the 3 living beings. The essence beasts were also engaged in their own brutal skirmishes, devouring one another's flesh. Like them, these essence beasts were also capable of evolution. As the trio proceeded down the corridor, the fighting among the corpse and water rat beasts ceased, and they turned their attention towards Su Li and his companions. Ding Longyun disregarded the approaching beasts and instead opened a security door to enter. The water rat beast, the swiftest among them, reached the door first, rearing up on its hind legs, jaws agape, ready to attack Su Li, who stood by the entrance. With precision, Su Li swung his iron rod, and the beast's head was crushed instantaneously, killing it on the spot. Through the night's harrowing battles, despite facing perils, Su Li had accrued valuable combat experience, honing his accuracy. The iron rod struck true, landing squarely on the beast's forehead, neither veering left nor right. He silently praised himself for his flawless execution. A message resonated within his mind. Level 3 Essence User. Essence 930 having dispatched the water rat beast. The approaching low-level corpse beasts hesitated, displaying signs of uncertainty. It appeared these creatures had evolved a rudimentary form of intelligence. Su Li murmured to himself, deducing that the beasts were intimidated. He raised his iron rod in a menacing posture, and indeed, the low-level corpse beasts retreated, abruptly turning away and abandoning their intent to attack. Lowering the rod, Su Li exhaled softly, then entered the room with Su Xuehui, closing the door behind them. Ding Longyun had already discarded his blood-soaked garments and lay supine on the bed. Although he had absorbed a few essence sources, the fractures he sustained were no mere trifles, especially as he was currently in the process of healing. He dared not move recklessly for fear that his bones might mend improperly, which would lead to further complications. Su Li listened intently. Occasionally, she could hear sounds of struggle or low growls from the essence beasts downstairs. There was no need for concern. They would not pose a threat for long. Lying on the bed, Ding Longyun exhaled softly, stating that the remaining scattered monsters would soon depart. The doors and windows were sealed, and should any creature manage to breach them, they would certainly be awakened. For now, all that was required was to rest peacefully, with weapons at hand for any sudden threat. His steel shovel leaned against the headboard. Su Li understood his reasoning. Their bed was situated in the living room, devoid of windows, and the door was a sturdy security door, unlikely to be breached. Furthermore, The doors leading to other windowed rooms were locked, implying that for any monster to enter the living room and harm them, it would first have to break through the secured windows and then the door leading into the living room. By the time any creature could enter, they would already be alerted and prepared for battle. Placing an iron rod beside the bed, Suli changed out of her bloodied clothes and collapsed onto the bed, feeling a pervasive ache throughout her body. Despite her mental exhilaration, her physical state was one of exhaustion. Once lying down, she realized just how fatigued she was. Even absorbing essence sources cannot alleviate this weariness, she remarked. Ding Longyun sighed. Indeed, and the monsters we face are growing increasingly formidable, with their numbers multiplying significantly. Last night, I dealt with a comparable number of corpses, but the monsters that appeared were nowhere near as terrifying or numerous as those tonight. If it weren't for you, I might not have survived this evening. He glanced at Su Shuahui, acknowledging her substantial contribution in helping him evade the fatal attack of the dominant crab. Suli nodded in agreement. Yes, Shuahui's reactions were remarkably swift. I thought we were out of time. Su Shuahui hurriedly shook her head, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment from the praise. It seemed that these essence beasts were undergoing constant evolution. Dingu, Suli pondered, given this trend. Might the essence beasts appearing tomorrow be even more advanced than those tonight? Ding Longyun's tone grew somber as he replied. That is precisely what concerns me. These creatures are evolving too swiftly. If tomorrow brings forth even stronger foes, can the three of us withstand them? Suli shared in this anxiety. Although she now possessed immense strength, she was not invincible. The previous engagement with a dominant crab had taken considerable time and effort to overcome. The prospect of confronting two simultaneously, or even stronger monsters, would be daunting. The grim reality they faced was the potential for death should they falter. After some contemplation, Suli suggested, what if we do not dispose of these corpses in the water? Might that make a difference? Ding Longyun sighed and remarked. Not disposing of the bodies would result in greater complications, as these creatures would manifest unpredictably. We would likely find ourselves unable to sleep soundly throughout the night, constantly on edge, fearing the appearance of monsters at any moment. Disposing of the bodies would, in fact, concentrate the time of their emergence. Suli resonated deeply with this sentiment. During the past 2 days, while residing in his own home, he had refrained from casting any bodies into the water. Indeed, the creatures had appeared without any discernible pattern, far from the concentrated onslaught experienced this evening.